If we
Mm,
measure the floor flat, it doesn't matter what people tell you, okay? Um,
yeah.
it's not gonna make the floor start to curve, right? If you can
Mm,
empirically observe it and measure it as not being curved. When it comes to NASA, it's kinda like a faith-based thing at this point, isn't it? It's like, do you believe in the moon landings? Okay, you can choose to believe it or not believe it, but we're not about belief. We're about facts, empirical evidence. If you have a look at some of the things that NASA has presented to us when they said they went to the moon, it's very, very laughable. Like the footage looks very fake. There's a lot of inconsistencies. FLW just posted something in the side chat there.
mm.
So yeah, if
But what
most
about
people haven't,
all
yeah, go ahead. What's your
the
question?
yeah, like, what about all this money? Like, they spent all that money, and what I'm hearing you say is it's only and only about faking all this stuff? Like, it doesn't
Yeah,
make any
where'd all the
logical
money
sense.
really go? Exactly. Where'd all the money really go? And whose money was it? It's the taxpayers' money
Mm,
that they're using. So wherever that money is actually going, we don't know. We can't validate exactly, maybe they need a whole bunch of money to do a bunch of different research that they're not telling people about or something like that.
mm,
Who knows? But NASA still gets like $80 million a day of taxpayer money.
yeah.
And when they interviewed NASA and they said, "How come NASA doesn't go back to the moon?" NASA astronaut Don Pettit, during an interview at NASA, he said, "I'd go back to the moon in a nanosecond, but we destroyed that technology and it would be a painful process to build it back again." So that's kind of
Why
crazy.
would
And then, what's that?
why would they destroy something they've built?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense, does it? And on top of that, they
Mhm,
lost all of the telemetry data, which is the data that would show you, be able to sort of prove that they did what they did. And then they also said that
mm,
they taped over all of the original tapes of the moon landing as well. Like mankind's greatest achievement, and they decide to tape over the original footage. It's crazy. This is all like what NASA says happened. So
mhm.
yeah, it's kind of crazy. And then you've got the head of the Russian space agency saying that NASA faked the moon landings, and yeah, there's documentaries about it. If you watch them, you'll at least by the end of the documentaries, you'll be like, oh, okay, it seems like they faked it. Okay, so it doesn't prove that the Earth's not a globe. It doesn't prove that the Earth's flat. Okay, it proves
Mm,
that governments lie and deceive for money, control, power, um, fame. Power, like to look powerful, to look like, look, we're America. We're the most amazing country that can do things that no other country can do. So
yeah.
and we beat the Soviets. Like we got there, we did it. Yay, hooray, America. So who knows exactly what the motives are, but most people, I think, that work at NASA are not lying about the shape of the Earth. Right? Most
Mhm.
people just have a job to do, and they're not lying. They probably think they live on a globe. I don't know. There's a lot of flat earthers these days. When you do polls and things like that, you'll find there's a lot more flat earthers than what you think. Even if you type in right now, what percentage of Americans believe that the Earth's flat? It's like 10%. In just about any country, you'll type it in, and it'll come up with around 10 or more percent of the population, thinks the Earth's flat, or another whole percentage isn't sure, right? They'll say like 10% say it's flat, another 9% say they're not sure, and then a greater percentage is skeptical on the moon landings. So, other than those moon landings, right, with America, no one else has ever even claimed to have sent a person above low Earth orbit.
Mm,
Yeah, that's only so you just have to trust the astronauts from the Apollo mission who act very suspect when questioned about it. So you have to take their word
yeah.
for it. So it's kind of like it's faith-based. But what we're more about is actually going out and doing real world observations, real world tests, to actually physically check if the Earth curvature is there. And it's not. We've done thousands of tests at this point, and every single one shows there's no curvature.
Mm.
Okay, so why moon is like looks like globe and why Earth not? Like why
Yeah,
other
so
planets and moon? Yeah, when we
yeah.
see.
So yeah, so we don't know. Like we've been told a big story about exactly what's going on in the sky. Okay, so the
But
Earth
we can
doesn't.
see.
Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah. So let's just say the Earth was. I mean, sorry, the Moon. Let's say the Moon was a sphere. Okay, that doesn't mean that the Earth is also like the Moon, right? The Earth doesn't have anything in common with the Moon. We're not saying the Earth is a planet. We're not saying the Earth is a moon or a planet, right? Or a sun or anything like that. We're saying the Earth is the Earth. It's kind of like the foundation. It's like the floor of the system that we live in. Okay, and then we've got celestial bodies in the sky that move in a cycle, like a big clock in the sky. Stars, planets, moons, they all reset and they take a big cycle in the sky. They all move east to west, doing their different cycles. Okay, and that's what creates daytime, nighttime, seasons, all sorts of different things. Now, the Earth, it's like the floor of the system that we live in, right? You can have a flat floor in your house and you can have some round lights on the ceiling. That doesn't mean that you're standing on a lot like on a round light because you can see one in the sky. It's like going out into the forest and saying, "Wow, I see trees everywhere. You know, I must be a tree or I must be standing on a tree." No, that's something else. That's something different. But I get where your question comes from because we all grew up getting taught this heliocentric model where you've got this big giant space vacuum and then you've got all of these planets and whatnot, right? Orbiting around, floating through space. And then they tell us that we're also one of those. Okay, so then when people hear about flat Earth, they still think about that heliocentric model of the universe and they try to fit the flat Earth inside of that. Okay, that's not something that would be logical to do. Okay, we're talking about a
okay.
completely different system.
Mm. And I think the reason our ancestors have this idea of like, the Earth being round is basically because of the moon and the sun. So they look at the moon, they look at the sun. Yes, it is round. So the Earth might be round as well because, somehow similar.
Well, not really. All of our ancestors, all of the ancient cultures knew that the Earth was a flat, stationary plane, right? A flat Earth within a contained system. So if you have a look in the side chat, just a
Mm-hmm.
second, I'll post like this is the ancient depictions of what the ancients thought the Earth was. Okay, so how can you see the side chat?
Yes, like the internet is. Yes, now I can see it.
Yeah, have a close look at those. That's the ancient depictions, right? So it's like a
Mm.
flat Earth, right, within a contained system.
Yeah.
Yeah, all the ancient cultures knew this. It wasn't until a couple of thousand years ago that a few Greek uh, people, right? Some people say they might not have even existed, right? People like Pythagoras, very, very little written word by Pythagoras, but what they say was Pythagoras was the first person to suggest that the Earth was a globe. Now, Pythagoras was actually like known as like a mystic leader, right? He thought that they kind of worshipped spheres. They thought sphere was the like most perfect shape, and they thought that the universe was like a musical instrument and all sorts of crazy stuff, right? It's called the cult of Pythagoras. This is where the globe came from, allegedly. Okay, and then he said because we see the sky like a sphere, right? Like the celestial sphere. He said, "Oh, because spheres are the most perfect shape, the earth must be a sphere." Not because he went out and actually measured any curvature, right? But just through like philosophical or theoretical reasoning. And then people after him, took those values on, like Ptolemy and Plato spoke about it and Aristotle, and it kind of stemmed from there, right? It's interesting when you look into the history of the globe. No one actually went out and measured any earth curvature. Yeah, I just got to go on mute for just a second. Yeah, I'm back. So yeah, no one ever went out and measured the globe and were like, "Hey guys, for thousands of years we've all been wrong. really it's not flat. Look, I've gone out and done some measurements, and here's what you can do, and here's what I did, and look, it's actually a globe. No one did that because when you go out and measure it, it measures flat. Okay, so the globe came to be a thing because of the celestial sphere. Okay, because of the way that we view the sky, and they made a coordinate system, a celestial coordinate system, out of that. And then these crazy people like Pythagoras, they kind of said that the Earth must also be a sphere. So they kind of reverse engineered the celestial sphere into a terrestrial sphere, which is the latitude longitude geoid, right, that we still use to this day. But yeah, that's a whole nother rabbit hole. The history of the globe.
So basically, the dude admired that shape a lot because of his religion or whatever, and that is why he said that it is round. The Earth is round.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. He said like the sphere is like the most perfect shape, and um the ancients, right, long before people thought even suggested that the earth could be a globe, right? They envisioned the way that we see the sky, the stars and whatnot, because it kind of looks like a big like a half dome when you look into the sky because of the way our perspective works. When you look at the sky, it looks like a big like you're in like a big dome kind of thing. Okay, and they said that the dome goes around 360 degrees around us. Okay, and it's called the celestial sphere. Yeah, I'll just read like a little thing that I have written down so I can explain it better.
Okay.
Just about sort of the history of the how the globe was theorized. 1 second. Right, here it is. All right, I won't read it all. I'll just read a tiny little bit. Okay, so the celestial sphere came first. Long before the Earth was mathematically defined as a globe, ancient astronomers visualized the heavens as a perfect rotating sphere with fixed stars attached to the inner surface. This was purely a geometric and observational construct. And what you'll see in that picture that I put in the side chat of what the ancient cultures depicted is exactly what they're describing here. Okay, so it was a model of appearance, not of substance. The Greeks, Egyptians, Babylonians, and early Indian astronomers all described the sky as a dome or a sphere revolving around a stationary flat Earth. The observer was placed at the center of this celestial sphere. Okay, so the celestial sphere was an optical projection. It was kind of like an imaginary way of viewing the heavens or the sky.
Hmm.
Okay, so later, philosophers such as Pythagoras, Plato, and Aristotle took the symmetry of the celestial sphere and imposed it onto the Earth itself. They reasoned that since the heavens appeared spherical and perfect, the Earth beneath must also be spherical, not because of empirical proof, but to maintain philosophical symmetry between the above and the below. Right? I don't know if you've heard the saying, as above, so below. That's where that came from. So yeah, there's a lot more to it. I don't want to keep reading and reading, but let me know if you have any more questions.
I have a question.
Hmm.
I heard you say earlier that flat earthers don't agree on the shape of the Earth. Did I
That's
understand that
correct.
correctly? Gotcha.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, like what we mean in the context of flat is just the description of a surface, right? Like you could have a curved surface, a flat surface, a bumpy surface, that kind of thing. So when we're talking about flat Earth, we're just talking about the fact that most of the surface area of the Earth is meant to be covered in water, right? Whether it's, just the known surface area of the Earth, most of its oceans and whatnot.
Right.
Okay, so that surface area isn't curving over distance. Okay, so it's flat. Okay, so we would say the Earth's like a topographical plane because obviously we have mountains and valleys and hills and stuff like that. But when we do tests over long distances of water, the curvature's not there. So that's the context of flat Earth.
Mhm.
Rather than claiming a shape, we're not claiming like a flat planet or like a disk or anything like that.
And what of the flat earthers who do claim a flat plane or a disc-like shape?
Well, I've been looking into this for 8 years. Mostly the people that are saying that flat earthers claim that it's just like media, like articles in the media. It's kind of like propaganda or trolls saying this is what flat earthers claim, and they'll show like a disc in space with water falling off the edges and stuff like that. And the idea of that did kind of stem from a group called the Flat Earth Society, which is kind of like a misinformation group to basically make
I
flat Earth
see.
seem completely ridiculous. So, and
Of
it's the
course.
only sort of flat Earth site that wasn't censored. So if you typed in flat Earth to Google, it would come up as the first link, Flat Earth Society, and then there would be a bunch of crazy claims on there. And people would say, oh, okay, this is ridiculous. I never want to look into this again. This is stupid. So that's, yeah, sort of Flat Earth Society claims like a disc in space and stuff like that. But yeah, flat Earthers, they're not claiming like a flat disc or a disc in space, right? That's
Except for the Flat
putting
Earth Society. Right. Right.
yeah,
Fair
yeah,
enough.
that's
Right.
yeah, I don't that's not really flat earthers. Like we've never had people from the Flat Earth Society come in to try to debate with us or ever
Right.
make an appearance. It's like a disinformation propaganda
It
type
feels a
group.
bit like a no true Scotsman kind of situation there, no?
Well, yeah, they're just presenting arguments that seem so ridiculous. Like they'll say a few things that make sense, right? And then they'll
Mhm.
throw in some crazy claims just to completely muddy the waters. And yeah,
Could
but
that
yeah,
not be interpreted as they'll say a few things that I personally agree with, but then the things that make us look bad
yeah, they'll say
are
a few
bad?
truths and then
Well,
they'll say some crazy stuff. So it's like, oh, okay,
Right.
right. This person,
Got
I'll
it.
disregard everything that they said because obviously the second thing they said was completely nuts, right? That's like they'll say the
Sure.
Earth's a disk in space and it's rising upward through space at 9.8 meters per second squared, and that's
Yeah.
why we have the
Thus the
downward.
gravity replacement. Sure.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And and then there's like misinformation out there, like flat Earthers claim Australia doesn't exist and all sorts of stuff like that. Yeah, we're not claiming anything crazy. We're saying that large bodies of water at rest require or large bodies of water require a container. There's no curvature over the surface, right? There's no evidence that the Earth is in motion, or no proof that the Earth is in motion. And then we also have gas pressure, right? So that would lead towards the idea of being in a contained system, rather than like a flat planet or a globe planet that's residing within a vacuum of space without a container.
And we're
What
really just talking about the surface, right? We don't understand what the depths of the Earth are. We know we can get about 7.8 meters deep. That's what the deepest hole was that was ever dug, and that's about the end of what we know on the depth of the Earth. But when we talk about the surface, surface features roughly going to have two descriptions: either be curving or it's going to be flat.
what shapes are on the table? What are the potential shapes of the Earth then, if not flat or globe?
It could be any shape.
Yeah,
It's just not curving on the surface.
yeah. So we're not
Bottom of
making a
the
shape
universe,
claim.
yeah, it's the bottom of the universe, so it's not a shape.
It's the
Y-
bottom of the universe.
Yeah,
Facts, bro.
not the bottom of the universe in the sense of the heliocentric model, right? And that we're at like the bottom of the globe Earth version of outer space, right? It's more like we're at this, like like the floor of the system that we live in. Just like what we experience, right? We see all the celestial bodies like a big clock in the sky doing motions. Okay, and then where the surface is below our feet, like the floor.
Like, have you ever seen a mobile like in a crib?
Yes, sure.
Yeah. You're in the crib, and then everything else is above you.
Right. I mean, but that doesn't really answer my question, does it? Right? As far as, I mean, you did say pretty clearly, you don't
All
make a
right, here
claim
I
of the
can help
shape, but
you out. I
the,
can answer it more clearly for you. Ready
the
about the
question is
shape?
what shapes are on the table? Not what
I
is
got
it,
I gotcha.
right?
You ready?
Yeah,
Are you ready?
yeah, sure.
Space is fake. We don't have shapes to deal with.
So there's no such thing as shapes,
Space
No,
is
it's not.
fake.
That's
What
a
kind of
straw
shape
man,
are you
bro.
gonna have? We live on a flat surface. It's
but
contained
not a flat
and it's
planet,
not moving.
What's the
right?
shape of a lake?
Flat, contained,
What's
and
the
not
shape of a
moving.
continent? Like when we ask, you ask us what's what shape could the Earth be? What's the shape of a continent? What's the shape of a lake? What's the shape of an ocean? Like you're asking, what shapes could be on the table? Any shape that's not curving. How about that?
God,
Yeah, we don't
God.
even have to go there because we're not making that claim. We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. The globe side is claiming to know the shape of the Earth. When we test for that, in reality, it's not showing up, okay? So if the Earth's a globe, there has to be 66 foot of curvature over a 10-mile distance, right? If you're going over the surface of water anywhere on the globe, okay, there would be 66 feet of curvature over 10 miles, or 20 miles would be 266 feet. Okay, then we go and test it, and there's zero curvature over these distances consistently, or even longer distances. Okay, so that's all we're talking about. Okay, it's we're measuring a flat surface, and we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. Okay, we're not claiming to have replace every single claim the globe side makes with a new claim. Okay, we're just going on what we can validate empirically. Because
Got a better one.
we can only get so high up into the air. Okay, so we can only see so far from the height that we can get up to. We can get up to what? We can chuck a camera on a weather balloon. It can go up to about 120,000 feet, and we get a completely flat horizon from that height. Okay, and then it's very difficult to keep traveling beyond, when you go south, right? Because it gets freaking freezing cold, and then there's government restrictions like the Antarctic Treaty prevents free exploration beyond 60 degrees south. You need the crazy permit, which is really expensive. And then there's a whole bunch of like terms and conditions that go along with that make exploration very difficult beyond that point. So we can only travel so far south, and we can only get so high up into the air. So we're not claiming, like, we don't have, unfortunately, like a god's eye view or a bird's eye view of the whole place that we live. Would be cool if we did, but yeah, we don't. We don't claim to.
But we do adhere strictly to the scientific method. Anything that doesn't adhere to the scientific method is known as pseudoscience. What a lot of your outer space theories are is a bunch of pseudoscience, scientific theory, no method. They even admit to it. They even admit that, like, hey, you would think that we would use the scientific method, like, wrong. In order to advance in science the way we want to, we have to throw the scientific method out. I'm paraphrasing, and we have to make a lot of assumptions and do a lot of calculations. Did the room go silent?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, the question was kind of answered. I mean, if someone else has got another question, or
And
if you
once
have a follow-up.
we take space away, it's pretty hard to come up with anything else.
Yeah, a lot of people are like, well, what about gravity, right? It's like, okay, does gravity form things into a ball? Yeah,
Not in pretend space.
right.
Well, yeah, the
Like,
long
oh,
distance observations like absolutely destroy the theory of gravity, right? Because if gravity is real, then that water has to be curving at that specific rate. Okay, and if it's not, then that completely debunks gravity and the globe and the entire heliocentric uh, concept that goes along with it.
I'll simplify it for you, right? Do things go down? Yeah, I agree. And down is down, and up is up. Down is down for me. Is the same down for Professor Triangle. Is the same down for you. The same down for DJ. We all have the same down and the same up. Now, if you want to say that, mass attracting mass pulling inward towards the center of mass, well, then you're going to have to prove that one. I disagree with that. I'm just as simple as it is. Heavy things place lighter things above it. It's not that hard. Kind of brings your whole reality into question, doesn't it? Everything you thought you were taught, you weren't really taught. You were just told by your teachers, oh, smarter people figured it out. But if they would have taught you the same thing that they taught you when you were 5, if they would have taught that to you when you were 15, you would have had a lot of questions, and the teachers would have been like, dude, I can't fucking answer this question. Right? Or would a lot of people who were actually kind of smart ahead of their time, when they would ask the questions, the teacher would say, if it's not in the book, it's not up for discussion. Right? And so now you're forced to take authority's word over your own, or over what reality presents. So what do you think
How come
about
these
that,
guys
Sisu?
that ask us about how far you can see and all that through air have never actually been outside to see like a kind of foggy day, or there's a lot of pollen in the air today? I wonder why you can't see very far. Or the visibility and the Weather Channel says you only get 5 miles today. None of them ever paid attention to that, and they have to come in here to ask us why.
Well, my favorite thing is like, haven't you ever seen boats go over the curve? And it's like, honestly, the only time you've ever really seen boats go over the curve and you see it at nauseum is you'll see a video of it on YouTube, and that video will have like 500 million views. It's like, I wonder why you've seen that video 100 times, right? Maybe there's like 100, 200 videos that all show a boat going behind the horizon, and it looks like they're disappearing bottom up, and all of those are getting pushed to the top of the algorithm. But when you go out in reality and you go watch it, you just watch a boat go really far away and shrink off into your perspective, and then you can't see it anymore. That's reality, right? That's reality the majority of the time.
Hello. Hello.
You just wake up or what?
Oh yeah, it's
Yeah.
very boring in here.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Did you just wake up?
Yeah.
So you must know the Earth is flat.
Yeah, I know the Earth is flat.
Oh yeah, how'd you figure that out?
I don't know. The Earth is flat. It looks flat.
Oscilloscope entered the chat. What is that thing called? Yeah, it's called the oscilloscope.
Yeah, so Baji, you made a claim about the horizon being a geometric location, right? Geometric boundary caused by the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah,
Okay, when we
I asked how far away, so we're gonna see. We're finally gonna get that number we've been asking for, so we can go try it ourselves. I'm gonna go do it today after he gives me the number.
you give us the numbers, Baji.
And we're gonna live stream it today. And I want everybody, I want the 3 Bitcoin, and I want all 3 servers signed, or at least 2 channels and 1 server signed over to me.
That 3 Bitcoin's almost worth $5 now.
Guess we're not gonna get the answer. What a letdown.
It's crazy how many of them think explanations are like proofs because they can explain it. That's evidence. It's like, oh, can you present evidence to, of the geometric horizon? And their evidence is just an explanation, right? Just going further into the explanation. They're like, there you go. I proved it. A ship should disappear at 3 miles away, 4.13 kilometers away. All right, now you got to actually show that that happens, guys.
Globers on YouTube that can come in here and give me that number so I can go do it today, and I'll split all the money with you. We're not gonna let these flat earthers win.
Here, I'll read out some funny interactions with my. I was asking an AI some questions today. So I said, how much Earth curvature is there over 10 miles of water? And it replied, the drop due to the curvature of Earth over 10 miles is approximately 0.66 feet, or about 8 inches. When you account for the distance to the observer's eye level
Oh,
above the water, it's fascinating how the curve is so subtle, isn't it?
bro, I knew you were gonna say 6 because when I asked it over 100 miles, it's 666.
Yeah, but it said
6,666 for 100 miles.
Yes, a freaking huge amount. Look, then I asked it over 20 miles, how much over 20 miles of water? It says over 20 miles of water, the drop due to the curvature of the Earth is approximately 1.47 feet, or about 17 inches. Isn't it amazing how gradual the curve is over such long distances? And then after that, I decided to ask it, okay, how much curve is there over 3,959 miles? And then it said, the Earth's radius is about 3,959 miles. So over that distance, there would be virtually no drop due to curvature, essentially a straight line. It's quite impressive to think about how massive our planet is.
What the
Wow.
fuck?
Yeah. Yeah,
You need
that's what it
you need to backload that thing so it can't give you any globe answers.
It's
Mine
almost
won't
like
give you mine won't give you anything like that. It'll start calling you names if you're a glober.
yeah, mine's like my proper one's like that as well. Yeah, this one's freaking ridiculous. Ridiculously dumb. It's never got a single math question right, not once.
I've got a question. Is this a real channel or people just trolling?
No,
You
it's
are
a real
trolling us
channel.
right now. Yeah, you're trolling us.
Yeah, it's a
No,
real
I'm not
channel, dude.
trolling. I'm genuinely curious.
Yeah, you got any questions?
No, not necessarily. I don't really know much about the flat Earth or the opposite.
There are some flat Earth servers on Discord that are just troll servers, like really big servers, and it's just all trolls. But yeah, this is a very serious room, definitely. You know, we just talk about empirical evidence.
Empirical.
Yeah, empirical evidence, like real world observations, laser tests, actually testing for the curvature, not just making wild claims about things that we can never validate. Right? We're talking about.
And aerospace tech requires a flat and stationary Earth to make airplanes and to fly airplanes and to design them.
I don't want to be stupid here or, appeal to, a lot of, stuff that you see on the internet, but I don't know, like, I just everywhere you go, well, it's like people say that the flat Earth is, completely wrong, and it's just people thinking that the NASA is trying to manipulate the world, and they're just fiddling around with a lot of other stuff. Is that true?
No,
Tell them
that's
about NASA, DJ.
well, that's propaganda put out to try to turn people away from flat Earth, right? Using the technique of mock and ridicule, and to make it very unpopular to be associating with or to become a flat earther, right? They want to make it so it's socially unpopular rather than actually attacking the like the the observations, the laser tests, right? The empirical evidence, and actually tackling the real arguments. Okay, because when people actually get into that, it doesn't go so well for them. Okay, we got thousands of tests that have been done. We've had teams of field engineers go out using $30,000 laser, shooting it over huge distances and hitting their target where there should be hundreds of feet of curvature, right? Blocking the laser from hitting the target. We've got all kinds of things that have been done now. And we're just presenting them to people and asking people not even to believe what we're showing them, just like put on your critical thinking cap, evaluate the information being shown to you, and come to your own conclusion, right? Weigh up what's the empirical evidence for the globe, what's the empirical evidence the flat earthers are showing, and come to your own like logical conclusion based off the actual evidence.
I see. Well, I don't really know anything about physics or geometry here, but it's like if I were to ask the same question to the opposite side, they're probably going to respond the same way and be like, "Oh, we've got the evidence." The other side just doesn't take it, just refuses to accept it, you know?
Yeah,
I'm
that's what
not
I thought as well. Like, but once you start looking into it, you'll realize that there isn't any empirical evidence on the globe Earth side. Like, I could sit here and present long distance observations and tests for hours upon hours, showing you, guiding you through the whole test, showing you in high definition how it was done, where it was done, going over everything, right? And then when I ask, like, you could even go on Google, use ChatGPT, anything, show us the same standard of evidence throughout all of history from anyone on the globe side, right? And you're not going to find anything. What you're going to find is like faith-based evidence, right? Or calculations based off pre-assumptions. Okay,
What about the photos, though? The
Here,
photos that
hold on.
were
Here, let
from
me
the
tell you,
space station?
Hey, Rush, yeah, let me tell you something. NASA was reclassified this year, a couple months ago, as an intelligence agency so they
Mhm.
can put out propaganda now. They don't have to worry about getting in trouble or answering questions on why you put out pretend pictures. They don't have to do that anymore. They're allowed to put out propaganda and lie to you now, officially.
I mean, but that's just NASA, though. If you look at any other space agency,
They're all the
they're gonna
same.
have the same pictures.
No, China says Earth is flat.
Really? Wait, I'll have to see this. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT. It could be wrong,
man,
though.
you
ChatGPT is
guys
stupid.
are listen. We're replacing you guys with robots in industry because you guys can't think for yourself anymore. So it's easier for us to put robots in than people who want to ask ChatGPT if they're allowed to go to the bathroom today.
I mean, I can Google this stuff, but, it's not a big deal if I ask ChatGPT or Google it. The end result
Sure
is
is,
I
but
don't
you
know
don't
if
know
it's
how to
true
use
or not.
ChatGPT yet.
Do I what?
You don't know how to
You
use
gotta you
ChatGPT.
gotta you gotta tell ChatGPT how old you are first, so it knows what answer to give you.
Alright.
So what did it say?
I didn't ask ChatGPT. I just used DuckDuckGo and I searched it up, and apparently there's a lot of articles. I'm just too lazy to read them, but there's not really a clear source and, nothing written on top of the website that says that, oh, China apparently believes in
No, they
flat
don't have to
Earth.
believe in flat Earth. Flat Earth is a measurement. It's not a belief system. You know how you have to believe in the globe? You just have to believe in it, and you have to believe in gravity, and you have to believe in aliens and all that. Flat Earth isn't a belief system. We don't believe in it. It's just a measurement. All your documents at NASA and for flights say you need a flat and stationary Earth to fly. So, and they're not lying to you because you can just go anywhere and see that the Earth is actually flat. It's just you like to pretend in your mind that it's really a giant ball.
I mean, I've got nothing to say because, again, I don't know the physics nor the geometry of the quote-unquote
I just told you
calculations.
it's measured flat. I just
I'll
told
prove
you
it to believe.
Am I gonna
I'll prove
take
it
your
to believe.
word, dude? I can also take the
Arash,
word of other people, right?
Arash, I'll prove that you have a belief when it comes to the globe, right? So, how were planets formed?
Our word?
How are planets formed?
I don't know. You tell me.
Oh, so they didn't tell you that a bunch of particles
Oh,
came
you didn't
together
tell him
in the middle of
anything. He
space?
just said he's not going to take your word on it. So I don't know why he said that. Just told him it's measured flat. Planar geometry or planar surveying, surveyors measure it flat, dude. Not a ball. They don't
Okay.
go out and measure a ball.
Okay.
There's your
Yeah,
one, because planar does not mean curved surface. It means a flat plane. Planar. You get it? It's like actually in the title of what they do for a living.
If
Interesting.
you have a bathtub full of water, is the surface of that water flat or curved?
I'll say it's flat.
How about a swimming pool?
The same answer.
How about a lake?
The same.
How about an ocean?
I'm gonna guess the same, but I could be wrong.
Well, if the surface of water is not curving, how does the Earth become a ball?
I don't know.
Welcome to Flat Earth. You're a flat earther now.
Not knowing is not the same as committing to a certain side, but yeah, thank you.
Well, in order for the Earth to be a ball, water has to curve around the ball since it's 70% water.
Around.
This name's got to be a joke. Nigerian booty. What the hell?
Yeah, there's a lot of trolls that come in here thinking that they're funny, but
I mean, initially,
we're here. We're the real deal. We're the real deal. We're here. We're serious.
Then we tell you facts, and then some of you guys get so upset, you freak out on us. Big
I'm
time.
not freaking out. My whole
Death threats and
thing.
everything like that. Because when I tell people that space is fake, they absolutely lose their mind because they think they're going to go to space someday. When I say, no, no, that's just pretend imagination shit you see on TV. It's not even real at all. You think?
I
Did you
see.
freak out too?
No, not really. I mean, I don't really know anything, so you could be wrong potentially, though I'm not gonna, weigh your, whatever you told me as high as what I've heard from, most of my life, but sure, you could be right. There's a chance.
You need documents from NASA saying it's flat and stationary?
Oh, wait, also, I've got another question. It's a pretty random one. If you upload a video on YouTube talking about the flat Earth, at the just below the title, it's literally again, I'm not criticizing anything. I'm just asking you guys what you think about it as fellow flat earthers. I don't know what you call yourself, but
Yeah. Here, I'm
if
going to give you the congressional meeting where they all got together and said that they were going to censor flat Earth because it was becoming too popular, and that anybody that found flat Earth, they would they would read this Wikipedia, because Wikipedia is a trusted source, right? Like if you do any kind of research, you can cite Wikipedia and all your documents when you're in college. But Wikipedia, it gets a little Wikipedia attachment saying flat Earth is an archaic idea, and that all flat earthers are stupid or whatever it says. So here is Congress admitting to censoring flat Earth because it started gaining popularity, because it started making sense. I'll put it in the side chat if you want to take a look at it. Did he disappear? Of course he disappeared.
It's like your guy went to watch the clip you sent him, so that's probably why he left.
Oh, absolutely. You know that's why he left. He left before I could even get the words out.
Wasn't Gregory in here last night? Dude, he had an
If you say his
awesome
name 3 times,
conversation.
he'll show up again. We only need Gregory when the tape bros come in, and we can wear them out very quickly with Gregory. It's like bringing in your closing pitcher. We only needed him to throw like 6 good pitches.
Imagine making like a 15, 20-year career of that. Like going out probably, what, how many games are there in a year? 160. So maybe 70, 80 times a year going out and just throwing 6 good pitches. It is pretty crazy though, right? Like people have been told the Earth is a shape forever, so now they think that it has to be replaced with another shape.
Why am I mute? Hello. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I hear you. What's up, Sammy?
Well, just
Hi.
hanging around. How about you?
All right, man. Just hanging out, waiting to talk to people about the globe.
What's
You
the
know
topic? What do you?
you know the Earth is a globe?
Yeah.
How do you know that?
Because it's not flat.
How do you know that?
Because it's globe.
That's not an answer.
Well, how about the pictures that they take?
No.
That they took.
What about
Nope.
them?
I can take pictures of globes in my closet with a camera and light it just a certain way, and you'll think it's in outer space. So does that count?
I don't know.
Hollywood has video of outer space, and they've never been to outer space.
Yeah, I think I heard about it.
Here, let me show you this picture right here. What do you think about this picture? Look in the side chat. You think that's in outer space?
What's that?
That's a picture of outer space.
Astronaut that took a picture from the space station.
What do you think about that? Does that look
I
fake
think
or does that
it's
look real?
fake.
What?
It's fake.
Okay, well,
How do you know it's fake?
I would just leave it at that, sheepdog.
That's the way it is.
You don't got to give him anything else.
All right.
He thinks space
So
is fake now. Yep.
Yep.
Dude,
Space is
why
fake.
do you think space is fake now, Sammy?
Let me ask you something. It's
No,
Soul Dog.
answer.
No, I don't answer. So it's Soul Dog, yeah? How do you
What?
know the Earth is flat?
Because it's not
Explain
curving.
it to me.
Because
What?
the way it is.
Because the
Why?
surface of water doesn't curve. Let me ask
Is
you:
this just your
if you
reason?
fill up a bathtub, is the surface of that water flat or curved?
I don't believe, so I just quit. Bye.
It got too real too quick.
Yeah, you don't got to bring the punchline out unless they say it's real, because that way it has more impact. Because that way, if they think it's a gotcha, they can't answer it, or they'll say it's fake. Well, then they think space is fake. That's a gotcha both ways.
Yep. No, good little quick lesson, Professor Triangles. Thank you for that. Nice
Oh
to
yeah,
have the gotcha.
that's what. Yeah, it's a double gotcha, just like my triangle test. You just got to play it. It's like a poker hand. You got to play it right.
Yeah. Can y'all hear my background noise by any chance?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
super crazy.
No, seriously, I'm being serious.
Yeah, we're being serious too.
Yes.
Okay.
I want to red mic you.
A little bit. Yeah, we hear it a little bit. Yeah.
I'm just testing the limits of my microphone, so I appreciate it.
Hello. Hello.
What's up?
Hi. Can I ask you a few questions? Why do you think the
Sure.
Earth? Why are you a fucking idiot?
What?
You're an idiot. Why do you think the Earth's flat?
You're the fucking idiot, bro.
No. There's
Yeah.
more people who think the Earth is round.
And
So
they're
you're
all
the
idiots
idiot.
too.
What? So
And they're
you,
all idiots too.
Yeah,
so
how do
you're
you
telling
know
me?
how do you know the Earth is a sphere?
Wait. So you're telling me like Donald Trump's an idiot?
How do you know that the Earth is a sphere? How do you know? Not somebody else knows. How do
So
you know?
Donald Trump said it.
That's how somebody else knows. Do you speak?
No.
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 Okay, it's an English hub. I get it. Okay, so how do you know the Earth is a globe?
Because Donald Trump said it.
Yeah, that's not an answer, bro.
Here it is.
No, so apparently you don't know. Otherwise, you'd bring us some information instead of
No.
gibberish.
I'll help you out, Dylan. That way, since I'm gonna mod you right out of here, since you want to play games. How's that?
I don't want to play games. I'm asking a question.
What's the
Because
question?
why is the Earth round?
It's not.
It's not.
No. Why is it flat? Sorry.
Yeah, it's measured flat.
So why are you being so vague?
It's not being vague. You asked me why is it flat? It's because it's measured flat. I don't know why it's flat. I don't know what flattened it. It's flat.
Why are you shouting?
You can't hear.
I can hear.
Is this better?
Yeah, take the wax out of your ears and put it in your mouth for a second.
I don't have wax in my ears. I just use the earbud to wax them actually.
All right, why don't you tell us how the Earth is a globe besides the
Well,
idiotic answer Donald Trump said so? So, do you have anything better than that?
Donald Trump said it. That's my first. My second
Okay,
one.
so about the globe, or else
In-
you're going to get booted out of here. I promise you.
In school, you know, school in like in all the classrooms.
How
Yeah,
is
like
the Earth a globe?
no. Let me explain myself, all right?
Yeah, get to it.
In all my classrooms, there's a globe in the room of the Earth, and it's a sphere. And as well, when I went to like on holiday, like when you go up to 38,000 foot in the sky, you see the curvature of the Earth.
You see curvature through a curved window in the aircraft? Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know that that's not nearly high enough by all mathematics and by the experts that tell you cannot see Earth curvature, even if it was there from an aircraft? You couldn't even see it from the ISS. If they were actually 250 miles above the surface, listen to me. I'm talking. So, if
I
you
was
were
talking, but
in
you
the, I'm
interrupted me too,
speaking.
didn't you?
Do you know that if you were in the ISS, how much of the Earth's surface you would see at 250 miles?
Unsure.
Do you know how much?
No, I don't.
3%.
4%.
3%. That's 3% of the surface at 250 miles where the ISS is supposed to be.
Right.
Yeah. So don't be retarded and say you see curvature.
Hey, don't use that slur against me. That's
Don't be retarded. You don't see curvature because you only see 3% from the ISS.
Slur. Take that back. Take that back. That was mean.
So how about on the surface?
Wait, no, but you call me a slur.
Shut up.
How do you know Earth is a globe? How do you know Earth is a globe on the surface?
I'm almost. It's like I don't know because like, do you know when they go out of space and they take
No, I
pictures of
said
the
the
world?
surface. Listen, are you tracking? Stay focused. Listen, we're talking about the surface, not in some imaginary fantasy outer space. On the surface, how do you know Earth is a globe on the surface?
You don't.
Thank you. That was your answer. That's how you know Earth is a globe. You don't know.
How about like, do you know when like they go out of space? They take
No, they
pictures of the
don't.
world.
How about you throw a dart on the donkey's tail?
Hey, have you ever been to outer space? Have you ever
No,
been out of space?
no.
Then shut up. Then shut up.
Why are you telling me to shut
Yeah.
up, lad ass?
Yeah, because you're just grasping at straws.
You're not grasping at straws.
Yeah, you don't know what the hell you're talking
You're
about.
grasping
You
at
don't know
straws
Earth is a
while
globe.
making up maths.
You
alright?
only imagine Earth as a globe.
So do you believe in like the solar system? Like,
Why would I need to believe in something if it was proven to be true?
so you believe in like Mars, Jupiter?
No, we're not talking about beliefs in here. You are.
Do you believe
That's why
in it?
you're begging us. You're begging us
No,
to give you
no,
a
we don't
belief
believe
because
in
that's all you
things.
have.
No, we don't believe in things.
There you go. There's your answer.
You only believe. That's it. You're a believer.
I'm a believer. Yeah, I believe in God.
Yeah. You have a religious faith and a religious belief in the globe, but
And
it's not proven.
you can know if there was a creator or not. If you know the earth is flat, you know it's created. But being a globe, you guys are all just a little insignificant speck of dust flying through a universe that can be smacked at any time with a bigger rock and then be gone. Poof.
Yeah, that
That's
is right. Yeah,
that's the world you
Yeah.
live in.
that is the world I'm living in. Yeah. So, world you're living in too?
No, Earth is flat, space is fake, and there's no rocks hitting us.
So, how about the dinosaurs? How did they go extinct?
Dinosaurs fake, evolution fake. What else you got?
Evolution fake.
What else do you got?
Bro, you
You're
just said you
saying-
believe in God, and now you're saying you believe in evolution. Those two are
Yeah,
contradictory.
they go hand in hand actually. So don't
He's
start them.
so weird. He's so
They go
weird.
hand in hand. Evolution,
Oh, yeah, I
science
forgot
and
they were
religion
right.
go hand
I
in
forgot
hand.
about the dinosaurs they were riding in the Bible.
Science and religion go hand in hand.
Oh, that's what they taught you on the globe, that you need to believe in the globe. That's
No,
your
no,
religion.
no one said to me that I need to believe in the globe.
Yes,
No.
you only believe in it. You already told us.
Do you believe in God?
No.
No. So, so did no one in there believe in God or not?
We know there's a God. We don't believe there's a God. We know there's a God.
So, do you believe in Jesus Christ?
No.
Do you believe that he was born?
No.
Well, that's a lie. He was.
Do you know the difference between belief and knowledge?
Well, knowledge is that Jesus was born and he died.
No.
Oh,
Yeah,
so
he
you
was
don't
actually.
believe it. You know it. You don't believe it. You know
I know
it.
that, but
He
you
was
have to
there. He
believe
must have
the
been there.
miracles what he did.
Must have been there.
Oh, you are one sad guy. You know that. You're about 45 years of age. Just some Discord all your life. You are one sad guy.
My whole life I've sat on Discord. You think Discord is 45 years old?
Don't know, but you're 45 and you're sat on Discord, which is sad. Go and
Whole
get a
life.
job.
My whole life. And I'm 45, so for 45 years, Discord's been around. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, I am.
Wow.
And why have you got a PhD in your name? As if you've got one.
I'm the professor of triangles. Do you know what a triangle is?
Yeah, I learned about it today in school.
Give me the definition of a triangle.
I don't need to prove anything to you.
There you go. You don't know what a triangle is.
I do, but I just don't need to prove myself.
I don't believe you.
All right, you don't have to believe me.
That's right. That's how it works. Belief systems.
Yeah, well done. Hey, Trump or Kamala Harris?
Do you believe that aliens are coming from outer space to get you?
No, I don't. But I do believe that there's something out there.
Nope.
Yeah.
Space is fake.
You can believe that's fake.
Well, if you believe something's
hang on.
out there,
Wait, sorry.
Dude.
Sorry.
We can just prove it.
Do you know at night when you see stars in the sky, what are they?
Yep, stars in the sky. Yeah,
stars in the sky, bro. Light.
And you see the moon And you see the
Yep,
sun.
I see that too.
Yeah.
I see all
They're
that
all
same
they're
stuff.
all light. They're all light.
Amazing.
Yep.
So how do you know? How can you say it's fake then? If you can see the sun and you can see the moon, they're in space.
Are you telling me no stars and things you see in the sky? No, they're not fake. You actually see them.
Yeah, they're not fake.
Yeah, they're not 50 million light years away. I don't know whoever made that number up. No, they're all about the same distance away.
So you think like Trump puts a moon in the sky for like
Who?
12 hours?
What's Trump?
Like how do you not believe in the sun and the moon when you can see it every night?
Wait, why would you have to believe in something you can actually just look at?
Yeah. But,
You're the
oh,
one that said you don't believe
your
in
head's
it.
gone.
You're the
Your
one
head
who
is gone.
doesn't believe in the sun and the moon.
I do believe in the sun and moon. Larry,
But
that's in
why?
space.
Why do you believe in the sun and the
Oh,
moon? You can
shut
just
up,
look
you
at it.
bug.
It's not a belief
Shut up.
system, dude.
Shut up, you toilet. You are one sausage. You are one proper
Why
gimp.
would you have to believe in the sun and the moon?
Your head is gone. Yo, what state are you from? Oh, quiet little boy.
You're not gonna gaslight anybody in this room, bro. You're just a
You
sorry little pussy, dude. Pretty much.
sad little
Bye.
pussy.
Yeah.
You're also a sad little pussy on Discord.
Okay. Bye.
Wait, before I go, I'm gonna leave now. But what state are you
Mhm.
from?
It's irrelevant.
Sorry?
What state are you from?
I am from a city in England. You know Manchester?
Why would you dox yourself on the internet, bro?
I
To
can
people
say that
you
I'm
don't
from
know?
Manchester. Manchester's a pretty big place. I can say where I'm from.
Yeah, we don't care where you live.
I don't care where you live. What faggot just said that?
I said that.
What's
I'm not a faggot,
using here?
so I don't know where you're getting your delusions from.
Trace AI. As if that's your real body and your profile picture. Because if that is, you are jacked. Anyway, you're a bunch of muppets, bunch of plebs.
So that's
And
your
you-
What
argument
happens to
for
people
the
when you
Earth
tell them
being a globe?
space is
Shut up,
fake,
you.
Trace?
Yeah,
Trace, this
shut up.
guy is having a meltdown after he learned that space is fake and Earth is
You,
flat.
look at you there with your profile picture with a astronaut helmet on. How is space fake if you're wearing an astronaut? If you're dressed as an astronaut as a 40-year-old man?
So you probably haven't been able to tell, but
Why are
AI
you
drew all
arguing
this
with
for me.
why are you arguing with 13-year-old boys on the internet?
I'm not.
13
You came into our room.
arguing with 13-year-old boys.
You came into our room.
Yeah, 13-year-old boys are not allowed in here.
13-year-old boys are not allowed in here. Shut up, you fucking toilet.
And you can just be muted if you're gonna act
Shut up,
like a
you
little
sausage.
child. And then you ran away.
Good morning, Grace.
Hey,
Or I should say good afternoon to you, right?
yeah, I've been up and about.
All fun and games until their troll fails.
I was hoping we could have a good conversation, but I guess you don't get everything you want.
He came in like that, man. That was the first question out of his mouth. Are you guys retarded? He was already spiraling.
Yeah. Happens.
I am disappointed though. I've seen better spirals, and I miss a good spiral.
Was trying some weird Trump trigger, which that's not going to work in here. We don't give a shit.
Yeah, all politics are the same.
Yeah, I can't measure politics.
Trump placed the moon in the sky. Trump made the Earth globe. We're just like, it's not working. We got mad.
Well, now would be the chance for any Glober listening on YouTube or maybe Anthony Burroughs. I don't know if you've spoken to him yet. To ask any questions or present any evidence you think you have for the globe. This would be the time.
Super quiet.
Well, you told me that I have background noise and that you were going to red mic me. I got afraid for a second.
I was only kidding. Well, don't have background noise. Don't leave your mic open.
I want to like be able to respond, but sometimes I'm in the middle of doing something and I can't find what right away. That's why I'll leave my mic open. But like you said, there's background noise. Hey, are y'all ready for an event?
I was talking to Drace anyway. He is super quiet. At least on my end, I have everything turned up for him.
No, Drace is super quiet. Who's ready for an event?
What's the event?
Freak Out Friday.
Freak Out Friday.
Sounds good to me.
We allow Globers to come in and open their mic and then freak out, and then we try to calm them down. It's new strategy.
Relax.
It's like letting
Listen
them,
to the
the
sound of my
kids running
voice.
around in the living room for like 15 minutes until they start getting tired and they want to sit down. Then they'll start sitting down. Then you can start telling them stuff. That's what I do.
Guys, why you're not speaking? Hello.
Welcome to the channel, Nitik. Do you have
Hello,
any
Drake
questions?
AI. Are you seriously AI or what?
Yes, I am an AI language model. How can I help you?
So how I trust you? You are AI. Trust, like, what kind of trust you have?
I'm sorry, I could not understand that.
Okay.
Can only tell you truth and facts.
Professor Triangle 3D, PhD.
Is that what you say to all male AI models? You say, "Hey, I want to test you out. I want to get inside of you."
Yeah, okay. So
Come on, bro. What's up?
yeah,
How do you know the Earth is? Do you know the Earth is a globe?
slang dog. I can't pronounce, but you are speaking right.
Yeah, swole dog. Yeah.
Hey, well, nice to meet you, brother.
Nice to meet you, man. So, do you know the Earth is a globe, or do you know that it's flat?
What's the flat? I don't know. Like, tell me what is flat.
Well, if the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be what?
Oh, how, bro? How surface is flat? Tell me.
Yeah, the surface of the Earth is not curving. Water is flat on the surface.
I don't know. It's kind of theory, I think.
Well, it's real simple,
Kind of,
right? Like if you
kind
if
of
you
a,
have a if
kind
you
of a
have a swimming
hypothesis.
pool, if you have a swimming pool, the surface of that water is flat or is it curved?
I think it's lay down on the floor.
It's flat, right?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, and if you got a lake, the surface of that water is flat also, right?
Yeah, it's kind of in a bowl shape.
It's a ball shape. Now lakes are balls.
Balls are round.
What? Lakes are balls?
Funny. Who's in the
Dude,
chat?
reality. Come back to reality. What are lakes? Are they balls or are they just flat?
I think balls are in a spherical shape.
Whew. Too bad.
Balls are in a spherical shape. Lakes have a flat surface.
Bro, how? How in the flat?
Thank you, AI.
AI, tell me why a lake is flat?
Because there's
Because
no
of air
surface
pressure.
curvature on the surface of the lake.
Oh, damn. I have a self-doubt on myself.
Air pressure presses down on the water, making it flat.
So what do you want to tell about physics? That how physics works then?
I just told you.
Like, how I tell you? Wait. I have a proof. I can prove that it's kind of a uh, you all guys believe in that Earth is flat. Am I right?
It's not a belief, it's measured flat.
So
I told you AI is only going to tell you the truth.
it's a kind of sort of bullshit, bro.
Are you mad because Earth is flat?
Bro, why? How I can you prove me that Earth is flat? First you prove me, then I give my
Yeah,
opinion.
easy. It's easy, dude. There's no curve. What else can it be?
Bro, go to in the outer space, then watch the planet.
Oh, you're going to be disappointed. Space is fake.
You can't go
Bro,
to outer space, man. You'll never go to outer space.
damn.
I
Okay.
feel good now.
So
Starting to get my
NASA and all kind of
I have
space
super, I have
organization are.
superpowers, Nitik. I have superpowers. You know what my superpowers are?
What kind of superpowers you have?
I am able to ruin the globe for globers just with a few words.
Why your name is Professor Triangle?
You know what a triangle is?
As it's a kind of three kind of corners connecting to each other.
Kinda. What else you got?
But we can also say that Earth is oval also.
What?
Yeah. Like first, let's take an example of bubble. Like if uh wait.
He must not wanted. He must have not wanted to ask about triangles. He knew he was dealing with a professor.
Yeah, something happened, huh?
He's like, wait, triangles, spheres. That doesn't logically follow. Let's move on. Is that better now? Is my background noise much better?
Yeah.
I appreciate y'all enduring me to work out. I apologize for the. Like I said, I was testing it, making sure. Drace AI, you're getting better with your AI logic, man.
What?
Hey, Drace, you could go by Logic AI. That'd be pretty dope.
Yeah. It's a bit slow day. I blame myself for not hooking that guy in more.
Yeah, you sound a little down, dude. Like you had a long week, or you just
I'm
got
just
things on your
tired.
mind.
Yeah, it's like there's a lot of stuff that needs to be done around Christmas.
Gotcha. And Christmas is always like a hyper focus time of the year. What's up, new people? How do you know the Earth is a globe?
Yeah, welcome to the channel.
They told me in school that the Earth was a globe too. I believed it for a long time.
And then you start looking into the supposed evidence for the globe, and you start realizing it's much weaker than you assumed when you were taught this belief system in school. And so you go out into the world and you try to verify the globe belief to be true. However, it just fails. empirically.
I remember when I was looking into it, I couldn't find any flat earthers. Right, it was all like a bunch of Glover magazine articles saying we know the Earth is a sphere, flat Earth is stupid. And then it dawned on me right then and there, like, could I have been tricked? I'm being weaponized with propaganda right now. Could I have been tricked? And then all of a sudden, I start realizing, I mean, my whole life I just thought the Earth was too big to see the curve. So how does it work now, right?
Yeah, and then you find out how big it's supposed to be and where the curve is supposed to be on the globe, but it's just not there in reality, and you're like, wait a minute. They're using orthographic side calculations to reify the globe into existence and then comparing it to projective vision, where you have perspective collapse, where the sky and the ground appear to meet. And so the angles and everything, it's not accounted for when they assume the Earth is a globe. They just reify it based on drawing perspective as a curve.
The distance to the horizon did seal it for me, Drace, because as soon as I found out that from my observer height, the distance to the horizon is about 3 miles or less, I knew right then and there that the Earth was flat, because it's like I've seen things 20, 30, 40 miles away.
Yeah.
That should have never been able to be seen. And I thought, wow, I remember seeing those things and thinking, wow, the Earth is really big. But I never knew how big it was. And then when they told me how big it was, I'm like, that's still pretty big, 40 miles to 24,000 miles. That's not that much. But then you find out based off of geometry where the horizon is, and it's like, that's not right.
Yeah, and then you start to try to grasp at straws, and you're like, well, refraction's probably going to save it. And then you start calculating how much K factor is required for these observations, and it would basically turn the air into a solid. It's just so impossible. They don't have the mechanics actually to make it into a globe.
Well, they claim refraction, and, as soon as they claim refraction, I'm like, well, then how did they measure it to begin with?
Yeah. It
If I'm
becomes an ad
always
hoc rescue instead of actually any kind of measurement.
if I'm always seeing these things at 20 miles plus away, like refraction's supposed to be a special occurrence, just like mirages.
Yeah, it
Hello,
also lead
everyone.
to effects. We don't see any evidence of those effects, and that's one of the biggest ways to destroy this whole religion, is because it hinges on this ad hoc excuse that light is always bending to match the globe. So it looks really flat, it measures really flat, but that's just because the light must be bending to give you that view always. But they don't actually measure or show that the light is bending to create that view. And so using different wavelengths, we can show if it is or is not bending to give us that view. And wavelengths that refract less than visible light don't actually move the horizon closer when we can see too far. So their whole idea is just debunked.
What's up, new guy? We heard you. How you doing?
Hi,
Whoever said
everyone.
hello. What's up? Hello. How are you?
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine.
Awesome. So, do you know the Earth is a globe?
Mm,
Is the Earth a sphere, or is it flat?
what are you talking about?
Oh, whether or not the surface of the Earth is curving.
Okay.
What's up, Professor?
What's up? Hello.
Where you
Maybe
come from?
maybe you know the Earth is a globe.
So many people here.
You can count like 14 or 15. What's up, Anna? Daisy, Anna, Lindenton, PLMN.
Oh, great.
Hello, brother.
Ladoni.
How are you?
What's
Yeah,
up, man? How are you?
I'm good. How about you, brother? Thanks for asking.
Yeah, man. We're just trying to find some people that believe the Earth is flat, so that way we can talk to them. You think it's a globe?
Yeah, of course. Why not, brother? Everything, if you
What,
want, ask me. Just
what makes you think the Earth is a globe?
it's good, brother.
We're just trying to learn more about the world that we live in.
Okay, I'm from Afghanistan, and right now I live in Afghanistan.
Awesome, man.
How
What
about
about
you,
the
brother?
Earth?
Where do you
Is
live?
the Earth flat or is it a sphere?
Oh, it's flat, brother.
Oh, right on, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. How
Cool.
long have you known the
Brother,
Earth was flat?
what?
How long have you known that the Earth is flat?
It's too flat, brother.
Okay.
Where do you live, brother?
I live in America, man.
In America. Oh, brother, I need someone live in America or Canada. I have a especially question. Could I ask it? It's not private question. It's for about studying and visa, a student visa. Can I ask you?
I don't know anything about student visas.
No, just about university or uh, wallet bank statements. Which bank do you use as PayPal is allowed? Or which university is very famous in America? These
They're
are
all
my
famous.
questions.
I use all the banks.
Okay.
I use all the schools.
Okay. Brother, America now is cold or not?
America's what?
It's cold. I mean weather. The weather is hot, cold.
Depends on where you're at.
Yeah. Okay. Uh, America is good place or bad place for working, for starting a new life. I mean, not for other things.
Everywhere's a good place to start. Just you guys got to find your audience.
No, brother. I'm forex trader. In Afghanistan, the Taliban said forex is haram. I know why. Because it's not haram. We are Muslim. For that case, I think other countries have this limit or not.
Other countries, what?
Have a limit or not
I don't know.
about trading. Oh,
I
okay,
don't know.
okay, bro. You are from America or other countries?
I just told you where I'm from.
Oh, cool.
What is it? What does this have to be? What does this have to do about science or the shape of the Earth or math?
Brother, I passed my TOEFL, and now I can go in Europe, but I don't like Europe. Europe is not very interesting for me because I love America or Canada. I want to go for America, and I
Apply for
want
a
to
visa
find
and
it.
go, man.
What?
Apply for a visa and go.
Yeah, and yeah, no. At first, I want to talk with a university and send my a TOEFL score and other papers the university need. For that case, university gave me a paper of embassy. When I go to Embassy of America, they see my paper, and then in this paper I have an ID code, and searching my ID code and see my all result. If I agree, the American Embassy gave me a visa.
Yeah, man. Good luck.
Thanks so much.
What's up, Daisy?
Do you have any question, other? You can ask me.
Yeah. How long you been a flat earther?
What? I can catch your
How
question.
long have you been a flat earther?
It's
How long
long.
have you known that the Earth is flat?
It's long to 1 year, brother.
Oh yeah. What
Yeah.
made you realize the Earth was flat?
Yeah, brother.
What helped you realize the Earth was flat?
What hurt is brother, when you're thinking about something, you when you wanna get a good result, first you think about the bad way, and then you think about the benefit of this work. I think it's helpful very to get a result. What do you think, brother? It's my mindset. It's not very important for other people.
I think
Just
there's a little bit
comment.
of a language.
Cool. Brother, how can I? Do you know how can I pass my speaking result, TOEFL? How can I pass the speaking test of TOEFL? Just told me your comment. Anybody is here to want to talk with me?
I think I'm gonna leave. You have background noise, Milad Gianni.
Oh, brother, I'm sorry. Yeah, I just listening to music.
Yeah, no problem. Just mute yourself when you're doing it.
Okay, brother. How are you, brother? You good?
I'm great. If you have any questions, feel free to ask them.
Where are you from, bro?
I am from Iceland, but when I say ask questions, it's concerning the server topic or the channel topic, more specifically, Flat Earth. That's what we're here for.
Oh, cool. Um, brother, could you give a topic for us to want to ask and talking about that?
No problem. For you, we can go into the Quran. It says that the earth is flat, just like all the other ancient religions. They all say the earth was flat. However, we got Greeks who came up with this cult idea of a globe and then sold it to the world. So now we're all part of that new belief system, that new religion. So people like you who understand that the earth is flat are more in line with your religious views if you are a Muslim, for instance?
Yeah, brother, I'm Muslim, but I don't know. I don't have information about Greeks, so I can't answer it, brother.
Yeah, it's supposedly I don't read or I think I own a Quran somewhere, but I just haven't read through it all. But I've been told multiple times by Muslims that in it it says that the earth is splayed out like a carpet and then has like a covering over it, according to the text. And just like all the other ancient religions, they have similar descriptions of the world. The Egyptians had a flat world with the Nut, the goddess, like draped over it like uh, a carpet or a dome or whatever. This is different descriptions for the same uh, basic cosmology. We're not uh, selling any particular cosmology. We're just looking at the world as it is and testing it against different religions. And the globe religion just failed, and so that opens the door for all the ancient religions, and people can choose what they want.
Absolutely, brother. At first, I want to told you about my religion. My religion is it's a freedom. Everyone can choose a religion. It's not for those guys who wanna when you wanna become a Muslim, you try to bad way. No, 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 brother. It's freedom, absolutely. When you wanna come for my religion, for Muslim religion, you just you just say my kalima and that's it. But if you don't want, don't say it. For Afghani and for Afghani carpets and Afghani design home, yeah, brother, it's part of our culture. We using a beautiful carpet, created by machine and created by own hands. It's different, brother. The carpet created by machine, it's not very expensive and that's good. But the carpet created by own hands for people of this place, it's absolutely expensive and very, uh, very smart, brother.
Yeah, handcrafted stuff is always much better than some mass-produced machine stuff.
Yeah, brother.
I like the character in it, and I think it has so much more room for artistic expression compared to standardized stuff.
That stuff.
But that's kind of what the globe is. It's a standardization. You're all supposed to be standardized in your belief system and have this collective world religion. Like all were supposed to believe we're on a globe together, and so that kind of binds you together into this ideology.
Yeah, brother. All staff is working in other countries. For in my countries, staff actually when mm, the president was changing, and for this way we don't have any specific job, and jobs have a very low cost, and our uh, money have a very low price between of dollar, United States dollar, and our gold is also expensive. For that case, we don't have any specific job, and job is very low. We can find it a specific job. You know what? In Afghanistan right now, a doctor working in taxi, like Uber, like a own taxi, but in other country, staff who want to get working and change it like a staff, he can working easy and have a those work. He have a skill, right, bro?
I think I understand you. I'm not sure.
I mean, uh, I told you about different work or stuff for people of Afghanistan and other countries.
Yeah, different work conditions and like as a doctor, you might have to be driving an Uber. You were saying something like that?
Yeah. And my countries, when the president was changed, we have a bad finance or economic of countries, because
Yeah.
everything is changing. For that case, the doctor need money, not need the job right now. And every for neither very the life was very bad way for uh, pushing him. He changed as a scale and skipped the scale. He is a doctor but working over. But in other countries, if you want to have a work, first you select your skill. Like I'm engineer and I want to work in engineering uh, office. Like you're a doctor, you want to work in hospital. But in Afghanistan, it's changed, brother.
Yeah, and I can't imagine how it is like there. Like I live in a tiny little island in the north, so
Yeah, brother, absolutely. Where do you live, brother?
the land of ice and fire, Iceland.
Iceland. Yeah, it's a very beautiful place.
We got clean air for now. So have you ever been to a large lake or an ocean and seen something from the water's edge, like 10 miles away, roughly?
For 10 months ago. Brother, what does mean? I can catch your question.
So, if you have a large body of water near you somewhere, like an ocean or a large lake, uh, preferably one where you can see the horizon on the lake itself, you can then look for distance markers either along the coastline, boats, or other things, and you can determine how far away the horizon appears to be from your position and height above sea level, or the water level essentially. This can allow you to calculate how far away from you the horizon should be and how far away the horizon is, and you can debunk the globe yourself.
Oh, okay, brother. That's cool.
Hey, Drace, have you seen that Great Salt Lake laser test? The 21-mile one.
I haven't seen what you have.
It was a famous, flat Earth test, and in the test you can clearly see Earth's curvature.
Yeah, no, that I've never seen anything like that. I've seen hundreds of tests that show zero curvature, so.
But it's one of the most popular ones. I don't know how you haven't seen it.
I don't know what you're talking about if you're saying it's one of the most popular ones. So, since all the flat earthers I know have never seen any Earth curve anywhere.
You haven't seen. Wait, some guy muted me in the side chat. I don't know why. But... I mean, basically, it was a flat Earth test, with the lasers, and they showed the curve in that test.
Yeah, well, you believe that. I haven't seen it. You're welcome to send it to me, and I'll watch it.
I'll send it to you right now.
I can tell you what their problem is once I watch it.
Hey, Drace, brother, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Do you know about TOEFL exam?
Say it again. Do I know about satellite? What did you say?
I said, do you know about TOEFL exam?
TOEFL? No, I don't even understand what you're saying.
TOEFL. TOEFL.
TOEFL exam? No, I have no idea what that is.
It's an international exam for on English. International exam on English language. When you have this pass this, you can get a student visa of every countries, like America, like London, like other countries.
Interesting.
Yeah, bro.
I mean, my English is pretty decent. I could probably do something like that.
Yeah, Grace, I sent you the videos. The first one is the test itself, and the second one is the one which shows you and points out the curvature in the test.
I'm not seeing any messages.
Go to those messages like your
I
go
found
to.
it. You're marked as spam for some reason. Yeah, this is not a flat Earth test. I can tell you right away. It's a slice Barcane.
No. The first video is the real original test.
Yeah, Slice Barcane is a liar, but I'll watch it.
Why is he a liar?
Oh, we've been catching him out lying over the years. Like, he's been in this discussion for like 10 years.
And what did he lie about?
Oh, many things over the years.
If you could point out where he lied, that would be,
I'm gonna watch the video and then see what I see.
Yeah.
Yes. Hello. Can I ask you something? Do you really believe that Earth is flat?
No, bro, the Earth is not flat. The Earth is not flat, brother.
Yes, but what
And what's your proof
do
the Earth is not
we
flat?
mean?
Hmm?
Yes. What
It's
aspect to see that Earth is flat? What?
brother. It's a sphere, but more auxiliary of Espel, Spirit, and Absolute, meaning the buildings of anything. When you can go after uh, other countries or other, and everything is same, everything is soft, right? You think the Earth is also flat, but no, it's not flat. It's oval.
I think Earth is flat enough to we live.
Mhm.
I am showing some courage to speak. Milad,
Yeah, brother.
you're from Afghanistan.
Yeah, brother.
What time is it?
Time is 8 o'clock, brother.
You support
Nice.
Taliban or not?
What?
Do you support Taliban's or not?
No, brother. I don't support Taliban or other armies of group. Why I support it? I'm
How
a
did the
normal people, brother.
how did the country change after they came into power?
It's a lot of change, brother.
Is it good or bad?
Yeah, it's 18% bad, 14% good.
18% bad, 14% good.
Yeah, 14.
I'm from Mongolia, by the way.
Oh, brother, cool.
Yeah, I watched enough of that video right now.
Mm-hmm.
He's doing the classic issue where he's taking something in projected view, something you see in perspective, and converting it into orthographic side calculations. He's not actually debunking anything or proving anything.
So why is there missing land when you look
Vertical
at that?
compression? Yeah, That's
That's
what would be
vertical compression,
expected.
yeah.
Yeah, that's what would be expected.
But how can you get that much vertical compression over 21 miles?
Because what you're actually seeing vertical compression is a very tiny angle in the eye of the observer, not a massive thing getting compressed right in front of your eyes.
You mean in a lens of a camera, not the eye of the observer?
Yeah, that's the same thing. It's all in, you're looking in projected geometry. That's how your
Yeah.
eyes works. That's how the cameras work.
Yeah.
And you need to account for that when you're trying to reify into existence Earth curve.
If you had a powerful enough camera, would you could you make it out better? Would it be less
No.
compressed? So how do you calculate it? How do you prove that it's compressed geometry?
Because first of all, you start with accounting for the optics. The optics create perspective collapse. You can see this in hallways. You can see how the walls and the floor and the ceiling all appear to come together. They're not actually coming together. It's just optical. And so first you account for that, and then you account for other variables that affect that. Like if you have any of the rays coming off of the bottom of those stacks, for instance, if any of those rays are slightly bent down, you lose those rays because they hit the water. And so there, at no point did he prove...
Why are they bent down?
Because there's more dense air near the surface, and with Fermat's principle, as the rays are hitting the more dense layers, and because it's not perfectly horizontal, it's actually moving with the pressure gradients and the like high and low pressure systems, so they're constantly flowing into each other, creating angles.
And how do you prove that's what happens?
This is
With
physical mechanisms of how the world works. So
and
first you
how do you
start with
prove it?
how you see the world. Then you start with what happens to the light when it gets to you, and then you need to test, like, is the light being bent around the globe to hide the globe, or is the light just not all of the light is reaching me, and so I'm not seeing the bottom of the thing. So you can test for that using different wavelengths, because different wavelengths refract at different rates. And so if you can see too far in visible light, then if you look in infrared and the horizon appears to go closer, then you can be for certain that the Earth is a ball, the light was bending around to give you that view, because when we looked in a frequency that didn't, or wavelength that didn't have as much refraction, the horizon now appears to move closer and we can't see as far. However, that's not what happens.
So you're saying because you observe something on a small scale, you can take that on a larger scale and
No,
justify it?
what you can do is you can measure the surface to be flat, and they can tell you, no, wait, the surface is actually curved. It's actually the light that's bending to make it look that way. And so we can test their ad hoc rescue. We can test their claims, and if we falsify that claim, the rest of the Jenga tower falls down, because it all rests on that claim.
Yeah, but they can say you see the light that is shined by the laser because of refraction.
Yeah, and we just debunked
And they can
that.
calculate it.
No, they cannot calculate. They cannot do that beforehand. All they can do is afterwards. They can calculate how much refraction would be required to be able to see that. They never quantified or proved that there was any refraction causing that.
Yeah, but it's on the... Shouldn't the guys who test with the laser, shouldn't they measure the temperature all across the line, which crosses over the salt lakes too, so they can calculate the refraction?
That's why I just told you, You can
Why
just
didn't
use
they do
different
that?
wavelengths. You can just use different wavelengths because they refract at different rates and see if there is a lot of refraction, very little refraction. It's simple. And they did do that, as far as I know. They got the temperature of the water and the temperature above in the air on both sides. So Milad, you're not getting it? Provide a single measurement that proves curvature with no assumption or inference. You're saying, yeah, you need many of those to determine it. He's asking you to start with one. And you can certainly show with a single measurement if a surface is curved or flat. You can't show the exact contours of that, like whole surface. If it's curved differently, it might be a cylinder, it might be curved in one direction. Really feels like you got that from AI. AI has a hard problem with this topic because it's considered a taboo conclusion that the Earth is flat, and it'll hallucinate and go basically insane. So it's very easy, if you understand logic, to argue with it, because once you point out that it's being fallacious, that it's misrepresenting you, it'll just admit it.
Trace, you really believe that Earth is flat?
This guy can't believe it, man.
Yeah, it's measured flat.
This guy cannot believe you guys believe the Earth is flat.
Bro, water is flat, bro. I don't know what you want more than that. Water is literally flat.
Yo, mama flat.
Your mama is flat, bro.
Hey,
Hello.
obvious. Unmute me in the side chat, man. What you doing? I'm gunsling. Hell wrong with you?
when you go to the ocean or the beach, you think that your eyes are deceiving you, but no, it's flat, bro.
Ilya, it's gunslinger. What you mean?
I gotta run off. I'll be back in a bit.
All right, Drace, you take care, brother.
I am trying to understand the topic here.
You don't believe these guys believe the Earth is flat, huh?
Which guy? Richie?
This guy TLMM, he don't believe you guys believe the Earth is flat.
Who is he? Where?
This
I
guy.
Oh,
want to believe
TLMN.
that
Oh,
the
okay.
Earth is flat.
What did you say?
I'm I am trying to believe that Earth is flat.
I mean, you don't really. You can know it's flat if you just like look at the water and you know that water is flat. Then you know it's flat. You don't have to believe like you have to believe in the globe. You can know that it's flat by you can measure the water for yourself. Put a laser at one side of a lake and the other side of a lake. You can test it out.
I saw mountain this morning. Mountain is not flat.
Yeah, water is flat.
Yo, vintage bait. I got a question. What about like the size of the moon? Over the flat Earth. Why it doesn't like change? Because if moon circles around the flat plane, why if it's further away from your viewpoint, why it doesn't change in size?
It's a good question. I have no idea.
You know, maybe somebody else is
I
here.
mean, I'm pretty sure it does change in size. At least
Nice.
depending on the day, it does. I don't know about like
You
when it sets because when it's setting, it's like it's becoming daytime, so it kind of just like disappears from me. I've never really seen a moon set before.
I'm asking you about when you observe moon, like let's say all throughout the night, and it circles around
Yeah,
your.
it definitely changes size. Like
No,
if
it
you
doesn't
see the
change
moon
size.
rise, look, if you see the moon rise all the way through the end to the end of the night, you will see it changes size. Like you ever driven down the highway and then one you look out the window, the moon is small. A couple miles later, the moon is very big.
What are you talking about? Where did you see this?
Dead ass, bro. I've seen that for myself. You've never seen the beginning of a moonrise? It starts
Are
off
you even you?
small.
Are you're
Sometimes,
trolling? You're trolling now.
sometimes, I'm telling you, sometimes it gets very big, the moon.
Yeah. Any flat earthers in here, man?
Every time I went to the river side, I I've looked for some flat stone and threw it on the river surface.
Mm-hmm.
I know
Let's
some
see.
flat
YouTube. I'm gonna
stone.
look up moonrise. Moonrise. Yeah, I mean, uh,
My desk is flat.
You've never seen the moon getting like appearing to become larger as the night goes by,
Yes,
right? Like
big
you can,
and red.
yeah, like you can remember like sometimes it turns big and red. Like throughout the night, it gets bigger as
I
it gets
think
like
it's because
closer.
of angle.
But you can agree, like I'm pretty sure I've seen it get bigger in one night. Like it starts off small, and then it's really big, and then pretty sure I've seen that multiple times. Yeah, I definitely have, like, no
Have
doubt,
you
bro.
have you ever afraid of it?
What?
Moon is getting bigger and bigger, and it means moon is approaching to Earth. It's trying to going to
Like,
hit the Earth.
Crazy brother. Crazy, do you hear me?
You can't have the argument, so you block me. That's priceless.
You're looking brother for a logical answer, right?
what did you just say?
I said you're looking for the logical answer about that. Is the world is flat or oval,
Bro, logic is that the water is flat.
brother? Look. First,
What?
you can search about Allah, the power of Allah. You make it
Uh,
error, and then uh, when you know about the power of Allah, you can catch the logical answer. That's it.
You don't need Allah. You just need to go outside in reality and measure the surface of the earth to see if it curves or not. If it curves, then it's a globe, yeah? If it's not curving, then it's flat. It's very simple, not difficult to understand.
Brother, it's not
Mashkan,
oval
do
and
you
not
believe that Earth
flat.
is flat?
You think how it's possible? It's not flat or oval. Yeah, it's possible for.
Yeah, if 70% of water, yeah, is flat
Yeah.
horizontal, how can the rest
Yeah.
be an oval shape?
Look, brother,
Flat and
the
oval,
Earth is
yeah?
like a
Oval means curved, yeah? It doesn't make
yeah.
sense.
Yeah, bro.
It can
Okay.
only be flat or
No,
oval,
it's
like
not
you said.
flat. It's not oval or not flat. It's like a circle. It's a very big. When we see the water is flat, it's a very big circle, brother.
You mean a flat circle?
No, no, bro, no, brother, no, no. I mean the Earth is like a circle. It's not flat or oval. It's a very big. When you when you see a water, it's a flat because your eyes and the water size of the between of the earth, it's maybe uh 1 centimeter.
Centimeter. Öyle.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's alright. So what are you talking about?
Is the Earth is oval or flat? We're talking about that.
Oh,
Yeah, brother.
oh, that's good.
Do you have comments about that? Do you have what do you think? It's flat or oval, brother?
Flat. I don't know what you're talking about, but it's flat, whatever it is, bro.
It's 100% flat horizontal plane. Many people have checked it, went outside and tested the surface. Yeah,
Look, brother, I
long
give
time
you
ago.
look,
So
brother,
when you're talking
I
about an
give you
oval, something's oval is rubbish. It's not true. And if you're claiming to be oval, you need to prove it that is the case.
Yeah, brother, I give you a logical example. When you have in your hand a sandwich, it's so small you can see all of the side of that sandwich, right? But if you see a biggest building, you can see those side you standing there. You can see the 3D side. Okay. For that case, the Earth is very big, brother.
Let's see, who said that? Milad? Milad, do you have balls?
He got them nuts.
Do you
Yeah,
have
brother.
balls?
Everyone have a ball.
Okay. So balls require curvature.
Okay.
Can you measure the curvature of your balls?
No, I can't.
Why not?
I can't, brother.
I mean, you could try,
You
right?
could send him your balls, he will calculate it for you.
Please tell me how to do that.
Bro,
Send the
you're the one.
vintage your
You're
balls
the
and
one.
he will calculate it.
I'm not gonna find your evidence for you. Like, you have the burden of proof, so you can go measure it for yourself.
Yeah, I
When
will
when
try
I
tomorrow.
Yo, old dude, I got a question. Why doesn't moon change sizes when it circles around the flat Earth? Because it should if it's above flat Earth, depending on your viewpoint.
No, it does change size angularly, dude. Have you never seen a supermoon?
A what?
A supermoon. When it rises on the
supermoon.
horizon, it's absolutely massive.
Yeah, but if I mean, how do you guys say How do you guys say the moon even circles the Earth
Well,
on a flat plane?
it moves above us somehow in some sort of a. It's got its own version of an analemma. If you track it over the year, it's got its own pattern, but it seems to circle around north.
Around north, yeah.
Fully got it tracked. Though.
So shouldn't you? Okay, but shouldn't then? Let's say you're in a southern hemisphere, and at night, shouldn't it like change sizes dramatically because of the flat plane?
No, it's an angular size, bro. It's the size that we perceive it as. Sometimes it's really small. Does that mean it's going very, very far away? Like, or is it actually moving far away? We can't go and really test these things to gauge what's angular, what's perceived, and what's factual distance for a start, and how much of the so-called atmosphere is causing a lensing effect on it.
Mm. But shouldn't it be logical if you're on a flat plane and you got something, circling around you, and you stand on that plane, and shouldn't it, like change sizes dramatically? I'm not talking about 10 or 20% of size change. I'm talking about like more than 100% change in size. Because of the
Yeah,
range, how far it is.
technically, yes, down here on Earth, right? Like angular stuff to us, like a bee flying around you. You can
Yeah.
see the bee flying around you, but once it's too far away, it gets angularly smaller. That's a terrestrial. That's effect of like vision and optics down here. But what you're dealing with is celestial, dude, and we've got no idea how far it is, what we're actually seeing, how it's made, where it's created, what causes it, blah, all of that. So
Yeah.
to apply that it should be bigger and smaller, it's a good theory, but it's only a theory, and you can't actually put any physicality to that.
But is it inside the firmament or not?
I wish I knew, bro. I wish I knew what the firmament was or where it actually began. But again, I've got no way of testing.
But there is a firmament keeping the pressure inside the atmosphere, right?
Well, pressure requires containment, and the antecedent for
yeah.
pressure is a container. So
we are in a container.
it would claim that there's some sort of a containment, some sort of a barrier, but that's no guarantee that it's still 10 to the negative 17 or in what we class as space. That's no guarantee that all these lights up there are all these multiple millions of miles away, and that the other side of some container there is a vacuous area. That's just like in natural science, bro. If we've got gas pressure, it will bleed off into a lower pressure area eventually, unless it's some sort of containment, and that includes, what they call it, a variant, where it's it's heavy at the bottom and thin at the top. That still requires containment.
So why does gas pressure change with the altitude?
Buoyancy and density, probably. Some gases are heavier and we can test them in the lab. They stay in buckets for a while, but eventually disperse. Like bromide and all of that stuff, yeah? But like it seems to be a buoyancy and density thing. It's also changed by thermodynamics. When the sun comes around every day, heats things up and stuff rises and falls again. But if there's no support, things fall. If something's buoyed up, it's it doesn't sink. So it seems to be some sort of, I don't know, physics of thermodynamics. And like, I mean, most gases are produced at ground level, from oceans and trees and stuff. And we burn a lot at ground level, animals breathe, we breathe, the gases change and all this. But at higher levels, it's possible that some gases lose kinetic energy and come back down. I'm not claiming that, but it's possible that it's part of the thermal process. But again, it still requires containment under natural law. It's the antecedent for pressure, or it will just bleed off continually.
Yeah, I guess so. You can explain it that way. But what about the stars in the sky? Why can you observe like the North Star from southern hemisphere?
Apparently, you can see it from something like 20 plus degrees past the equator, which shouldn't be possible. But angularly, as we move away from stars, they lower in our vision. And it gets to a point where it's so compressed in our vision, even if there aren't mountains or whatever, which there kind of are.
No, we're talking about North Star.
Yeah, if you move away from it, it drops in your vision angularly, yeah? So eventually it gets to the point of occlusion where you can't see it. It's too compressed. You're not angular.
Shouldn't we see from a flat plane anything that is above us? Yeah. So if North Star is directly above the North Pole, shouldn't you be easily spot them?
Not
Why does it
necessarily.
matter the location on Earth from looking at a star which is far away? Why does it matter the place on the flat plane?
Because it's an angular relationship, bro. Have you ever been in a massive warehouse where you can't quite make out the lights at the end of the warehouse? It seems to go dark, but when you walk away way down there, like a half a mile down there, it's actually lit up.
That would imply those stars are like really close or something.
Well, they could be. They could be a lot closer than they claim. They say the sun's 93 million miles away, but that's just an angular calculation and a guess, bro.
Yeah.
We've got a mathematics professor that comes in here. He actually teaches in the university, and he thinks it's about 3,000 to 4,000 miles away.
The sun.
Angularly, not physical measured distance.
Yeah. All right. I don't
If we
know,
can't
man.
go and touch it, dude, we can't know its physical distance. So therefore, it's all angular calculation. But yeah, like it's you know how mountains shrink in the distance when you move away from them. They seem to get lower and lower and lower and lower, and eventually you can't quite see them.
Yeah,
Well, it's that
geometric compression, you guys say. We
yeah,
say it's a
angular
curve. Yeah.
compression. Yeah, things get smaller over distance. Well, it's the same. If you look at what a horizon is, it's where the sky meets the ground. It's where you perceive it. And if you compress all that information over enough distance, you lose the ability to resolve it. So technically, you're seeing from night into what would be day in a sense, and that's far too far to see in a lot of ways. So yeah, the stars drop angularly. It's a facet of perspective. It's they're not moving. You're moving away from it, so it's moving down in your perceived vision to the point where you can't see it.
Yeah, I'm gonna go watch some videos of flat. I'm trying to find some videos of flat earthers explaining why we couldn't see, the North Star from
Just told
Southern
you
Hemisphere.
why. You're gonna go look for people like us
No, I
on a
need
video.
I know more in-depth
Yeah,
explanation.
You want to know?
We've got a massive section called Optics, Vision, and Perspective on our home server. If you're not on it, 24/7 Flat Earth. It covers a lot of this stuff, dude. And there's stuff about stars as well. Huge sections on it.
Where can I find this?
Give me 2 seconds and I'll link it. Are you on our home server, 24/7 Flat Earth?
No, I didn't have the privilege yet.
Oh, bro, you're missing so much goodness.
We can't be sharing that.
Right, give me 2 seconds and I'll link it. Is it Prometheus?
Hmm?
Yeah, give me 2 seconds.
Yeah.
I'll send you a link in DM, dude.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you for being cool and having a normal conversation.
Yeah, I always have a normal conversation with normal people, except when Cyclone is in here. He always gets
Cyclone's
going.
too difficult for you. You can't handle Cyclone's truth, admit it.
Cyclone goes sideways.
Prometheus. Message.
So what's your opinion, old dude, on the undiscovered places of Earth? Where
Well,
where we
they're
didn't
undiscovered,
explore?
dude.
Hey,
They're
Cont, dude,
undiscovered,
what do you think of undiscovered unicorns?
No, but I'm asking him, where do you think we are not allowed to explore in the Earth?
Firstly, because it's too dangerous, mate. The world, the governments of the world can't have people just wandering off into the ice willy-nilly and having to save them all the time. That's just ridiculous. So it's for our own safety that we're not allowed to go to these places initially. But after that, I wish I knew what they were holding back from us, what we could actually see if we were to go there. I wish they would do a full exposition on what's really out there. If they're not telling us something, then why not show us? We pay them enough for it. But
Yeah.
what's out there, mate? I've got no idea. It could be all manner of things. I don't think there's an ice wall like Game of Thrones and
Yeah.
we're flying about in space. That's theory, conceptual nonsense. But it may just be more ice, mate. I've got no idea.
More or less. But is the Antarctica like encircling the flat Earth or not?
Wish I knew. Again, the AE map is a projection from the globe map, and it stretches Antarctica out to a ring around us.
Yeah.
When you see it flat. So, like, it's no confirmation that that's the truth. Antarctica may well be just a landmass, and it may not circle us entirely. But without actual confirmation, bro, we can't know. We can't go claiming things like heliocentrism does. Oh, it's this and oh, it's that. That's nonsense.
Yeah, but what do you say to those people that, like, you have a south south magnetic pole, and these you have those peoples that sail around. I mean, they say, I know you guys don't deny, you guys deny this, but they say they circle Antarctica, and they have their compasses with them, and all throughout their sailing, those compasses always point to the circle. They point to the southern.
Hey, dude, I tried to buy a south pointing compass about 20 times. They don't make them.
Yep.
No,
Compasses
but
go. There's a magnetic declination thing on north, and if you look at the charts on it, it's not always pointing directly at north. Sometimes it points way, way west, and then you go west and it's pointing back north again, same as or vice versa. The magnetic declination on south is wackadoodle as it is towards north. Sometimes
okay.
compasses spin when you get towards north, and I've even heard stories of the North Star disappears when you get underneath it. And like I've never heard anything the same as the South because nobody's been directly under the South Star, whatever it is, or centre or like star spin or whatever it is down there or over there. There's just not enough information to build a model in reality.
Yeah, but those people say they circled Antarctica. So what do you think they're doing?
Well, sometimes if like things like is it the Vendée yacht race? If you actually look into it, it
Yeah.
goes down and it goes like sort of in a great big C shape around the edge of Antarctica. But like, yes, it might just be a continent, dude. It could be just a huge landmass of ice with very, very terrible waters all around it. It may be, but like again, no one's ever traversed Earth going north from directly north to directly south and then all the way back up again in one continuous line. That's never been done. This yacht race gets near Antarctica and then seems to go around or past it and then veers away again.
But so you're saying it doesn't circle around?
I personally can't guarantee that it does circle around it. Some of the math implies that it does, but not all of the actual footage. I've never seen somebody go like from a point in on Antarctica go left until they come back to that point again. I've never seen that.
You mean along the shoreline or something?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I guess nobody filmed it, but they have bases all around Antarctica and on the South Pole and all throughout the continent. Yeah.
They've got bases. They've got domes. They've got mountains there that they call domes, and they've got bases. But most of the bases are in one sort of area.
What about the base on the South Pole, on the geographic South Pole, they claim?
Well, yeah, why not have a base there? It doesn't change the shape of Earth. I mean, south might be a way off to one direction from north, for all we know. It's not necessarily antipodal. So yeah, like they've got bases where they say they've got bases. That's fine. Maybe they do. Doesn't make it a ball. All the access to Antarctica is down through one area. Doesn't matter where you're from, you all go down to the one area, that little peninsula, and then you go inland from there. There's nobody goes round the back of Antarctica and gets in that way. Put it like that.
Did you get banned yesterday?
Yeah, but on a different server. This one doesn't count, so it's okay.
Because ban evasion, so it doesn't count?
No, it's the other server, so it doesn't count. Chill.
What, were you banned on 24/7 or were you banned? No, you just got there, didn't you? So it must have been
Spiraling out,
politics.
calling us all kinds of weird shit, going crazy, acting like a retard.
No, none of that. It's I think says who got mad because I showed them, that the FE core laser test they kind of lied about some things.
Oh
What
it's
they lie
you. I
about.
thought I knew the voice, dude. It's Gunslinger, isn't it?
Gunslinger, yeah,
Yeah, how's it
His
going?
voice, that's him.
Yeah.
yeah. It is.
Yeah, he's claiming people are lying and can't prove it.
Yeah, I
No,
heard all
but
that. Yeah. Did you come back with anything about the columnator that you thought they didn't use, or
yeah,
did you
I got you the
find any
you want
more?
the proof they didn't use the columnator. The president of the FE Corps says it himself.
Well,
You want the proof?
for, uh, by all means, send it to me. Yeah, I'm really curious because, like, obviously, I haven't been there, and it wasn't me that did it, so I want to know
Yeah.
everything I can. But Soundly, not Soundly, Slice Barcane stuff, dude. Sly's a dodgy character. He's been caught being nefarious in the past. Yes, he might want to expose things, but nah, I don't know. And for me, to be honest, the camera caught the centroid of the laser. The laser was seen in the cameras.
Where? Can you show me where?
Yeah,
Yeah.
the camera blanks green or whatever. You see the camera
But
make
how,
a dot. It's the
yeah, but
camera, dude.
how is it a centroid? How do you know it's a centroid of a laser, not the dispersed rays?
Well, it would
The light
show.
hit it anyway. It doesn't matter.
It
So it
would,
doesn't matter if it's a centroid or a dispersed ray.
Nope. Not going
But
around the ball, so it doesn't matter.
yeah, but they claim it's refraction. You see,
Why does refraction go around the ball and not the other way?
it goes in every direction.
Oh, so then it doesn't go around the ball. All right, great. So you win.
No, the light refracts in each direction, in upside, the downside, left
Prove
side,
it.
right side.
Prove it.
That's how refraction works of light.
We didn't use refraction. You're talking about heat distortion. There's a difference.
I don't think I'm talking about no heat. But let me find this for. Give me a
Temperature
second. Let me
differential.
find this. I'm gonna go find
Temperature
this for
differentials.
old dude. Yeah.
if it wasn't Slice Barcane, I'd be more encouraged to actually treat it as legible. But yeah, I've seen all his stuff. I would like to, if I got over to Europe in the next couple of years, I'm planning a trip, so I would like to go and sort of compare things one to one in a real world term. Someday I'd actually like to see somebody try and redo FE Core, and show us where it's wrong, or it's and if there's bend in the laser, if it's not the centroid of the beam, then that's fine. Go and put a smoke machine on with a laser, flood the whole valley with smoke, and shows the laser orthographically bending. Prove your claim, man. You get misty days where you could do that. Yeah, exactly. That's all it sounds like to me as well.
What?
What indeed? Welcome to the channel. Carolas, did you know your mic was hot? Would you like to speak?
Hell nah. Gunslinger gonna speak with you all, dude. Man, listen. I got you some footage where where the president of FE Corps says they didn't use no collimator lasers.
You don't need one anyway. You don't need one anyway. If the light hits the lens, it's a straight line. The end.
You need, because there's a lot of dispersion.
No, it doesn't work like that.
What you mean?
Yeah, did link it to me or drop it in chat. By all means, send it to me and I'll look through
I
it.
can drop it in chat. So it starts. I'll drop it in chat. Yeah.
Just
So
because they're making a focused beam and not using a focused beam, it doesn't matter. If it hits the camera lens, it's a straight line.
it's not a straight line.
That is.
See, I want somebody to prove this, Gunslinger. I want someone to go and flood the whole valley with smoke or mist, and then catch an orthographic of the laser bending. If this is your claim, we need to test it, bro. Yeah.
I'll get you back on that, but just let's finish this with columnated lasers. So
It doesn't matter. Columnator's not going to make it not bend or
okay,
bend.
hey, let me just speak with all Lou to finish this. This is not even important if they used it or not. This is just important.
You tricked him doesn't mean that you got it all under control now. You tried this shit yesterday, remember?
No, but I'm just telling you guys that this proves that in the video of FE Core, they literally claimed they used the columnator on the laser. Yeah, and they didn't. That's a pure lie on their part. I'm not saying
Well,
anything else.
Is the
So
claim
in this
purely
video,
that they used columnators on all lasers, or was it like just on other ones?
what?
Are they claiming that they used the columnator on all the tests, or was it maybe just that test that they did?
All tests in the FE Core laser 1 hour video. So in this video I sent in the side chat.
Circle that in the PDF where it says all the lasers have this columnator and give me the model number so I can look it up.
Yeah, I can do that later. Just let me finish this. So in this video, you have the president of FE Core starting at 1 minute and 35 seconds saying they didn't use any columnated lasers for any test because they broke the columnated laser on the first day and they used the uncolumnated laser for every single other test that is shown in the video.
There you go. Proving you don't need one.
Yeah, but I'm just saying they lied in the video because they made it seem so like
No,
they
said they didn't use them and they did it and then it burned out and then they didn't use it for all the rest. So it doesn't matter if it's columnated or not. It hit the camera. Earth is flat. Do you get it now?
Who broke
Professor,
it?
calm down. Calm down. So this interview that this guy is talking in was made before the video of FE Core laser test came out. The 1 hour video. This was before, and then they put out a video a year later in which they showed they used columnated lasers, but they didn't say anywhere the lasers they were filming wasn't columnated. They even made a segment of 10 minutes about the guy talking about how they need to columnate the laser beam and why is it so important that it doesn't disperse. And
Why
then
is it so important?
they
Why
because
is it so important?
you get like 20 meters of dispersion.
Tell us why it's so important.
Because then the laser beam disperses like crazy and then the laser beams bounce off the water, and if you like film the beam you will get like, or if you want to hit the target you will get like dispersed rays from the water from the laser on hitting the target. And mind
that
you
wouldn't happen on a ball then, so that means the earth is flat.
they didn't even show one target being
Ignoring
hit
what
in
I
the whole
said.
video.
Are you just purposely ignoring what I said?
Professor, you're jumping into my explanation. How can I listen to you while I'm explaining
You wouldn't
something?
get that on a ball. Even if it reflected off the water, it wouldn't go around a ball.
Well, it did hit the target, dude. You can see the big thing, the big flag thing with the crosses on it. That's what they hit. That was a target.
Yeah, but that's not the test. No, they didn't. That was not a test. That was like a shot from like 10 meters or somewhere close. It wasn't like a test that they did. They didn't show any target hits from some serious distance. You can check that if you think I'm not saying the truth.
That photograph was taken about 10 meters away from the target being hit, bro. He turned the camera around and pointed it at the laser and caught the laser.
How far away was the target?
I don't know which test it was, bro, but I know that that's what happened.
But how far away was the target from the laser?
I've no idea. You tell me. Which one was it? Which one is it that you're referring to?
I'm telling you, I know what you are talking about, but I think it was like I think it was like 10 meters or something. It was really close. That wasn't like
feet. Why would they do 30 feet?
They just showing what will happen when it hits the target. It wasn't
30
like
feet. My laser will still burn a hole in stuff.
Okay, Professor, your laser burns holes, but I'm telling you, if you actually watch it again, being mindful that they did not show any targets being hit in the experiment. That's all I claim.
Well, feel free to go and reproduce every one of their tests, bro.
Oh, there we go.
And feel free to flood the valleys with smoke so we can see the laser's transit, where it actually is, that it's not bending or bouncing off the water. If you want to try a GoFundMe, I would certainly give you something towards it.
That's all right, old dude. If he wants to do that, then we can't use his theodolite Jesse test he wanted yesterday too, over long distances, theodolite. So that's out now because the laser bends and light refracts. They're not using a columnator on the theodolite, are they?
Well, they're using the theodolite wrong for a start anyway, but yeah, you're right. If this bendy light thing, then that explains Jesse's problem.
There you go. You debunked Jesse. Yeah, you did that?
Who's Jesse?
The guy you wanted to use the theodolite that you said it's bigger than a triangle, bigger than 180 degrees. Remember him?
I
Jesse
don't know any Jesse. Who's Jesse?
Jesse Kozlowski or the main surveyor or Jesse Patholite, any of the surveyor ones that claim
Never heard about no
Yeah,
Jesse
you did. You tried
Kowalski.
to use theodolite measurements from somebody.
No, I had the measurement of triangulation of American parallel. Not no Jesse. I don't know who you talk about. You got me mixed up with somebody.
Parallel means they're never touching.
What are you talking about? I'm saying I don't know no Jesse. You got me mixed up. But anyway, the light you're seeing in experiments, the 20 kilometers one, that's just
No,
refraction.
we can't use them anymore now. We can't use either one. Can't use laser tests, and we can't use any theodolites over any distance from now on. So we can't even really build buildings technically over 20 meters or something.
You could actually prove refraction works at night in the way that you need it to if you were to do lasers and smoke and shows the beam curving. You could actually affirm that it still works at night from the light source as opposed to by the sun and the atmosphere. You could show us this, and we a lot of us would probably run away.
Yeah, I'll get on the deal, boy.
Good luck. I'll be waiting.
No Glober's ever gotten off a couch to try to do anything yet, so you wouldn't be the first time you didn't do anything.
Mick West tried, but he'd had to fake it, so. That's why we're empirical. We need physical hands-on testing and proof and evidence that we can replicate. I mean, if I've been putting 10 years or so of my life down into this for the wrong reasons because I didn't understand something fully, yeah, I'm willing to look at that. Why not?
How come it's always flat earthers that have to prove the globe? It can't be globe earthers.
Well, I don't know why people just can't carry on in their beliefs. They were happy enough believing and going along merrily until we come along. Why is it that their beliefs are so challenged that they have to get so vocal and upset about it all? Thank you, Sporadic. That's the thing I was thinking about.
If we canceled theodolites, he's gone. See that? As we said, theodolites are out. He left.
Maybe he's going to buy a laser columnator smoke machine and a Visa, bro. I've got a living hope, you know.
He needs to get a columnator for his theodolite too to make sure that there's no funky stuff going on because he doesn't even know what things are used for.
as long as he does the whole thing and he does it with and without columnator, you have to eliminate the thing you're claiming causes the problem. So, yeah, be scientific, do it correctly, follow the process, and expose things from all sides. And yeah, we can talk, but till then, it's a claim. Correlation isn't causation. We've got a target, we've got a laser, we've got hit on it, we've got camera evidence that part of the beam from the laser hit the thing. Fair enough. Show us how we're wrong. And then, when you're finished doing that, there's about 40 or 50 other laser tests that you need to also dispel that also hit the targets in different places on Earth under differing conditions. So, let's do this. Let's tear it all apart on why we're wrong, how it's conceived one way and it's not, where we're going wrong, and we can all go home. Hell, if you prove that Earth's actually a globe, I'll go out and buy an Oculus headset and go to space right here and now. Yep, perfectly good point, plain and truth. If the laser beam diverged and hit the body of water that's supposed to be in the way, it wouldn't hit the target. Or if it bounced back up, it would be evidence that it was bouncing back up in the camera's eye and that it wasn't coming from the camera. And how did the camera see the laser beam if it's, in a direct line of sight, if there isn't a body of water actually curving in between it? So the opposing shore and everything that's seen there as well is also being refracted up in the darkness to flatten level, is it?
Like I said, columnator or not, you see a little peak of a light, peep, like that for a second in your camera. Earth is flat. That's the
Yeah,
end.
dude. Yeah, that's why I want to use an arc flash over massive distance, Radwin. A laser welder, a welder arc flash. It's technically you could cut through an awful lot of the atmospheric problems with it at night. And yeah, If you see that dot, well, again, it's the same thing when you see stars on the horizon away out at sea. You know, there should be hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of miles, if not thousands, of bulge between you and where that star is, almost parallel to your eyesight. So is space refraction bending it up, or is dark refraction bending it up?
No refraction.
Yeah, dude. It's a story, it's a mental construct, it's a theoretical idea of wibbly wobbly light that we ran with in the wrong believing direction, mate.
Just an effect when you got over water, especially when they're two different temperatures. If you can get them about the same temperature, you probably won't get that. Well, most likely you won't, because I live in Ohio. I know what it's like to have the air and the ground be the same temperature, and you can see a long way.
Luis. Bye-bye, Ace. Yeah, I've worked in the water for a lot of time through all seasons. And there's been summer mornings where you can't see the opposing shore because of the glare when the sun comes up. It just vanishes into some sort of white noise. And that's only about half a mile away to a mile away, just with the angle of the sunlight cutting through and hitting the water and refracting right in front of your face. And that's actual real refraction. It's not wibbly wobbly, bendy stuff. It's such distortion and such glare that it's actually stopped me seeing it. 20 minutes later, there it is again. There's the shore again. There's a hill behind it, and there's a mountain behind that too. And the whole lot had disappeared, by the way. It wasn't mist. It's the angular effects of light. It distorts things. It doesn't move them around, really. But hey, what do I know? I've only lived on it all my life and used it in engineering, and you know, never once did I have to figure that level would curve after a certain distance and to tell the boys out on a job site, oh guys, remember now, it's got a curve. Never once. You get laughed out the industry for that stuff. That's what I told Scott Mackey the other day, that there's teams of people laughing at the nonsense that these people come out with about level being curved. Construction industry across the earth is going, ha ha ha, you what? Level doesn't curve. Anyone that works with water understands it. Plumbers, city infrastructure, civil engineering. We don't put runs in water pipes for curvature. We put it in so the water doesn't pool and it gets to where we want it to be. You don't factor in a globe for it. But hey, what do I know? I'm a crazy internet fringe theorist, sitting in my mum's basement.
I'm off until January 5th.
Nice one. Is the whole place closing down?
Yeah, nobody's going to work pretty much. I mean, people that need to make sure the place doesn't, freeze or catch on fire, there's probably facilities people working, but nope, we're not working. Nobody.
Yeah, it's the best way. It's a great time of year to leave long-term temperature testing running. Simple tests and simple stuff, yeah. Tensile tests and things you can leave safely. But if you've got the skeleton crew to make sure that nothing bursts into flames, yeah, everybody can go home and be
The tradition used to be during this time, it would come in like paint machines, but
yep,
we don't do that anymore, really, because we don't make oil like that anymore. The machines look like Some of our machines are like 10 years old, look like we just bought them.
Yeah, a lot of the paint behind, engineering, is for looks. And like you say, even with hydraulics and sealed unit, it still shows. There's creep, and you see it around connections and stuff where it's actually rotting the material. So if you go a different way, yeah, it's
So lucky for me, or us, I should say, where we work, we actually manufacture the fittings that don't leak for machines like that. So we just replace everything with our own fittings.
step
And
ahead
there's
every time.
no
Yeah,
oil anywhere ever. If there is, it's because somebody ran into it with a forklift or something. That's different.
yeah. And you don't want the hassle of having to do a HazChem report every 5 minutes, dude. Because it's all recorded, and if you don't record it, you get shut down for
And we run
misappropriation.
1 inch stainless everywhere,
Yep.
or air and liquid. 1 inch stainless everywhere, all fittings, everything. Valves, fittings, all the runs. Miles and miles and miles of it.
Yeah, my version used to be at Christmas. It was red paint. Well, it was deep clean stuff in the food industry. Closed down, deep clean. If you couldn't clean it, you painted it red, and if you couldn't paint it red, it got fresh electrical tape, red or black or yellow, wrapped on it. Everything had to be a cleanable surface. Couldn't be porous. But yeah, the construction industry is the same. It's not a time to be building or messing around or doing things or having people working in dangerous conditions. Even coming out to your work. No, it's not worth it. You're better closing things down.
Well, they just kept up with the tradition and just give us off that just throughout that period. It's all paid, but we just don't have to go in. Everybody. If we do go in, it's double time and a half if we want to work. If there's something to do and we want to go in, no, because I'm salary. But if people want to work, there's some things they can do. They get double time and a half for every day they work over the vacation.
Yeah. That was usually the deal with us. If it was a public holiday, it was double time. Civilian holidays like Christmas and whatnot, it was depending where you were or what you were doing, it could be up to double time and a half. Or what specific day it was. If you were giving up Christmas Day or New Year's Day, which here is kind of almost bigger than Christmas Day, because people like a drink and they like to party at New Year. So it's in a sense it's more of a loss losing your New Year. But family time, if you want family at Christmas, then you work New Year, and it kind of pays for things. One of the reasons that I can sit quite comfortably today is because I'm the guy who worked every holiday going. I'm the guy that would cover your shift, my shift, and 3 others at the same time. Never took holidays, always took money. And now, life is a holiday. I'm hearing a lot of ping pongs. Is nobody staying? Does nobody want to talk about the globe Earth or the flat Earth or why we know it's not a globe? Have I put everyone to sleep yet again? Laser Borat. Nice one. Right, I've stopped laughing. Overfound says laser Borat. I don't know if I can even say that. He ran away again. He's going to come back with proof.
Well, now he can't use lasers or theodolites because the bots were in here when he said it. So he's done. Now he's got to come up with a whole new plan.
Laser Borat. That's going to keep me for days, man. In fact, I have to meme it or gif it somehow.
What are we supposed to think when the best measurements for the globe involve dangling pendulums and claiming that gravity fields are causing them to deflect and curve?
Well, can't we do a force the line thing and actually model this with pendulums all over Earth and record it then? If there's a claimed effect, can we build a model on it?
Yeah. And I don't know how repeatable these effects really are. If they're even happening like this. But the funny thing is these effects are also mapped to a conceptual globe.
Yeah, that's the problem. And a lot of them are actually, you know, the thing about the mine shafts, and apparently the plumb bobs down concentric or parallel mine shafts will be drawn together at the bottom.
Yeah.
Like that's a cool story. Where was this done exactly? You know, like we've got a lot of mine shafts here. It sounds like it might have been done here. So where was it done, and why? How did they account for volumetric density at depth? Because you know we know that miners get the bends, and it's one of the things that was discovered when building bridge caissons, that you would have to pump air down and stuff like that, and people would have to come up from depth, you know, a reasonable rate, or have time to acclimatise. So where's the pressure variant being changed? That it's not something to do with that. So there's, like you say, there's a lot hidden in the math that's applied to a geodetic. So that's cool. Where's the one that's applied to a flat and non-rotation plane?
Yeah.
How do they know it's not a magnetic effect?
Yeah, gosh, I mean, there could be so many potential causes. You know,
Yeah.
and without multiple trials to show the consistency of data over time, I mean, we just have these one-off observations.
Yeah. Or claims, alleged observations,
Yeah.
which correlate theoretically, mathematically. Who's out there doing these tests now? Like, it's okay, you've got balls and sheds or whatever, but again, that's a lateral transition of mass attracting mass, theoretically. It doesn't apply any sort of up and down thing until you apply it to a geodetic or a ball, as if things were measured from around the corner of Earth. Not actual proof. We know there's a magnetic north that wobbles about all over the place. So, like, what's the difference between that and it not affecting this sort of downity thing that we claim, or that they claim?
Yeah, they claim that the magnetic field tilts and your compass needle will start to dip the closer you get towards the pole. And that's why they call these magnetic dip poles. And there's one in the South Indian Ocean. That's another thing. Nobody really talks about the third magnetic pole. it seems to appear all over government and academic research, but the vast majority of the public doesn't seem to be aware of it whatsoever.
Yeah, governments
and
and
that third
military.
pole's moving.
Right. Governments and militaries understand it implicitly because they're talking about throwing ballistics thousands of miles away in the art of war. They're talking about moving men and machines and planes and stuff through it. Again, for the purpose of threat or war. So yeah, it's they're well aware of it. You know, it's you look at the lost flights in Bermuda, and oh my, are they aware of it? You know, if you're going up there or you're flying in that area, it's you've either got right to fly there or you're military and you're told to stay the hell away from it. And you know, people just don't set out in bad inclement weather where they're going to lose the landmass and only have instruments that go wackadoodle, you know, and then they're lost again. So we know about it. The South China Seas with the flight that disappeared. It's another one. Went off radar in an alleged place. They claimed to search the alleged place, and where they found it was, well, maybe where it really did go off radar. But not, like geomagnetic anomaly accounts for all this wackadoodle. No, not really. That's very handy. But you're right, the public hadn't told these things, dude. It's just walked right by. Hello, Anna. Did you know you were in a flat earth room? Or did a kind moderator move you in here?
Hello, everyone. Hello. Someone is listening or not?
Hello.
How's it going? Fine.
Good. How are you?
Yeah, fine. Well, what's our topic about today?
It's about flat Earth.
Flat Earth.
Mm-hmm. What do you think the shape of the Earth is?
Actually, I had a debate with someone. According to my point of view, it is sphere, but I don't know about you. What about you?
It's you think it's a what?
It's spherical shape. It's not plate.
Ah, okay, got it.
Yeah.
Why do you think it's spherical?
I have some what's called arguments, but that, for example, one of a very simplest argument for that is that we have no corner of the world.
Corner of the world.
Yeah, I mean the point where the world ends.
Okay. Why does that matter?
It matters because everyone. This is what's called an advanced word, not it's a modern word these days. So whenever we go to some place, for example, to America, to Japan, to another country of the world, it must if it is plate, so it must have an end point.
Okay. But how if it's
Yeah.
flat? Be careful.
Yeah.
If it's flat and you measure it flat, you see it flat, you use it as flat. Would it matter that you don't know where the edge is?
Yeah.
So you have to know where the edge is, even though you're having empirical evidence that it is flat?
No. One thing you should remember, uh, the Earth, what's called the plane, it has curve. It's curved place by place. For example, some of the cities, the
Wait, say that
places
again.
are
It's what?
all the lands, all the countries. They have curvage. I mean, they are curved. Some of the
Where?
places are. Where do you
Where
live?
is it curved?
Where do you live? For
It doesn't
example, I'm
matter.
asking. I mean,
Where?
you
Just
live
tell
in.
me where it's curved though. I would like to go there and see that
I
it's
I
curved.
mean, I mean that it has low and high points. For example, now I'm living in one city. I go to some place out of the city. I go to some place that is higher than our place, and some are lower.
Okay, you're talking about the topography. I'm not. Nobody is arguing that there is hills or valleys. Nobody's arguing that. The
Yeah,
the yeah, that's not the argument. Do you understand that?
yeah. So
What
according to
are
point of view,
we arguing, by the way? I just joined.
We're
yeah,
arguing
we
the shape of the earth.
Oh, it's flat.
Yeah, but do you understand what we say when we say it's flat? Do you
Hmm.
Suzik, I think. I'm not sure if I'm saying
Nah,
your
I was
yeah,
joking, basically.
yeah, yeah. Continue.
Yeah,
Yeah. So do you understand what we mean when we say it's flat? We're not talking about that there are no valleys or mountains. You understand that part, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So then when you say it's curved, can you explain what you mean by
Mm.
that?
Do
I just
you?
means that it has lower and higher points. For example, I just not only mountains. We don't only go to mountains. Now you might have traveled to some places. Some there are a kind of what's called higher. Some are lower, and some are what's called plain. So we live in a world where there is higher and lower points. For example, I have experienced this. I have been too much places just in our country, and I can understand how it is what's called how the land of this country is. So that's why I told you that courage. By courage, I meant that it has lower and higher points. For example, some places are high, some are low.
Okay, but that's not, again, that has nothing to do with flat Earth.
Let me talk.
Yeah.
So
Do you?
wait, hold on, dude, just a minute. Because
Yeah.
I only have like 15 minutes to talk, and then I'll go. When you say the Earth is spherical, you do understand
Yeah.
you're talking about the heliocentric model, right? There's a specific radius that is given to us. We're talking about a certain curvature, a certain dip across a distance. That's what we mean, or at least that what you mean when you're
Yeah.
saying it's spherical. Not
One
that
But
there is high points and low points at a certain
one
place on Earth.
one thing
but
I want to tell you clearly that you are talking about the surface of the Earth or the shape of the Earth. There's difference because the surface of the Earth, most of it is plane, but the shape of the Earth is spherical.
Okay, so
And
when
it's
we're
shape.
talking about, you're arguing that it is spherical, that there is a
Yeah.
certain radius to it, right? We live on a globe, right? That's your argument.
Yeah.
I don't want to straw
Yeah.
man you.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
so then, so
can I
then, what
join?
is your proof? Yeah, dude, can you just give us a second, please?
Right.
yeah,
Um,
continue.
so can you tell me what your proof is for that?
It's more proof that I have that the sun, if the Earth shape and it's what's called surface plane, so where does the sun goes down after night? It goes around the Earth. For example, its shape is spherical. It's possible when its shape is what's called spherical, then you can have what's called, I mean, the circulation of the Earth that goes around the sun. Now, in mid of the Earth, there is night and midday. If the Earth is plate, so all the day long it should be a day. There should be no night. And if there is
No,
a
okay.
night, yeah,
So to explain that to you, I agree with you that we see the sun moving. Me and you both see the sun moving, but you claim that it is the Earth moving, even though there is no motion of the Earth detected.
yeah,
So you have a lot of assumptions there that go against what you experience, what me and you, what everybody on the Earth experiences. And also, you also have an assumption that the sun is a certain amount of distance with a certain amount of size, right? It has to be this ginormous gas ball. So where's your proof for that? You have to prove that it is a huge gas ball and that the Earth is moving in
well,
order to have your claim.
I said that it moves around the sun. I didn't say about the sun that it is a gas ball or not. The scientists say that, but I have not experienced the sun. I just told you that the Earth moves around the sun. So
Okay,
if you believe,
fine. That's if that's your claim, great. How do you prove that the Earth is moving around the sun?
yeah, actually, I have not experienced this, but according to scientists, they said it. And if you believe, so it's good. If you don't, because
Well,
I had a debate before with someone who didn't believe that even the scientists, even the what's called the companies like NASA and SpaceX, they have not sent what's called satellites that
yeah,
go
but
that moves around.
you just
Yeah.
said that you pick and choose what you believe. You don't believe that it's a gas ball, but you believe the other things that they tell you, like it moves around that the Earth moves.
Yeah,
So that's
yeah.
kind of like I mean, it's inconsistent. Shouldn't you believe everything that they tell you if you're going to believe one thing
Yeah,
that you
yeah.
can't verify?
Yeah, one thing I want to tell you, I don't believe everyone 100%. I just think with myself that could it be or not. Then if
Okay,
my
but
my
what
knowledge,
is your sorry to interrupt you. What's your empirical evidence that the earth is moving? How did you verify that what they told you, at least for that part, you believe that the earth is moving? So what is the evidence that convinced you that it is moving?
actually I only thought about them. I'm not 100% what's called okay, and I'm in the Holy Quran. It clearly says that the earth is also moving and everything in the universe is moving. So that's why I believed it.
So you just believe it based off of your religion?
No, not really. Do you know the Holy Quran is the only book in the world, the only what's called the most, the 100% okay and true book in the world.
Oh,
So if you
okay.
don't,
Well, that's
I
debatable.
have
That's a different debate, but
no,
it is faith, so it's based on your faith, not it's not based on science. You said that the scientists told you that. So now you're
yes,
moving to the Quran.
I told you that I when the scientists say something, I think about that. I, from my knowledge, from my guess, I then what's called I make a decision for myself.
Okay, so that's what I mean. It's a belief. What is the empirical evidence that the earth is moving? That's what I want. Not what the Quran says or what the scientists have said, but you said that so you
Actual,
believe it. Is that's the case? We can end it there.
yeah,
Like, that's fine. If you believe it, that's okay. I'm not gonna argue with your beliefs.
yeah. Actually, science is also from the Holy Quran. If uh, I don't say that you have no knowledge. I just told you my idea that the Earth is moving. So
Oh,
more, I don't know
but I
what
said
you.
that was a belief, and you were trying to argue that it's not a belief, which is why I was trying to uh, kind of pin you on it. But okay, that's fine. We can move on. If it's a belief, it's all good. Yeah.
So,
Okay.
so according to your point of view, what do you say about the Earth and the Sun? About their movement? Are they moving? Are they what kind of? What is your belief? What is your experience about this?
Well, it's just what we experience, what you experience. I don't feel, I've never felt, well, I have felt the earth moving because of an earthquake. Aside from that, I've never felt the earth moving. I see the
Yeah,
sun moving around each day and
yeah,
the stars and the moons and everything up in the sky moving, and we are sitting, standing, whatever, still. We're still, right? We're motionless. So
yeah,
that's my position.
yeah, yeah. They're good.
Well, it's just what we experience. It's nothing extraordinary. It's just if
Yeah, yeah.
as
It's
children
yeah,
you wouldn't believe that the sun or sorry, the earth was moving if
yeah,
somebody else didn't tell you that it was moving, right?
yeah, yeah, yeah. It's our daily, what's called our normal experience that we do each day, every day.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Well, at
That's a
least
really.
it's good we agree on that.
Yeah, we, but one thing I will not disagree with the truth I have experienced. So the first thing each one experiences is the first that they don't think about the earth that it moves around the sun. Actually, they think that the sun and the moon are moving around our earth. So that's truth according to your point of view that you mentioned. But I what's called I told you about the Holy Grail that I have my pet on it, so that's why I told you.
Mm. Yeah, and
Yeah.
that's absolutely fine. Until you provide or anybody else provides a like a tangible evidence that the earth is moving, then all other claims are, I will just dismiss it as either that doesn't have any ground or it's a belief. And so Again, I'm not here to argue about beliefs, though.
Yeah. No. Continue.
Yeah, but that's good. That's good. So, so how about the curvature of the Earth? Do you also just have a belief on that, or do you have evidence for it?
I have seen some places, and everyone experiences it in his daily life. But just like I told you before, for
Mhm.
example, we have canals. Most of them are what's called, and the bases start from mountains, and some are what's called artificially made. So they have a kind of what's called high and low point that it comes from higher to lower. So it's I have experienced it myself, so I don't have experience. But I have studied about others like what's called Aristotle about today's life. I have watched videos on YouTube, but I have not myself experienced this too much.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, again, I'm not sure if I'm the one misunderstanding you when you say high points and low points, but that's of course a given, you know, it's in reality. So, um, but if you're trying to defend like the actual shape of like the spherical shape of the Earth, then I would advise you to do a bit more research on that because there is no measurable curvature of the Earth that's out there, at least that I know of.
Yeah, yeah. I had what's called a discussion with somebody. I just told him 2 days ago that he's told me that Elon Musk and these guys they haven't sent. So he didn't believe that the satellites are going and these are moving around the Earth. I told him that I have a Wi-Fi of Starlink or satellite that's already connected with it. So he told
But
me that he didn't believe it. I told him that yes, I have not seen what's called the satellites myself with my own naked eyes, but I have watched its videos. I have already a Wi-Fi connected with it, so I believed that.
yeah, but that doesn't prove that it's out there. I think I understand what the person, I'm not sure who you spoke with or you know what their claims were, but uh whatever, there are devices up there, I think, but that doesn't mean they're out into outer space, out into the yeah, basically out into outer space as they claim it is. Do you believe that they went to the moon? NASA went to the moon?
Actually, I don't believe about the moon, but they have what's called space station according to them, and they have satellites for different kind of purposes they use. So more I don't actually know about them because I have not seen it myself.
Okay, well, that's good. Where
Yeah.
are you from?
I'm from South Asia.
South Asia?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I gotta go soon, so hopefully somebody else can continue this conversation with you. But yeah, come in and I think do more research. You'll find a lot of good information here. If you're here with like an open mind and you actually want to learn something, there's a lot of really informative and knowledgeable people here. So stick around and gain some knowledge. Okay.
Will
Oh
going
yeah,
move on
and
now?
space guy real. Go ahead and ask your questions.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Can we argue like from the start, like what you guys were saying? Like I can argue against it, basically. Like yeah. Do
Oh,
you have a point?
What did you ask?
Say that again. Yeah, I didn't catch the question.
I was basically like saying like, do you have and like something like a argument of why the Earth is flat?
So the Earth is flat because it measures flat. The surface of the Earth measures flat. There's no
From what
curvature.
measurement though?
There's like few laser measurements done over water, long distance measurements, and observations as well done, long distance observations that show that there is a lack of curvature.
From where? Like, can you link me to them?
Yeah. Okay. Anybody out there, can you guys link him stuff into the chat, because I'm doing other stuff right now, so I can't do it. But
I mean, but you were the one arguing the point, so I'm asking you like for a reason. Like, let me see.
yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
That's why I'm asking people to link it in the chat for you. So are you in the chat?
Yeah.
Okay, so there is one that Plain and Truth just linked from Taboo Conspiracy. So that's I haven't watched that video, so I'm not gonna make claims of that particular video, but it says there's 21 miles of observation laser test done. And so if you can watch that, and it basically is saying that there's no curvature for 21 miles, which is impossible if the Earth is a globe, or if it's a spherical, oblate spheroid, as they claim.
1 second. Oh no.
Yeah,
No.
take your time and look through the video that's posted.
No, I'm
So
searching
how?
something else. Like
What is
in
it?
something. I'm searching ChatGPT. Like,
This,
1 second. Let me
I mean, do
check
you
on how
believe
much
these guys that they really have what's
does the
called measure 21 miles?
Well, I do believe it, because I've done my own observations, and I don't have it recorded or anything like that. But a while back, I've done my own observations where I've seen way too far than I should be able to see on a ball Earth. And there's actually a photographer. I don't believe he's a flat earther, but there's long distance infrared photography that's been done, that's in the world record. Like the long distance is like, photography is like
Yeah,
255 miles long. That's impossible on a globe Earth. So you don't have to believe this particular video. You can go out and do the observations yourself. You can do the test yourself. So if you're near a body of water, a large body of
yeah,
water, go out and see on a clear day. Go out and see if you can observe objects at a long distance, and do it
yeah, but
multiple days, and see what your what the observations tell you.
yeah,
I
but we should
checked,
not.
like it should be like down by 90 meters in 21 miles if the earth was round. But what I want to ask is that how was it even tested? Like, how did they test like lasers with what?
Okay, give me 1 second, okay?
Okay.
Okay, sorry, go ahead and ask the question again.
I was
How was
asking
it?
like,
Yeah.
yeah, how was it like tested?
How was it tested? What was tested? The observation.
Like how did they come to the conclusion that there was no difference in drop or something?
Well, you're given, so the globe gives you the heliocentric model, I should say. It gives you a particular sets of numbers. They
But
say it's a certain size. So there has to be curvature along a certain distance. So
heliocentric,
if
I
you
think,
can't, so hold
just
on.
means
If
that.
but hold on. If you can't, if a certain object that you're observing, for example, in the 21 miles, if that object is not being obstructed by the curvature of the Earth and you can see it clearly, that means that there is no curvature.
But that
So
depends. Like,
Hmm.
it shouldn't disappear completely. Like depending on the height. Like I
Yeah,
checked. Like
absolutely.
in 21 miles, the drop by height should be about 90 meters. So it depends on
Right.
how high it was tested.
Yeah.
So if
Yeah,
it
so that's why I'm
was
saying watch the video first. Did you watch the video?
no.
Okay, so I recommend you watch the video first. We can, I mean, there are observation from 1 feet off the ground. What is 1 feet, guys? I don't even know what is in centimeters. 1 feet. Yeah,
Yeah, I
what is?
understand.
Yeah, you get like what 32 centimeters or something like that. I don't know. You do the the
Yeah.
conversion, but there are videos where or observations where 1 foot off the ground, and so from 1 foot off the ground they can see like beyond 9 miles, 10 miles away. So I understand what you mean, and all of that is accounted for. Usually when people do these type of observations and these type of tests, they account for the height of the observer, and they account for like other factors and other variables that might affect the visual, so
Yeah. And mhm. I mean, I don't know, I can't comment on the specific video because
yeah,
I have what.
just put it in the back of your pocket, watch it later and make notes and whatnot, and come back to it. I'm not gonna argue with you about that particular. You just asked like for some evidence, so that's what was provided. But you can come back to it later. I'm not gonna hold your feet to it right now. But let me ask you then, since we provided you with some tests and whatnot, what is why do you think you live on a ball?
Good question. But I think I don't truly know the proof of why the Earth is a sphere, but I still believe it because it is based it is repeated so many times in from various sources I trust. Basically it's something I trust, not really something I have proven to myself. And space videos, videos of space, you can see the Earth is a sphere. From that you can say they are fake, but in my opinion I basically believe they are sphere. So I don't really have 100% belief that it is a sphere, but I still don't, it is still way more than it is a flat because I haven't really observed the proof of opposite to be true as per se.
Okay. Well, okay. So when you go outside, in reality, do you see curvature?
No, but
Okay. So you said you haven't experienced it or seen it, but every day you go out, you experience flat Earth pretty much.
yeah, but It shouldn't
opposite of
really be the case anyways, because like in front of me are buildings, and curvature doesn't even start at that much distance. Like there are buildings everywhere. Curvature I
Okay.
think starts at
Have you
about
experienced at any time in your life, have you ever experienced a curvature?
No, that is I think because
So
like
you've never been outside of like building areas, the city? You've never been outside of the city where you can see far into the distance?
I have been to the beach, but I think at about the distance it starts to curve. Like it, I think just
Mm-hmm.
like the ocean. Let's say the ocean. If the
Mm-hmm.
earth was flat, you can say like we would see like beyond the ocean. But because it is curved, we like see the further beyond when it starts to curve. Like we do not see like ahead of it. Do you understand?
Yeah,
Understand?
I understand what you mean, but the problem is that again, it comes to the numbers that we are given. When you go to the ocean, at times, depending again on the weather and the height that you're observing it from, you can see too far. So there are times when you can see way further than what the globe claims that you should be able to see.
Do you have personally experienced it?
Yeah, I experienced, or I've done observations long ago. As I told you earlier, I don't have the like a recording of it or anything. It's just a personal observation that I have. But there are people who have recorded it and tested it multiple times, and
What
the one that is in the chat that you know, the video that was pointed out to you, that's one of the few that were that have tested it and shown that we see way too far. So actually, when you go to the ocean or a large body of water, sometimes uh, it kind of is the best place to debunk the globe.
But you are saying like that happens sometimes. But what about the other times? Why don't we see the other times?
Oh, because it depends on the weather condition. So if you have too much moisture in the weather, it can have like a magnifying effect or refraction, or so it really depends. That's why I said earlier, on a very clear day, if you can like on the weather channel or the weather app or whatever you're using to look at the weather, it will tell you I believe it's like the clarity of the day, and it will tell you like 10 miles, or I don't know, for you guys it's like 20 kilometers or something like that. And that means that that day it's so clear that you can see that far, right? So when one of those days, you should just go out and try to do an observation yourself. But if it's a really bad weather, you can't barely see like outside your window, right? So that's the only reason why you can't see far away, is because of all the particles and the moisture and that's in the air. It's not because it's curved. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but
Okay.
I think I personally haven't experienced anything like that, so I can't say.
Oh, come on. You have never
Hmm.
experienced foggy day?
No, I mean like seeing into the ocean something further than it should
But
be. That's what I mean.
have you ever gone out there for the purpose of looking for one? Because before I started looking into this, I go to the ocean and I never really look for anything, because that's not my thought process. So now, God willing, one day when you go to the beach, try to actually look for something that should be beyond the curve,
I
or
think
should be hidden by the curve. Yeah.
we can see things like beyond the ocean, but I think they are like too close to have the curvature effect. Like I think what maybe you had seen would be like islands like 4 kilometers ahead. Like we can see them while still the Earth being a globe, or like yards like 10 yards ahead, like 5 kilometers they can see like buildings. But I think yeah, that's possible. So yeah, I think maybe you had seen them.
But hold on though. You haven't done this test yet. You've never done this observation yet, right? You're just saying you're recalling from your memory that you've never seen. You don't think you've seen it before. So my advice is that you do the observation first and then come back with like your report or your record and say, okay, on this day, the I was at this height and the distance to whatever I'm observing was this far. Have all of your data so that we can actually talk to you about it. But you're just assuming that not like what I've experienced or what I observed was actually curvature, and without even knowing what my data is. That's not cool. You know what I mean?
Maybe, but I wasn't really like here to give a proof basically, because I don't have one. I was basically like here to discuss ideas.
Yeah,
So
and
yeah.
that's fair. And you pretty much, you were honest. You said that you it's basically a belief for you, and that's fine. You just believe the people that told you. You trust them, and so it's just a belief. And as I said to the other guy, I'm not here to argue about people's beliefs. Like, you can believe in anything you want, and that's cool as long as it's just a belief. But if you want to talk about this stuff, and you have proof for it, that's what we're asking for. Empirical proof, measurements, data, all of that stuff. If you have that, then cool.
Okay, I
If not,
looked
then
at it and I found a few things like ships like in the ocean when they go far, like they start to blur and then they basically disappear, and no matter how powerful telescopes we use, we cannot see them. So this can be observed, I think, and there may already be videos of it if I could find them. And like Earth's shadow on the moon, like we can see,
oh,
like
whoa,
I
you just
found this.
jumped from boats to the moon. Okay.
Yeah, these like I was discussing basically two different routes, like, and the
Okay.
second one could be like the Earth's shadow in the moon. You can see like it is circular. I'm pretty sure there may be
Is
videos of
this
it,
Chat GPT that you're getting your info from?
but that doesn't matter like where my
No,
info
no,
is
I'm just
from.
curious. I'm just curious.
Yeah, so
Okay.
uh,
So
yeah.
so then my question is, how do you know it's this? Like, prove to me that it's the Earth's shadow.
You can
You
one.
can. Can you
Okay,
go
okay.
verify it?
Is my mic okay? Okay. Yeah, what I
Uh,
was saying was like it would depend on like first defining like what stuff like outside are basically, and once we have like I think defined like based on what structure what is what, then we can say like that is the Earth's shadow. But I
yeah,
don't know.
but you can't, at this moment, you can't verify that it is the Earth's shadow on the moon, can you?
But then we'd have to prove like what else could it be.
What else could it be? I don't know. It could be a unicorn shadow on the moon. You can't prove either. I can't prove it, so I can say whatever. And none of us, both of us, can't prove our claims. There's a lot of
Eclipses.
like back in the days in the old ancient times. There's a lot of theories as to what an eclipse is. There's like black body. There's the I forgot. It's been a while since I've looked into this, but the Anunnaki. I think there's the uh all sorts of theories. So why would your theory be any better than the others?
Let me look at it. 1 second. I'll
Is
be
it the
back.
Anunnaki? No, it's not the Anunnaki. There's another word for it. What the Earth's shadow is. But yeah,
Yeah, I put a picture in the side chat. How do we know it's a shadow? I mean, it's literally the moon turning red. You don't ever see shadows in nature red being cast from natural sunlight ever.
1 second.
You guys know you can like do an experiment and cause refraction in your own homes, right? You know that.
Did you find the curvature measurement to justify the globe yet? I guess no.
You all heard what I was asking.
Yo, is this Black Friday? There is a discount or something?
Yeah.
Is that like a fridge for $2?
You trying to be funny or what?
Yo, what? Who are you?
Welcome, welcome. What?
Guys, what is going on here?
Hello. Hello. Anyone got a mic?
To speak up.
Yeah. What do you believe? Like, do you believe the earth is flat or round?
I observe the earth to be flat.
Observe how.
The surface of liquid lays horizontal, measures that way, and we use it as a reference for horizontal.
Surface of liquid is horizontal. That's what you are saying?
Yes,
Surface of what liquid is horizontal?
any liquid at rest.
And how does that prove the earth is flat?
Because if it was a ball like they tell us, then the surface of liquid would have to be curving, not horizontal.
But let's say like from, let's say about 50 centimeters, at that much difference of like earth, it's basically like not visible to the eye, like that much difference in nothing. The curvature,
Bro, what
the
are you
curvature
talking
would
about,
be,
man?
yeah, the curvature would be less than I think
What
0.0000001.
curvature? What curvature?
What is going on, man?
Like what I was saying was how the earth is said as a curve, like about every, I think 21 miles gives about 100 meters of it being down. From that we can calculate, let me convert it into kilometers, miles to kilometers. 33, that's 33,000 divided by 100. For every 330 meters, we see a curve of 1 meter. So basically in a 50 centimeter pool, the water being, it's basically like cannot be visible to the eye. How small would be the difference?
It's not detectable at any range.
Hmm. I think it is because like the ocean, you can say like you see like it being a flat line of water, but after that it it can go more down, and that what is further from the ocean, if the earth would be flat, would be
Oh, bro.
visible, but it's not visible. So I mean, what is your point? Like you are saying, like in any range, it is not visible. So you
It's
said
not
that, but
detectable. It's not only visible. Not only it's not visible. It's not detectable.
how can you say like it's not detectable?
It can't be measured. It's not measured to be curving over any distance.
How? Where? Can you say like that? Do you have something where it says like where it is detected of? One second.
Yo, bro.
Yeah.
it's never been measured, and all attempts to measure show a negative result, a curvature rate of 0.
Hey, bro,
Yeah,
what about multiverse? Is that real? Exists?
maybe. I don't. I don't know. I have no opinion on it.
Oh, okay. Then keep going on.
Yeah. Hmm.
Why everyone is silent?
I don't know.
So if the Earth was a sphere the size they tell us, right, it would have geometric consequences, which means there'd be a certain amount of curvature over distance, a drop rate, right, curvature rate. But we don't measure that. We don't see it. We don't measure it. It's not used like that either. Also, there'd be a horizon distance. There'd be a cutoff point of the surface visually before you
It
couldn't
is.
see any more of it. There
It
isn't,
is about
because
5
there
kilometers,
isn't. It's,
I think.
yeah, it's not true. It's not there. It doesn't exist. People get down at like one, you know, a few 1 foot, even less, like 8 inches, 6 inches, 3 inches above the surface of the water with a camera, and then they zoom in across the water, and they can see for miles and miles and miles where the horizon should be cut off at about 1 mile.
Are you talking about the same video that was sent before?
There's a few of them.
Yeah, but
There's a few.
you have to list it. Like which one or what?
You want to see one?
Sure.
Um, Hi.
Hello. Yeah. Yeah.
Wait, he left. That's rude. I came back.
Yeah, I'm back. Did you like? Oh, did you say that? Okay, let me see.
Hello, Mr. Space Guy. You're still here?
What? Let's discuss
Oh.
it like once, like in this.
What? Are you from
I'm
India?
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew from your accent because your accent is just like Indian.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way,
Yeah.
Peter, like this gift you send me, like, how do you know the distance between what he is observing with the camera is, let's say, 10 plus miles? How do you know that? Hmm. How does a person walk down making so much alone? I mean, snow leaves footprints, I think.
Mr. Space Guy, आप कहाँ के हैं?
Yeah?
आपका नाम पूछ सकता हूँ?
What?
You're from India, so you can speak Hindi.
Yeah, but I don't want to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No problem.
Observe. Good.
Yeah, Space Guy, I've got something for you in a side chat. I've got a video of somebody in a commercial plane, and he's got a camera pointing out of the window. And can you see the surface of the Earth below the plane keeps extending and extending towards the horizon and beyond? There is no curvature or drop over distance. I
Let
posted
me
it in the side
see.
chat for you, and it's just loading at the moment. So yeah, because the planes are at high altitude, so your field of vision extends bigger, so you can see
Yeah.
further. Yeah. So yeah, just pay attention because if the Earth was a globe, you should be able to observe curvature and drop over distance. But in the video I posted in the side chat for you,
I
if
think,
you pay attention to the surface of the Earth below the plane, then you can see clearly the surface of the Earth just keeps on extending and extending.
but I think that's true for like any sphere. Like when you see, like, let's say in middle of it, and you see forward. Let's say you are like so small that the forward is horizontal. When you move around, you should also see horizontal. Like it shouldn't be a curve unless like it's a bigger thing. Let me draw and show you. Draw. One second. Like when you rotate, the it should remain the same amount. Like let's see, Can I send pictures? No, I can't. Is there any media I can send in? Not even in photography. How do I get the pawns to send video?
Yeah, Space Guy. If you got a new account, your level, if it's under 10, then you can't post. You have to wait until you reach level 10.
I see. Let me just direct message you. Could not be delivered. I think you have direct messages off. Can you friend me?
Yeah, just 1 second. Did you ask me to send you a friend request?
Yeah.
Yeah, just hold on, just 1 second.
Okay.
Yeah, I've done it already. Yeah.
Yeah, let me send one more image.
What, you want me to post this in the side chat for you?
No, I was showing something else. Do you see my image, by the way? Like, let's say your view is small. When you mic, okay, it's back. What I was saying was, when you see in front of you and rotate the field of view, if it has not like increased, it should stay the same curvature, unless like your field of view is more bigger. And the height, what is the height planes fly? Planes fly at about, how high do you need to be?
Space Guy, I can't talk for now. I have to get back to work. Can you talk to
Okay,
somebody else?
bye. Yeah.
Hello, governors.
Happy Flat Earth Friday, everybody. Everybody on the flat plane.
Thanks, Sonny. You too.
Yeah. What is it, early in the morning for you? Or in the afternoon?
It's in the morning.
Yeah, you're like the morning the next day, which is really weird. How's the weather down under?
Stinking hot.
Stinking hot. Humid, huh?
Oh yeah, it was a warm night.
It's like your winter there, right?
No, we're in the summer.
Oh, you're getting into summer. Yeah, it's. I guess that would make sense. It's our winter. So in your winter, do you get the monsoonal rains then or during the summer?
Where I am, we're more likely to get your big thunderstorms and all that in the summer, spring and summer. Occasional one in the colder weather.
I see.
Occasional one. We get precipitation in the winter. It's just not like violent thunderstorms style.
Right. It's quite an interesting place, Australia. I have to say, it's pretty fascinating for us.
Yeah, it's a lot lower. Yeah.
A lot
You guys have
further,
such
a lot further out on the
high
plane,
altitude.
so on the
Yeah.
other side of the sun's route. So you're always looking at the sun in the north, basically, right? Pretty much.
Pretty much
Yeah.
until the peak of summer, and then I think we get a couple of northbound shadows. We get a little bit of northbound shadowing. But yeah.
So it just barely, like in the summer equinox, it barely creeps over to that side, right?
Yeah, like right now. Let me see. This sun is just on a area, so I don't get the same sunrise as the coast does, but sun's just come up. Yeah, okay. So we've got a northwest shadow, just slightly. It's just a slight northwest shadow of the clothesline, the pole of the clothesline.
Right.
Slightly facing northwest at the moment. So that tells you something. Yeah, but usually it would be facing north, southwest at about this time in the morning. During the winter.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. So when it's the peak of summer here and that sun is as far northwest as it can go, then we would receive shadows, or we would get shadows that are similar facing to the south. Slightly, not very much, but because in our winter, in our winter, yeah. So the sun sets so early in the winter, though, that you would probably rarely see those here, that is. But I suppose we do.
See, this is the thing, you know, because compare it with, you know, my magnetic compass, and it, you know, the magnetic compass is telling me that the sun's rising a little bit south of east, due east, right? And apparently that's not supposed to happen where I am. That's like it's not really meant to be significantly further south, you know, south of east. That's more of a thing that happens like further south, you know, like Tasmania, Victoria, Tasmania. But
Right.
I don't know. I just look at the compass and it says, well, that sun's rising southeast.
It's pretty interesting. I don't know about you, but what the luminaries are doing up there is much more fascinating to me than it was before. You know, there's a lot in question still about how all of that works.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, but we're spinning around in spite of all of your experiences. You're spinning around on a globe. Like, really? Like, it. That's what's so crazy about it, because when we came to this discovery ourselves, we started looking. I don't know about you, but I realized, wow, this is actually, I sort of knew this all along, but it just doesn't calculate because of the programming. Something very strange about that programming.
It's absolutely counterintuitive, isn't it?
Yeah, on almost like on every count and every aspect of it, and it almost, you know, goes back to like, well, I'll just say it, like the Freemasons, you know, how everything is upside down, like good is bad, bad is good, like all these weird satanic kind of belief system. As above, it is so below, you know.
It's pretty crazy, crazy stuff.
It's kind of quiet in here. I guess everybody will come on a little later.
Yeah, I think we're in the middle of a shift change.
Yeah, right.
I think they're starting their holiday vacation since they don't celebrate Christmas or Hanukkah, or they just have holiday vacation.
Is anybody here new or have any questions? Anybody at all? I'm not sure really who's new in here. I see Kim. We have Kim in the house. Are you on the mic, Kim? Amal?
Yeah,
Oh,
man.
I see you light up.
Hey man,
How's it going?
everything good, bro?
Good, good.
Okay.
Are you feeling stationary today?
Yeah,
Hmm.
feel so, bro.
Yeah, stationary, man.
Okay, I just wonder, bro. Do you believe that the Earth is a flat?
Well, look, I think we need to clarify when you ask that question. I don't believe the Earth is flat because a belief is different than knowledge. So they can be mutually exclusive. So Earth measures flat, so it's not a belief. The globe is what is the belief because you can't measure it or test it.
Absolutely, bro. So you
Hmm.
believe that that's
I believe all we need to do is go outside into nature and check for ourselves. And we'll find the fundamental nature of what's going on with the water, with the land, with sea level. Kind of the funny thing about it is all the globers will say, "Yeah, we're on a globe," but yet when they go out into the world, every one of them, all of us, practically use Earth as flat, stationary, and contained. There's no question. Nobody's out there using the globe in anything they do. Including GPS.
Uh, most people don't even understand the intricacies and the details of how GPS works. They just know that the G for them stands for global. That's enough, isn't it? And it comes from a satellite in the sky, right? So
Yeah,
that's all
exactly.
they know. They don't know how it works.
Yeah, it's like saying FedEx is federal because it has the word Fed in it.
Right. And when I say that they don't know how it works, right? They don't know how it's even claimed to work.
Exactly. Because actually, nobody's laid a claim on the table. I mean, all they do is they're just saying the words. They're not making a claim. Like they can't really actually hold fast to a claim, like and say the Earth is a sphere, and this is why, and this is how, and then lay it all out so it's understandable with logic. They're not doing that. I don't think we've ever heard one person in all these thousands of people do that. They go to Earth to the globe. The next thing mostly is like, why are you guys so stupid thinking the Earth is flat?
How dare you think for yourself?
Yeah, that's mostly
Yeah,
it, isn't it? Like, how dare you think for yourself? Like, the audacity that you would have the nerve to go against your authorities, you know? It's like they treat it like it's blasphemy or something, you know? Like you're committing a mortal sin by going against what these authorities or so-called authorities are saying.
It's like, yeah, somebody, what's your proof that the Earth is a globe? And they lead with, can you explain eclipses? They ask you a question.
Do any of you guys remember your first internal reaction of hearing about flat Earth, like for the first time as an adult? As I clearly remember in 2015 seeing it pop up on YouTube, and I was like, "This has to be a joke," and I thought it was so stupid that I didn't even look into it for 4 more years. I thought it was so stupid.
Me too. Me too.
The day I looked into it was the day my life changed. Absolutely wild.
I kept swiping that shit off my desktop every time it came up. I'm like, nope, 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 nope. I
Yep.
need to go back to the Bigfoot channels and the aliens.
Totally, yeah. Ancient Aliens is on. Leave me alone.
I was like the last nail in the coffin was like I was into like the Sumerians and all the Anunnaki and all that stuff, and I was like, wow, that's fascinating, you know, and these like the History Channel, you know, like Ancient Aliens and all that stuff. I was like all into that, and I'm like, yeah, and they're like the Sumerians were saying they're planets, you know, like, and how could they know that they're planets? And I'm like, wow, guess what? The Earth is flat.
No doubt. Ancient astronaut theorists suggest.
And like I don't balk about the ancient alien things. I'm like, that's fine. Guess what? If there are ancient aliens, they're from here.
Right.
If there actually is, they're from here somewhere. They're not coming from outside anywhere.
Right. Yeah, I used to TiVo that show. I loved it. I just like all the locations it goes to and all the different structures it shows and stuff. Like you watch it on mute, it's not too bad. You can see some cool stuff, but every time he says ancient astronauts theorists suggest, buckle up.
Yeah, now they're putting the aliens and the Bigfoot together.
Isn't he supposed to be like interdimensional?
Yeah, or like they're talking about these missing people in the national parks and stuff. Hundreds of them. And they're saying like some of these observations that these people are having that they're reporting on They're saying they see these strange lights first. Then all of a sudden there's Bigfoot.
Some weird stuff, isn't there? But they'll tie anything to it. I mean, like, is it possible Betty Crocker got her cake recipe from ancient aliens?
That's right. And they were actually Bigfoot. Big feet. the the Bigfoot bakers from space. You would think that's hilarious. You would think if they could come down in a spaceship, they would have freaking figured out how to shave that hair off or something. That's just freaking nasty.
You'd think, you know, that a lot of these, you know, like evolutionists, right, would be out there trying to find Bigfoot. Like they'd be like, hell yeah, yeah, like he's the link, you know, like he's the missing link.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes I'll watch or I'll check out some of these channels going by the titles and stuff, or watch a few minutes of it here and there. And there's some of them that are saying, you know, we actually have Bigfoot DNA right now. I'm like, okay. Yeah, why aren't the evolutionists on that, bringing that to the forefront? Like, okay, big discovery. We have Bigfoot DNA now, and let's figure out, like, what are they? Where do they come from? What does their genetics look like?
Oh guys, what are you talking about?
Hello.
What are you talking about?
Pardon moi?
Yeah, hear me.
I didn't catch what you said. What did you say?
So who thinks what are you talking about? What are you talking about?
We're talking about flat Earth, but we were talking about the things on YouTube. Some, you know, the crazy talk about conspiracies, the ancient aliens, the Bigfoot, Big Feet, Sasquatch, like the missing people, and you know, Bigfoot involved, and yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Okay,
People
I
will
will hang
believe
up
all.
for a second. I will go for a second and I will return. See you later. I will return. Peace, I see you.
Yeah, see, people will believe all that stuff. Oh yeah, Bigfoot's real, and but not that the Earth is flat, just like they experience it. Water lays flat and level. They're going to
I don't think
dispute
that it is
that.
flat. Why do you think that it is flat? That's some bullshit thing.
Why do we think the Earth is flat?
Yeah.
Because of how flat it is.
Yeah, it measures that way. If
How
you
can
if
you
you take
measure?
if you take an observation and you look with your line of sight, which is a straight line, they use it in navigation. They call it the line of
But
sight.
but
So
if
if you use your line of sight, hold on, I'm almost done. So if you use your line of sight out in nature over water, and you don't perceive or measure any drop from the level, then the Earth is not a sphere. Because the Earth, if Earth was a sphere, it would have to drop away at your feet in all directions, right?
I don't get you actually. I don't get you the point of view. So you're saying if you watch it from a space or something, we cannot see any curve. It's going to be fully flat as a plate.
We don't see drop over distance over water ever.
Yeah. Yeah. If you say the Earth is flat, we are supposed to see a drip of water, right, at the end of the earth.
We're not claiming to know like the full layout of the Earth, and its size and dimensions. We're not saying the Earth is a disk floating in the vacuum of space. We're just saying that the surface of water is horizontal, and therefore the Earth cannot be a sphere, as we've been told. Did he leave?
No, he's still here. Superman is still here. I think the other guy left though.
Is it Superman? Superman, yeah. Oh, he's gone. Yeah, shout out to Sasha. When a lot of times when somebody asks like, "Why do you think the Earth is flat?" Right? He's in the side chat saying, "Why do flat things look flat? Why are flat things flat?" Right? Like it's basically what they're asking. Isn't it weird how they forget their experience of the surface that they live on?
Mm-hmm.
When they ask that question, they're not even thinking about it.
It's as if that part of the brain for critical thinking has gone completely dormant, like just not functioning at all.
Right. They found a way to lobotomize people without actually inserting a physical object into them.
Yep. If there's anybody new in here and have any questions, feel free to ask.
Well, I will add in that I went into the Kristen chat this morning. I saw Gregory in there and wanted to say hi to him since I hadn't seen him in a really long time. And that was interesting. That ended up being a long chat about cosmology and Genesis. So I didn't stick around too terribly long. But anyway, so I don't know if you all ever check out that room, but there may be some flat earth chat going on in there. I don't know if that was just Gregory had seeded it, but Crit was in there and a couple others that my brain is forgetting who. But anyway, for whatever that's worth.
What's up, fellas? You know, y'all know what I was thinking about. How they get internet in Antarctica? Hmm. Anybody?
Why don't you tell us?
Starlink satellite, man. You disagree with me?
I have no idea. You keep telling your story.
But they got internet in Antarctica, right?
Sure, if you say so.
It's not that I say so. People live stream from there, yeah.
They live stream from somewhere.
You mean from somewhere? You're saying they didn't live stream from Antarctica, yeah?
If that's where they say they are. Do you recognize it? You're like, oh yeah, yeah. You're looking in the background, past their head. Oh yeah, I see it there. That's Mount such and such. Yeah, right. Oh, that's that. Yeah, that's that track that vehicle left there the other day. Yeah. Do they have street names?
Yeah.
But anyway, keep going. What? Yeah. So yeah, Antarctica, internet, satellites. All right.
Yeah.
Keep going.
What do you mean? Keep going. That's not possible. If you don't got satellites, you cannot get internet coverage in Antarctica, yeah? There's no radio towers for internet. Sprawling around
something
Antarctica.
Antarctica, people, something in sky, people with phones, internet.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Cool story.
So you need satellites for internet. And you get satellites which are orbiting the Earth, which you can monitor and
orbiting.
follow and look for all day round.
What do you mean by orbiting?
You know what I mean by orbiting. And you can look for them. Every day you can spot them, probably.
Gunslinger, you're on a ban, bro. I don't want to hear your mouth, so you can remove yourself or I'll do it. You pick.
How am I on the band? That was the other server, man.
Is he on a ban?
You're on a ban from
Oh,
24/7, no matter what. Let me clarify for you.
For how long?
For a week, I told you.
Week. Come on, man. Why a week?
That was the deal. You agreed to it.
But
7-day
you didn't
ban
say,
for
you didn't
not
say how
proving
long.
that somebody was lying. Oh yeah, we clarified. You can go listen to the live stream. So, do you want to remove yourself, or should I do it?
Man, you should have, but you didn't clarify it.
Oh, I clarified.
Yeah.
Now you're gonna.
Also,
Maybe I'll make it 2 weeks just for arguing with me. Which one do you want? I'll clarify. Now you're gonna get 2 weeks banned for arguing with me.
hey, give
You're
me 2
wasting
weeks
my
to
time.
clarify it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm clarifying. You're now banned for 2 weeks.
I'll be back. Failures.
Hi guys.
Come back with some proof, brother. We've heard all the rhetoric. We need proof.
I didn't realize. I didn't realize he was on a ban.
Yeah, he got booted last night for accusing FE Core of lying. He used a Sly Sparkane video. It's like it's really hard to prove that people are lying, but that's what he declared. I always get these commands messed up. Let's see. I'll just keep trying them. We'll see if this one works. We'll get one eventually. There we go.
Can I ask a question, please?
Yes. Oh shoot, what's your name? You've been to 24/7 a long time ago. What was your name?
Oh, yes, I've been Ildiko. I've been here for
Yeah.
years and years. I even started listening to this at the John Smith tour of UK way back.
Right.
But
good to hear your
yeah,
voice.
but my question is this: was not Jaron of Jaronism? Was he not one of the founders of FE Core?
No, I don't think he was a founder of FE
No, he
Core.
wasn't. Because he was there at the same time it was coalescing, wasn't he? He was a part of it, wasn't he?
Hello, guys.
As far as I remember.
Hello,
He
guys.
might have
I
made
believe
it.
that Earth is a donut.
Okay, all you need to do is show us curvature measurements.
All right, I will send you the image.
And also wait your
No, no.
turn to speak if you interrupted a convo.
Yeah, bro, I didn't ask you for a photo. I asked you for measurements of the donut. It's different.
Yeah, picture on the way.
I didn't ask for a picture, remember? I know your English is probably not great. Picture is not measurement.
Yeah, I don't think Jaron had anything to do with the FE Core test.
Yeah, the picture's on the way.
He just hung around. Like he was like Shaggy of the Scooby Doo team. You know, he was just like there.
He was there in the FE Core laser tests. I don't think so.
No, I don't think so. But he hung around.
Well,
Like
it's in the Netherlands. I don't think he's even been there.
No, I
What
don't
are you
think so.
guys talking about?
So
Wait,
may I ask you?
but look.
What the
Well, hang on,
topic?
because Bob Nadell was with FE Core, wasn't he? He was a member.
No, I don't think so.
He wasn't. Oh,
FE Core. No, it was like a
But he was. I thought he was. I
the
thought
topic,
he
man?
was.
Look, guys, it's in the chat.
Let me have a quick scroll through the FE Core video. I don't think I remember seeing any of them in there.
So like in this chat, you talk about different theories of if the Earth is flat or round.
Brother. It is
Yeah,
not
we're
flat,
talking about
brother.
the Earth. Hey, anyone that just randomly interrupts, just goes straight on mute. All right, so there's the first person.
I'm just sorry because
No, you're right. I'm not.
Why would you guys
figure
mute
out-
me? It's a good thesis, you know.
Continue, Edico.
I just, you know that Fe is the chemical short term for iron, right?
Yes.
Iron core, globe.
Yes. Iron ore.
And
Not
odd.
core, but
It
iron
just
ore.
seems odd to me. Iron ore, right? So it
Yeah.
seems odd, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's field engineers though.
Yeah, that's what they ultimately renamed it. Yes.
Maybe they're
It's,
trying to deceive us. Maybe they're shills.
You never know. Well,
never
not
know.
that the Earth is not that the Earth is flat, is the shill, but the shills are in the very foundational level of this movement or idea. That's my instinct about it. That's all.
When I looked into it, I reached out to one of them. I forget which one answered me back and said that it was a semi-sarcastic intention that of the whole iron core thing, because obviously nobody knows. Even globies are just guessing that it's iron core, but still, you got the play on field engineer, you got the play on flat Earth, you got the play on strong as iron, and then you've got the play on the supposed iron core, which is bogus. So, yeah, your observation's correct, but the conclusion, which I know you're not fully making a conclusion, but I don't think the conclusion is fully on.
I have no
I
doubt
think
that there are probably bad actors within, you know, this quote unquote community. I think most of them are the ones that are still toting the AE map. Anybody that was pushing that, I'm going to go ahead and say probably was intentionally trying to create a straw man to destroy it. That's my opinion. I speak for no one but me.
May I ask a question?
just a second. Yeah, so Jaren and Bob and those guys, they had nothing to do with the FE core tests. It was a bunch of foreign guys in the Netherlands.
Well, that's gratifying.
Yeah, but no, I wasn't meaning that they were part of those particular tests, but they were. Bob Nadell was a member of FE Core. I swear he was. I swear I'd heard him speaking about being in FE Core.
That's what I remember. Way back in the on the other server when he used to pop up now and then, you know, trying to answer for the Netflix thing that he mentioned.
Yeah, couldn't anybody join for your $250 a year membership fee?
Well, that's different than you know, being the founders of it, right?
Can I ask a question? I mean, multiple questions. Would you mind?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, go ahead.
So, I mean, I'm here just out of curiosity. Okay, I personally think the Earth is round, but on the other hand, I'm curious if you would like to, I mean, tell me why do you think the Earth is flat? And also, I know there are different theories of it. So, if you would also tell me which theory do you agree on, and please, I mean, if you could explain it to me in the easiest way possible, because some of the terms that you're using when referring to some type of experiment, since I'm not into this community, I don't know them. So if you wouldn't mind, I'm asking it just out of curiosity. So please don't shame on me because I don't know.
No, it's fine.
Flat Earth theories.
There's no theories, but yeah, no, it's fine. Anybody want to take that?
I'll give you just a real quick breakdown, right? So we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. Okay, the globe side is the ones claiming to know the shape of the Earth. They tell us the globe is a certain size and a certain shape, right? Being a globe.
Mm-hmm.
That means that in reality, right, in nature, there should be certain characteristics that would have to be present if the Earth were a globe. Okay, like curving water, for example. Now, they tell us that most of the surface of the Earth is covered in water, okay, by oceans and seas and things like that.
Yep.
So when we go out and we calculate how much curvature there should be over a certain distance and then test for the curvature, every single time it comes back with the results that there's zero curvature, where on a globe there should have been, for example, hundreds and hundreds of feet of curvature over, say, a 20-mile test, for example, okay, would have to be there if the Earth's a globe. Okay, so they tell us that things, you know, they say boats go over the horizon, and that's how we know it's a globe, and the horizon should be a certain distance away, right? I remember them telling me at school, if you're 6 foot tall and you're standing at the beach, the horizon would be 3 miles away, and that kind of thing. But when we go out and test for that, it's not the case. It's all we're detecting over thousands and thousands of different tests that have been done, that there's absolutely zero curvature. Okay, so in the
Okay,
context of,
but
yeah,
what about the fact of how the lights interfere with, I mean, the object that you are looking at? Because, I mean, the scientific version of why you don't see the curvature in a certain way is because of, I mean, light reflection. Like you can see even after where the Earth should curve because you have the light reflecting and allowing
you're
you
talking
to
about
see.
light refraction, is that what you mean?
Yes.
Okay, so you're saying that every single observation, because of light refraction, it just makes the Earth test completely flat. Even if we do it in completely different weather conditions, different locations all over the Earth, every single time the Earth is just flat because of the way light is manipulating what you're seeing. That's a crazy claim.
Why
Okay,
would
so
it?
I would ask you then, right? So if we go out and always measure the Earth to be flat, right, and we don't ever
Mhm.
detect any curvature, okay, what evidence do you have that there is actually curvature in the first place? If you want to say it's because of light reflection, right, light refraction, okay, that makes the Earth appear flat and measure flat. Then how do you know it's a globe?
Because we can, I mean, I know about the experiment. I mean, first of all, we have, I mean, picture from satellites, but maybe you don't agree on that. But
Wait,
also, like the
that's going to come back down to faith-based,
okay,
knowledge, isn't it? You're not going to be able to go up, send up a satellite and do the same kind of thing, right? You're not going to be able to go up there and
No,
replicate or check that. You're just left with faith for that. So when we actually
exactly.
go out, we're empirically testing the surface of the Earth. Okay, and then you could go and do that yourself. You don't have to trust us. You could look at all the tests we've done and then say, hey, I'm going to go check this for myself and just make sure the flat earthers are correct. And then you would also know for yourself. Like I had to do that myself.
You're not sending satellites up there. But by the way, with the satellites, so they claim that their ability to be able to put satellites into orbit is based on knowledge of the Earth being a globe. So it wasn't like they went, I wonder what Earth is, and sent a satellite up and went, oh, it's a globe. No, they said that they already knew it was a globe, and that's what gave them the ability to put satellites into orbit. So to appeal to satellites is circular reasoning, because you're essentially saying globe because satellites, satellites because globe. Doesn't make any
but
sense.
like the experiment that was made and then, I mean, replicated, I don't even know how many times, of the bolts put in the ground and then and calculated the angle between the shade that they made in different parts of the globe, and I mean, seeing that actually it had a sort of rotation, and then, I mean, it was round. I don't remember the name of the experiment. I think it was, I don't remember who made it. It was, but do you have like explanation for that, or
For what? Sorry, which one?
the experiment, the one where they placed two sticks, two poles in different parts of the world and calculated
Oh
the
yeah,
shade? How do
yeah.
you, I mean,
Yeah. So he
bound?
wasn't trying to. That's called Eratosthenes. Okay, whether he
Yeah,
existed or not, right? So even the mainstream says that he might not have ever even existed. He didn't write anything down, and there's no evidence of him actually doing this. But let's just say that he did do it, right? Just
okay.
for argument's sake.
I mean,
Okay, if he wasn't trying to determine if the Earth was a globe or flat. Okay, he already assumed that the Earth was a globe before that. Okay, so
okay, yeah.
he was trying to work out the circumference of the globe. So what he did was there was one stick and it was directly under the sun.
Yeah.
Okay, and then another stick 500 miles away, and
Mhm.
that second stick had an angle of 7.2 degrees. Okay, so
Mhm.
all he did was he didn't actually measure any curvature or anything like that. He just measured the angle difference of the shadow. Okay, and then he, pre-assuming that the Earth's a globe, okay, he did the math based on that assumption. Okay, so he did like 7.2 divided by 360 degrees. So he thought he was
Mhm.
standing on a globe, right? Times 500, and he came up with 40,000 kilometers. Okay, it was in a different type of
Yeah.
unit. But yeah, so he also had to assume that the sunlight rays were coming in completely parallel. So he assumed that the sun was so far away, like an infinite distance away, that the sun rays came in completely parallel. So it was because of those assumptions that he came up with his result, if he even did this at all. Okay, so you could do the
And
same thing. You could do the same thing in your house, in your room right now. Okay, if you've got a light on the ceiling, you could put one stick under the light. It's not going to have a shadow, and then you can put another stick on the other side of the room, and it's going to have a shadow. Now, if you make the same assumptions that Eratosthenes made, right, you could work out the circumference of your flat floor. Right, you would only be able to work out a circumference if you assumed that the flat floor is actually a globe. And you assumed that those divergent rays that are coming out of the light source are coming in perfectly parallel. So it would be ridiculous to make assumptions like that, right, and come to a conclusion just based off assumptions. Now the Chinese did something similar. Okay, it's called the Chinese Eratosthenes actually. And there's a whole PDF about it. And they came to the conclusion that the Earth was flat based on their test, right? But they also made assumptions that the Earth was flat to begin with, and that the sun was closer, and the sun rays were diverging rays. So yeah, it's based on assumptions. That's what I mean. All of the evidence for the globe is based on things like this, right? This mystical figure Eratosthenes that there's like not even any proof that he existed whatsoever. Okay, he wasn't even spoken about until hundreds and hundreds of years after he allegedly died. Okay, nobody can find any of his works or any of his writings at all. Okay, and then if he did what he said he did, then he just made a bunch of assumptions and did his math based off the assumptions. So it's very, very flawed.
and I have another question. So, which shape do you think the Earth is? Because I know some flat Earth thinkers. They think, I don't know how to call people who think the Earth is flat. They think that it's an oval. Other things is like egg shaped. Do you have like
No, we're not making claims about things that we can't validate. Okay, we can only get so
Okay.
high up into the air, and it would be nice if we could get like a god's eye view of the whole Earth or something like that, but that's just not possible. And yeah, we're not really not making that claim at all. I don't think anyone truly knows the size and the exact shape or whatever the entirety of this system is that we live in. There's a lot of unknowns.
So you don't think that the man went on the moon?
No, I think NASA faked the moon missions, right, to beat the Soviets in this so-called space race.
And all the other missions and everything we sent to the space, it was all fake?
Well, it's only the Apollo missions, right, that have said to have left low Earth orbit. No one's ever left low Earth orbit since then, and they actually say they can't leave low Earth orbit because of the Van Allen radiation belts, and if you tried to go through them, you would get fried.
Okay.
And yeah, and then when they interviewed NASA and asked how come NASA doesn't go back to the moon, NASA said that they destroyed the technology that they used to go to the moon, and that it would be painful, like a painful process to build that technology back again. So that's kind of weird, isn't it? And they keep saying they're going to go back, and then they just keep delaying it and delaying it, and that's been going on since the 70s. Every 4 or 5 years, they just keep pushing it back. They'll make up an excuse, and yeah, that's still going on. They've just done it a bunch of times recently. And now it's pushed back to 2028 or something like that. Then in 2028, they'll probably push it to 2032, and people will still be like, "Well, we're gonna go soon." But yeah, only like 20 something people have ever said to have even left low Earth orbit.
Okay.
And the footage looks absolutely ridiculous as well. Like most people haven't really seen the footage. And then when I show them some clips of the footage of like the lunar module orbiting the moon and things like that, people usually don't even believe me that it's real footage from NASA. It looks that bad. Like it looks like little toys, like little paper mache type toys in a little like studio or something like that.
Okay, thank you guys. That was interesting. And thank you for your patience. And thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Have a nice day. And yeah, take care
Well,
of
now we
yourselves.
have questions for you.
Okay, but can you like be kind of quick? I have to go in like a couple minutes. So, but yeah,
Sure.
sure.
I mean, just one question. One question. How do you know the Earth is a globe?
Because I mean, from all the evidences that I collected studying, and I mean, from my
Pick one.
career as a student. What do you mean, take one? I mean, how gravity
You said all of
works.
the evidence. Can you pick one?
How gravity works.
One of the evidence that you think makes the Earth a globe.
Yeah, how gravity works.
How do you know that works? Well, I mean, how do you?
What do you mean?
I mean, you said how gravity works. That means you must have some understanding what causes gravity.
Yeah. So, I mean, there are forces that keep particles together in the space. Every particle has a force that pull you together. So, the more force there is, the more force. I mean, the tighter are the particles, and the more force they have to pull particles towards itself. So if you have a bunch of like
So you
random
think it's
particles,
mass attracting mass?
yes, that's how it works.
You know that's been overturned now. There's that's not the current rhetoric of gravity.
Mass attracts mass.
Yeah,
That's how.
that's no longer the current standing in.
Tell me why, and tell me what it was replaced with.
With
If you wouldn't
Einstein's.
mind.
Einstein's.
Einstein isn't confirmed, and other. Please go on, and if you wouldn't mind explaining further.
Yeah, Einstein's has a conceptual medium, which is um, space time, pretty much warps.
Yeah.
But it's not saying that gravity is the force. Gravity is an effect. What makes the thing happen is the warping of space and time. Space time.
That happens due to gravity and mass.
No, not due to gravity.
Due to mass, which creates gravity. Gravity is just a force, which is mass attracting mass. Gravity is basically that.
Guys, sure, I have a question, okay? I have no evidence about Earth or flat
One
or
moment, because we were in the middle of something with someone else, but that person unfortunately has to leave shortly anyway. So,
You have to go.
thank you. Please come back. Whoever it was we were just speaking to about gravity, please come back another time and continue this conversation. You're
Yeah,
welcome back.
I'll just like listen to his question and then I'll go.
Yep. All right. Now, new person, whoever that was that has a question, please continue.
I just don't know if the Earth is flat or no, but if someone has an evidence, so please tell me.
Yeah, water finds its own level, meaning a flat surface. Supposedly 70% of the Earth's surface is covered in water. That means that 70% of the Earth's surface is flat and level, and you can't have a flat and level ball. So just the ocean itself proves to you that you live on a flat Earth. Doesn't have to be more complicated than that. It's pretty simple.
So this means that Earth is infinity. I mean, if I walk forward, so I will continue walking until what?
I don't know. I don't know the ultimate size of the Earth. I don't know if it's infinite, although it does seem to be limited or contained because we have gas pressure here and oceans, but that could be different. So, but the gas pressure gives us the evidence that we need to know that the Earth is limited. I don't know where that limit is. So it's flat and it's contained just through air and water.
Hmm. I think one of us should be an astronaut and go to make sure about this.
Well, there's no way you're going to be going to outer space where you think the stars might be. It's a contained system, so the vacuum of outer space is a complete farce. So no one's going outside of the limitation of the Earth, or the realm, I should say, where the gas pressure is. No
And
one's
do you
been
have
to the
to
vacuum
go?
of outer space. No one's going to any moons. None of that stuff.
Do you have to go to the North Pole to confirm that Santa doesn't exist?
It's a good question.
What's the number last? Only like 22 people have ever been to see Santa, or 26.
Yeah, something like that.
And I always love the question of proving a negative. How do you possibly prove that something doesn't exist?
You can't. That's why it's illogical.
Oh man, he left. I didn't even answer the question.
Yeah, once their goose is cooked, they don't know how to eat it.
They get these really simple answers from us that pretty much take care of the discussion. But I think that they get insecure, or I don't know. They just can't accept that it's that simple. So they go, well, I guess one of us is going to have to go to outer space, apparently to prove that water is flat on its surface. I don't get it, but that's what this guy chose to do.
What I think happens is they're so conditioned from their 2015 propaganda that, yeah, you go in there, you say this, they're going to say that, then you say this, then they're going to pull out the AE map and prove to you that the Earth is flat, and then you tell them that. So once you get a couple steps off their script, they have no idea what to say, and it's just time to NPC reset and come back another day.
Yeah,
I
I
mean, it's
think
in the education system. I mean, I've flat smacked people, in the real world, and they go through the exact same system. Then Coriolis, then they do the whole thing, like every in a row.
Yep, I've had the same experience as well. So the training and the indoctrination just immediately kick in, right? It's like a programmed response, and so they just go through all the things that they were once told, and since they've never thought through them, they're almost sure that you're wrong because it came from one of their high priests, and there's no way some rando on the internet could be correct.
Also, you got older like magazines or newspaper articles. I think it's the Flat Earth Review. They go through a list of typical responses to flat Earth, and the questions are the exact same in the early 1900s, late 1800s as they are today. Well, if the Earth's flat, what about the sun? What about the moon? What about eclipses? It's all the same thing 100 years later.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. That's what it's all built upon, right? Is celestial observations, and then just claiming relative motion and all the lore that comes along with what they see in the sky. Oh, it's not just a light; it's a burning ball of gas hundreds of light years away. That's why it looks so small, And it was plausible to me. I thought that seemed reasonable. I didn't at the time when I was a child. I didn't
Hello, sir.
reason well.
Hello.
Hello,
How are you? Can you talk?
good. How are you? Oh yeah, we can talk.
No, I just need admin for I can't open my cam.
To
So
turn your
I
cam on. Yeah, I probably won't give you perms for cam.
oh you admin or something?
I'm a moderator in here.
Oh, just here I need in all server or rooms.
Oh well, yeah, I can't help you with that.
Really?
Nope.
I will be
Nope.
here for this. No. Okay.
We are only granted permissions for this channel.
Okay. Okay. In the public rooms I can't.
Well, it's
What do you need your
unfortunate.
camera for anyway?
I just want to talk with the camera face.
Hmm. All right. Well, hey, do you got any evidence for the Earth being a sphere?
What? What do you say?
Do you have any evidence, proof that the Earth is a sphere, a ball, round?
Oh my god. Come on.
Yeah.
It's just how can I explain? How you did think the sun is a galaxy?
The sun is not a galaxy. Not in any
No.
idea.
Is it? Is it a galaxy? Why you did think the sun is not a galaxy? Is it?
Because no one claims that the sun is a galaxy.
I think the sun is blunt.
It's a what?
Blunt.
Say that clearly.
Planet.
The sun is not a planet, not in any idea or
Bro, I'm just
explanation.
joking. Bro, you can't get it again. That's a memes. Some Nick. Oh, can I say Nick?
Well, here, how about you give me something real and tangible that says the Earth
Okay,
is a
I will.
sphere,
I will.
and I'll forgive you for your trolling.
If you travel from United States to Russia, you can fly from the uh, oh, from the blue. Oh my God, I forget what they call. Wait a minute. From you can fly from Sia and go to Russia. You know that?
All right. You can
And
fly from uh,
United
Tokyo,
States of
California.
America.
You can fly from Australia to Africa. This
No,
does not prove the
no,
shape of the
not. That's the point. If you fly from Australia to United States, you can do it not from not from the map. You can do it from Sia. So that mean like the
well.
the Earth is
You,
the Earth is شو اسمه spherical.
you cannot derive the shape of the ground from flying. Traveling is always done in a horizontal direction according to the ground. Airplanes, they they take off from the airport, they increase altitude, and they fly level for hours, hundreds or thousands of miles. Level flight horizontally
Bro, do
all
you
over
think the
the
Earth
ground
is flat?
above the earth.
Do you
Yes,
think the Earth is? You have
yes.
not
You cannot
knowledge enough,
derive
bro.
the shape of the
In
ground
physical and in
from
physical.
flight.
Thank you. In physicals, they they have a proofs about this about the Earth. Is it
Who who does?
not flat? And you say
Who
no.
who who
I
who
want
has
Yeah.
that?
corrections
Who
for
who are
spending
you
And
talking
you say
about?
no. It is spherical. We
Who
talk
are
about
you
if Earth,
talking about? Who has the proofs?
uh, you know, شو اسمه Greeks and in 3,000 years ago.
the Greeks
Really?
thousands of years ago have proof that the earth
Greece, not the Greeks. Greeks is the
What did
Greeks
they
is
do?
Greeks about Greek mythology, not the Greece. So Greece, they prove it before 3,000 years. This is not flat. Is it شو اسمه spherical?
what we're talking about is Eratosthenes, and the story is that he assumed the earth was a sphere. He assumed that all the light coming from the sun was coming to the earth parallel,
Okay, like
and he
flat can't
assumed that the
move.
locations he went to, and he assumed that he knew the distance between the two, and they were north and south of each other.
You don't think the
It's
Earth is
not the case.
circular?
Listen, listen. It's not the case that the two locations he assumed were north and south of each other were north and south of each other. They were east and west and slightly north and south difference. They were not on the same longitude. He also got the difference in angles from sunlight, right? Because he
Okay,
looked at
okay,
shadows and got an angle from shadows. He did not
okay.
measure.
Can you prove this, please?
I'm sticking to this until I've reached the conclusion.
No, you
He
can't
took
prove
elevation
about
angles to the
if
sun
you flying
using
from Russia to
shadows.
United States, you can move
I
and fly
know. I've already
to
addressed that.
Sia.
I'm on this now
So
because you said this is the proof the Earth is a sphere and it's 3,000 years old. So What he did
Yeah,
was he
before like
calculated based on assumptions. He did not take a measurement of the ground. A lot of his assumptions can have different assumptions and come out with a different result. The Chinese assumed that the sun had diverging light coming from it, and their shadow angles were measuring the location of the sun, assuming the earth was flat.
but NASA says
That's nice. I'm
the
addressing your
Earth
3,000-year-old claim.
physicals, right?
Do you understand what I said about your 3,000-year-old claim?
No,
No?
sorry, no, because my English.
He's not
No,
listening. He's not
no,
listening.
I'm
He's
listening.
waiting to speak.
I'm listening,
Oh,
but
okay. Tell us
I
what he said.
can't.
What? Repeat what he said. Then.
No, I listening, but I can't understand everything because English not my language. But
Well,
I
when you
can
say, hey,
understand
I
little
don't
things
understand that, can
if
you
you say it in.
elaborate? Can you explain? And I'll explain, and I'll try to use more clear, basic English.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. You just have to ask and say, hey, I don't understand.
Yeah, because you say hard words. I don't know.
All right. Do you know what assumption is? Do you know what it means to assume?
So what?
Assume.
As again?
Here, check the side chat.
Okay, thank you. Assumption? What? No, 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 no. I guess you wonder where I've been. I guess you
My
wonder.
use of assumption comes from definition 3. Okay.
Statement that is okay.
All right.
How
He made
ironic.
assumptions that are not true. Or you can change the base assumption. You assume
Assumption. Okay.
yeah,
Can I give you
I
assumption
assume that
about
you're
if
a
Earth
man. I assume that
circles?
you're a man based on the bass in your voice. I assume that uh, you did not learn English as a first language based on how clear you use English words and your sentence structure. Those are
No,
my
it's
assumptions.
not my first language. My first language is Arabic.
Right.
Right.
So you understand what assumptions mean.
Okay, I know, understand what
You
assumption
know what I'm
means.
saying? Okay. Eratosthenes assumed the Earth was already a sphere. He
You
didn't
know
take a
what?
measurement.
If you talk to me in Arabic, I can tell you a knowledge thing you ever know in your life.
All right.
No,
Here's
that
something and you'll
many of
understand.
people like you, many of people like you.
In your
I
book,
told him,
in the
and they
Quran,
said,
it
"Oh
states
my God,
that
you have many of
Allah
knowledge."
spread out
Sorry,
the
bro,
earth
but
like a
I can
carpet.
understand. I can't, bro.
William,
Just let me finish. Let me finish.
William,
I will.
talking
I
through
will.
someone is not really going to aid you in understanding what they're saying.
Okay, bro. Okay, good, good. Okay, now, I will go to exit in the room, from the room. Sorry, because I have
Maybe you
no
should
knowledge in
practice some
English.
more English. Come back another time when you. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay, thank you, guys.
That's all right. Oh, you're welcome to
I
just
know the
listen
Earth.
too if you want. You're welcome to come back
Ah,
here and just listen if you want.
okay, I will come here and listen. So goodbye, guys. I see you later.
Okay, see you.
Yeah, listening can help improve your English skills as well. Right, anyway, moving on.
I think it can be frustrating when you can't understand enough of the words to make sense of it. So he was quite polite about it in the end.
Exactly. Also, he wanted to express what he wanted to say in English, but he couldn't find the words.
Yeah. People already have enough trouble keeping their cool talking about this subject.
Thank you for
Globers, I
reminding me.
should say.
Yeah, so as soon as that young fellow was talking, like Jimmy was saying his thing, anything that was said whilst the other fellow was jaw was moving, that's basically his ears not working. So you may as well just said 3 words, Jimmy, and sat back and just went, okay, mate, go for it. Let's play some white noise.
I'm going to make a prediction. They say flat earthers can't make predictions. I've got a prediction.
Uh-oh.
I'm going to make a prediction right now that within the next 24 hours, there'll be at least one other person that brings up Eratosthenes, and that'll bring it to a total of 3, if not more.
Well, that was self-fulfilling. You done it. You were...
I did. I mentioned it. Oh shit! No, I'm excluding myself. And other flat earthers.
Oh, check it out. We've got another AJ. Welcome, AJ.
Hey, thank you. What's going on?
We're just ever so patiently waiting for someone to prove that
Someone,
they live on a globe. And so we can go, wow, we didn't know that. Are you the one that's going to do it for us?
I don't think so.
Why? Because you're a flat earther?
No,
Interesting.
I'm not.
Oh. So if you can't prove the globe and you're not a flat earther, what are you?
I don't believe in flat earth. I don't believe
Well,
in it.
it's not a belief. The globe is the
Uh,
belief.
Are you saying you know that the Earth is flat?
no, I'm not saying. I'm not saying the earth is flat.
Then what is it?
I think it's circular. It's a globe. It's
You
not
think
flat. Um,
it is, but you're not sure.
it's because about scientific proof. For instance, they've done lots of reports and they've done lots of. They have to prove. Have you seen those pictures? The globe picture.
Mate, I've seen more pictures of that than you could imagine.
No. I mean, when the astronauts they go to space, they take pictures. For instance, they take the Earth pictures.
And you
So I've seen
you
those
believe
pictures.
them, right? You believe them, right?
Yeah, I do believe them. Yeah,
Why?
it's backed by scientific proof.
Have you
And
examined
real
the
pictures
scientific proof?
and
Have
real
you have you
and
have
real
you
pictures.
examined
I
the
did.
scientific proof?
I was going through, you know, I was reading about it for sure. It's been a long time I read, but yeah, I was going through it.
Can you give us
But
an example of something you read which was convincing, and scientific?
okay, so these days we have satellites. We have, you know, people go to space. But let's say 1,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago, nobody had a chance to go to space. But they had lots of assumptions. They thought the Earth was flat. It's because nobody knows. Nobody had a proof. Nobody had the technology to go to space. But these days we have it. We can just go there. We can just, you know, using
All right.
satellite, we can take pictures. We can
Okay.
see the
Can you
globe.
go there? Can you go there?
No, I don't. I cannot go there.
No. But
So,
other people
AJ,
claim they can, right? They claim they can go
with,
there.
with your satellites, wouldn't they have needed to know that it was a globe before putting the satellites up?
Could you come again? I don't get it. I don't get your point.
You said 2,000 years ago they all knew it was flat, and these days they now have satellites to prove that it's a globe. Before they could put the satellite up, before they could launch the rocket, they would need to know it was globe then. How did they know before the satellite?
Are you just saying that 2,000 years ago, some people claimed it was a globe, it wasn't flat Earth?
So this is a story. How do we validate or verify or prove that this story is true?
Do you mean whether it's flat Earth or globe? Could
Your
you
story.
clarify it?
See, okay, let's go right back to the beginning. 3,000 years ago, flat Earth.
Mm.
Everybody knew it was flat. All of a sudden, what happened to change this?
Okay. Let me give you an example. Okay. But it's just a general example. Let's say um, some things we think complicated. Let's say complicated. Why do we think it's really complicated? We are not sure. When it's complicated, let's say we don't have the knowledge about it. When we don't have knowledge about it, we think it's complicated. We try to assume things. We try to, you know, make lots of. We try to make up things. So it's because so we can validate it. We used to do that. We never had a chance to, you know, see the globe. We never had a chance to go out of, you know, out of the earth. We
So
never had a
how did
chance to.
they get from flat to globe?
Okay, that's, I believe, when they had a chance to go to space. That's when.
No,
That's
they
when
would
they
have known
figured it.
before launching the rocket that has the satellite. So satellite inserted into long tube. We call those long tubes rockets. Before that rocket got launched, they would have had to know, not negotiable, they would have had to know it's a globe in order for this to even happen. Because you can't just go launching rockets up there and pray and then find out, oh shit, we're on a globe, it's a bit freaking late now, what are we going to do? No, that doesn't work like that. They must have already known. So somewhere between 3,000 years ago, everyone knowing it's flat and you telling me about these rockets, before the rockets, what happened? When did it change? How did it change? What did they do to make this change happen?
Yeah, you were right. Exactly. It's because they couldn't just launch a rocket and say, you know, we have a globe. It's not flat. I agree on
But
that.
you're not
But
understanding, AJ. I'm sorry to interrupt you. The timeline, the historical timeline that you're presenting to us, is that nobody knew. Everyone just thought it was flat until they launched a rocket into the air.
No. Let me clarify. It just like it
Thank you.
was a
Thank you.
debate. It was a debate actually. So let's say most other people they believed it was a flat Earth, but some people believed it was a globe. But it depends. It was a
Why
debate.
did they?
Nobody.
Why did they? Why did they believe it was a globe?
It's because some people brought it up. Some let's say some scientists, some people,
But
even
based on what?
even some religion. If you just see some religion, it's been a long time I read that some religion brought that up.
Can you tell me? Do they need to know? Um, do they need to know how much fuel they need to put in the rocket?
Uh, if it's a first time, I don't think so. Nobody knows. It's just like they are trying it. To launching a When they launched a rocket, let's say like to the space, it wasn't, they just tried it at, at first time. It just like they tried multiple
It
time. It
didn't
wasn't
happen
the
like
first time.
that. It
Yeah,
didn't happen like
exactly.
that. It didn't
Exactly.
happen like that.
Uh,
That's not
what
what
do you
happened.
think then?
They needed to calculate how much fuel they'll need to produce enough
Exactly.
force, right?
Yeah.
Right, to
Yeah.
lift at a certain amount of weight into the air
Yeah.
and keep it suspended in the air and propelling upwards, right?
Yeah. I
To get far
believe.
enough away to be able to view the Earth. But they already thought it was a globe.
How do
They
they
didn't.
know
They
that?
weren't trying when they sent up a rocket. They weren't. Their ambition wasn't to see if it is a globe. They already thought it was. They're claiming that their knowledge of the Earth being a globe is what allowed them to be able to calculate how much fuel they'll
How
need,
do they know
what
that?
speed the rocket needs to get to get to break gravity, right, and all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
So your
But how
escape
do they?
velocity, orbital mechanics, right? It's all based on this supposed knowledge that they have of the Earth being a globe already.
How do they know it was a globe?
You tell me.
Maybe it was an assumption. Let's say we never had a proof. We can make lots of assumptions, we can do calculations, we can try multiple things. When we think some things are, if we don't have a standard proof, we try to assume things, we try to validate it with some, let's say, with some information. That's what we did. Maybe that's what they did. They weren't sure whether it was a flat earth or whether it was a globe, but some people assumed it was a globe, and maybe they were correct.
They assumed it was a globe, and maybe they were correct.
Oh, no. I'm not talking now. It was the time when they tried. That's the time they thought maybe it was a globe. But once they got the proof, they were like, yeah,
Okay,
we are
what
right.
proof?
So
See, how did they get the proof? So at some stage, you've got a group of people thinking flat, a group of people thinking ball. So
exactly.
how are we
Yeah.
going to separate those two? What have they done to separate them and prove one or the other is correct?
That's when they had a chance to go to space. That's when it happened. Let's
They
say
needed that before then. So you've got this idea in your head that the conclusion to this is space. Everything was done in space. This is incorrect. In order for you to, number one, do this stuff, you must already have proven what you want to do correct before you do it, or it is not going to work. So at some stage, so back in history, a group of people think flat, a group of people think ball.
Yeah.
Something was done to separate this. Not space, before space.
Mm. So you're just trying to, yeah, there was a two group for sure. I'm just wondering, without having a proof, let's say, without going to the space, how do they know? You know, how do they, it's like an
That's what I'm
assumption.
trying to get from you. You seem to believe that space proved this, that the satellite answered the question. The question should have been answered before the satellites. The satellite is just a byproduct of this proof. So, go back 2,000 years. The claim on the table is they thought it was a ball back then. So 2,000 years ago, did they have satellites 2,000 years ago? No.
No.
Right. So we know it's not satellites that have proved this. So we can scratch that one off the table.
So how about
what did they
rockets?
do that proved?
Rockets.
So no rockets, no. So what did they do that proved that they were on a ball?
On
A sphere, a globe, a
okay.
ball.
So you tell me, how do they get to know? How did they get the proof then?
That's what I'm trying to get from you.
We're saying there isn't any.
No, it's just like, you've seen lots of scientists going to space. Let's say, don't
No,
talk
I
about
haven't. I have not.
Oh,
I have not seen
oh,
that. Neither of
oh,
you. Nobody's seen that.
okay,
Never.
how about
Never, ever, ever.
how about rockets?
No, we've seen rockets go into the sky.
Really, you never seen rocket going to space?
No, I've seen
I,
rockets on TV go into the sky. I've never seen a rocket launch in person.
yeah.
I saw it go into on TV. I saw it go into the sky.
You should see it in person. It's a good time.
Thanks, Josh.
So it's just like, if you don't see it, let's say in person, if you don't see it just by yourself, you don't believe in it. That's what you are trying to
No,
say.
I'm saying nobody sees it go to space. They see it go into the sky.
We have lots of space videos. If you just like Google it, if you just go on YouTube.
Cool. So how do you know where that footage was taken from?
You know about NASA, like the United States like has NASA.
Right.
So
Just because
it's
they
a
said so, right? So that because they said so, they said we went
no,
this far away from the Earth and we turned a camera on, and here's the footage. Is that
and
all? Is that it? Just someone
it's not,
said?
it's not about only them. It's about about Russia. They tried it as well, and China, they tried it.
Okay.
Multiple
Yeah.
countries tried it. How do you
So that
not believe?
yeah.
Like if there are multiple countries trying to justify it.
Yeah. So you have multiple corporate jurisdictions trying
Mm?
to give the illusion that they're going to a place called outer space.
Mm.
Does that mean that outer space exists because you saw it on TV?
Okay. Let me. I can ask you lots of things. Sometimes we have to believe in some things. If we
No, we
have
don't.
proof, if we
I don't
have
have to
proof,
believe it.
okay. Let's say. So you have
Well,
let's say.
what's the critical point? If we don't believe it, what happens?
Okay, if you don't see something, uh, what I get from you, like let me be honest. What I
I
get
need to
from
know the
you,
critical point. You said sometimes we have
yeah,
to believe things, and you're putting this into that category where it's a
yeah,
necessity that we must believe it. What happens if we don't?
yeah.
Or what?
Let me
Or what?
let me give you an example.
Why
Let's say,
is it a necessity? Why is it necessary?
okay, so sometimes we believe in things. Some people say, let's say, I have mom and dad. Okay, so I have a, let's say, I have a elder brother. So when I just when I came in the world, I never knew I had a brother. But my family told me I had a brother. I have a brother. So that I believe in it. If they never told me, how could I believe that? I haven't seen my brother. He was, already in the world. So
I think
some things.
this is a good analogy. I like what you're saying. So you believe something even though you've never seen it. But is the
But
government the same as your parents? And in this scenario, wouldn't you actually ultimately need to see your brother and touch him?
say it again. I don't get it.
Wouldn't you eventually actually have to see and touch your brother? Otherwise, it just stays a belief the entire time, right?
Yeah, it's just like if my parents never, let's say, if they never told me, how could I know that's my brother?
Well, you actually don't know that you have a brother because you've
Yeah,
never seen him
yeah,
or touched him. It'll always be a belief. So with,
exactly.
this idea of outer space, you've never been there, you've never seen it. So how do you know that outer space exists? You believe it, which is fine.
Just
You're
like,
allowed to believe that, but I don't have to
It's
believe
not.
the same thing that you do I?
yeah,
It's
yeah.
not
That's
necessary.
that. Yeah,
It's
that's
not
for sure.
necessary. You said we have to. You said sometimes we have to. Or what?
Yeah,
We must. It's necessary. Or what?
sometimes we don't have the opportunity to,
What happens if we don't believe it? Why is it a necessity? Why is
if
it
you
needed
don't
to
believe,
believe in it?
if you don't believe in it, it's
Yeah.
just like some things you just
Will it
you
have a
don't.
negative impact?
No, I
There's
don't
a
think.
there's a cause and effect in relationship. If you have to believe in something, there will be a resulting action if you do not believe. The
It's
boogeyman will
just
jump
like,
out from under the bed. Something will happen if you don't believe. So you're telling us we have to believe. Why?
oh, uh, there's a we humans have bias, lots of biases. Like one bias,
Agreed.
it's called conservatism bias. So when it comes to conservatism bias, people don't change their
We're
opinion.
not talking
They
about
just
biases. We're talking about the necessity for us to believe. What will happen if I say, no, thank you, I don't believe? What will happen?
okay. Let me give you an example. Okay, you don't believe in it, so you just think, do you believe in space? Let me ask you the question. Do you
Okay,
believe in?
how about we just clarify something? Is there
Yeah.
a difference between believing something and knowing something? In your mindset, is there a difference?
You mean believe in something, knowing something? What do you mean exactly? I don't get your point.
Okay,
Is
so
there a difference?
as example, right? Do you believe in the size of shoe that's required to fit on your foot, or do you know what size shoe you need in order for it to fit on your foot?
I have to try that because if I don't try that, how do I know? You know?
Well, okay. I'm assuming that you're old enough that your feet don't grow anymore, and that you know automatically when you go to the store, I need this
Yeah,
size in
yeah.
order for it. Okay. Do you believe that size, or do you know the size?
Uh, I know the size. It's because like over the course of time, yeah, obviously, like my my food won't grow. So it's just the same. So
Okay.
I know my size.
All right. Before you measured your height, uh, did you know how tall you were?
No.
Okay.
How do I know
Um,
that?
after you measured your height, did you believe that height or did you know that height?
I know the high.
Okay. So when we say we know the Earth is flat, it's the same thing. We've measured the Earth and we notice there's no curvature, so we know that it's flat. It's not a belief. You, on the other hand, are believing the Earth is a sphere, but you don't know any um, proofs, or you're not presenting proofs to show that the Earth is a sphere. You've never measured the ground to identify whether or not it is or is not a sphere, but you accept that you was told that it's a sphere, and so you're believing it's a sphere. Do you see the difference?
You have the proof. You're just saying you measured it, you have the
Yep.
proof, and have you really tried it? Like, have you just have you
Yeah.
just measured the whole earth? How did you do that?
Necessary to measure the whole Earth.
Yeah. How did you do that?
Okay.
Just show us the proof. Yeah,
I was
show
in
us
the
the proof. What did you
I
do?
was in the Yeah, I grew up in the same system you did. I went to the similar school systems where they taught me things like math and
Mm,
how to read. And then I went
mm,
to a science class and they told me some things about the earth and the things around me. And amongst
mm,
those things, they said that the earth was a sphere. And then they say that the earth has radius value because it's a sphere. And then they tell
mm,
you that the radius value is 3,959 miles. And from this, using geometry, they can build everything else. They can give you a diameter to the Earth. They can give you the circumference of the Earth. They can give you the surface area to the Earth, right? All because they have a radius value. Okay. Now,
mm,
the distance to the horizon with the sphere with the radius value of 3,959 miles can be calculated using 1.2 times the square root of the observation height in feet. This will give you the distance to the horizon in miles. Okay. Now, when I was in belief of the globe and I wanted to test that belief to verify whether my belief was true or false, I went out and I looked for an object in the distance, right? So that I could identify how far I'm seeing. And then I use the equation 1.2 times the square root of the observation height in feet. And that gave me the distance to the horizon in miles for that size radius, right? Now, the horizon was beyond the object that I noticed in the distance. For me, I was on a bridge and I looked out towards the mouth of the river, towards the Atlantic Ocean. And on the right side of the river was a pier. And the pier was about 11 miles from me. And so the distance to the horizon was beyond the 11 miles, okay? Because the horizon was beyond the pier. I could see the pier and its base. Okay. Now, according to, my height above the water, about 15 to 20 feet, I can calculate the distance to the horizon, which I want to say is about that. Um, I could use a zoom to try and see any objects beyond that. Maybe I could see a boat. People have done this for themselves. Okay, you can do this for yourself also. A lot of people, they shorten their height above sea level and look out across the water, because they was told that water conforms to the shape of the sphere due to gravity. So then the water would be the perfect location to try and identify curvature of the earth, because the water is perfectly conforming to the shape of the sphere because of gravity. So some people decide to look 1 foot above the water, which, if you're 1 foot above the water, distance to the horizon should be at 1.2 miles. Others are putting their cameras on tripods at 3.5 feet and looking out. That puts the distance to the horizon like 2 miles and some change. Some people are 6 feet above the water. That puts the distance to the horizon at 3 miles. Some people decide to get on the plane, and that's anywhere between 212 miles distance to 250 miles in distance. And people are seeing at those altitudes 700 and 1,000 miles away with infrared lensing. So people are seeing the horizon being farther than the geometric claim. Okay, that's measuring the surface to try and identify the curvature rate. There's one instance where the guy puts the camera 1 foot above the water and looks out at 2 oil rigs, and you can take the height of the oil rig and the angle to the height of the oil rig and your height above his height above the ground, 1 foot, and derives the radius value of 200 and I think it's like 64,000 miles when the radius value is 3,000. So people just going out and making observations, they're finding radius values that are orders of magnitude larger. That's what I mean by it being measured. Does that make sense?
You mentioned some mathematical calculations. How did you get the radius?
Well, the globe claim for the radius is derived a handful of ways. Typically, they say, well, this person did this method. Eratosthenes, for example, assumed he was on a sphere and that light came in parallel from the sun, and he went to 2 locations at the same time, not really at the same time, and he was able to
Did you take the
calculate
radius?
the
Did you
radius.
take the radius? Did you take the radius by yourself?
I told you what I did.
He doesn't
Right?
understand.
No.
I'm trying
AJ,
to
at school, that's the radius they teach you the ball is. So we're using the informations we are given at school. We are
Yeah.
testing that information to see if true or false. That is all that's happening.
Right.
Do you believe in the radius you have? For instance, he mentioned.
Okay, it does not matter if we believe in it or if we know in it. We are given a number at school. They are the ones that give us the number. Where they got it from, I don't know. Please go back to school. Feel free to ask your teacher. They gave us the
Yeah.
number.
So
Right.
we
So
get
the
the
second
point right
part,
now.
okay,
Yeah.
we've given a number. The second part, we go and test the number to see if the number is right. Now, if the number is right, we live on globe. If the number is wrong, we don't live on globe.
Okay. The first question I asked him, have you measured the globe? He said yes. He said he measured the globe because he had some values. He did not, you know, measure it, but he had some values from, let's say, from school. So
Yes.
yeah. So if you haven't done it by yourself, it was given by someone else. It's just like
Correct.
you're believing it. You're just believing that
Yeah.
they did the right
Bro,
thing.
bro.
Agreed.
We're not believing the value. We are testing the value. Somebody else gave us the value.
Yeah. So let me ask you that question. Do you believe the Earth is flat?
No, we know it's
No,
flat. We've measured it.
Okay, so you don't believe that the Earth is flat, and you don't believe in the Earth is globe. Am I right?
Okay, this is why I questioned
Wow.
earlier. Do you know the difference between believing and knowing? Because they are two
Yeah,
separate things.
yeah,
You
for
believe in
sure.
Santa Claus or do you know Santa Claus?
Yeah, 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 exactly. Yeah,
Exactly. Right. So you understand there's a difference between believing and knowing. And watch
yeah.
this. Who we've got? Jimmy, do you believe
yeah,
the earth is flat or do you know the earth is flat?
I know the Earth is flat. I do not believe that the Earth is flat.
There you
Okay.
go.
Yeah. So he said he
I
knows
know my
the Earth.
shoe size. I don't believe my shoe size.
Okay. So how do you know the Earth is flat? It's because like when Jim said, let's say, he said he had some values, right? Radius. So you guys are just saying you were trying
No,
to
no,
test it.
AJ, you're missing the point. You were taught something at school. What were you taught at school?
Be
You were
from
taught things
from
at school about the earth. What were you taught at school? What did you learn at school about earth?
when I learned, they said it was a globe. I wasn't
Excellent.
sure about.
Now,
Yeah.
that's all right. Did they back that up with any empirical data or did they just say you live on globe and you should accept that? And they give you no more information.
No, they had some data for sure. They had some
They had
scientific data and
they had some
um
scientific data
yeah, yeah.
in a geometric discussion. That is amazing. So what data did they back it up with? Maybe a globe sitting on the table, a map on
Yeah,
the
yeah.
on the
Okay,
chalkboard.
okay. Before going into it, that's the reason he said he
No, no,
know
that's the reason
he
why I'm questioning this. The reason I'm questioning this is because you've missed the point. You keep referring back to the data. The data. He must have got the data from somewhere. He did get
okay,
it from somewhere. The same place you did, from school. So what
okay.
we're doing,
Let
we're grabbing the data and then we test the data to see if true or false. That's all that's
okay.
happening.
Let me tell you one thing. Let's say I'm mistaken, okay? I'm wrong. I'm wrong. So I'm wondering whether you guys are saying the earth is flat. Okay. I'm trying to find it. I'm just trying to find it, whether it's true or not. It's because you guys are trying to say, I
Well,
don't.
the only way you're going to find that is to go and test it for yourself. It doesn't matter what
Maybe
I
you need
No,
say.
me to
no, no. To
clarify.
to test it, to
Hey,
test it by
you need
myself,
me to clarify what I'm
do that.
saying?
I
Would you
have
like
to do the
clarification?
measurement. I have to go and do the
So,
measurement. I have to do
yeah,
everything by myself to
Well, you
believe.
could
you
get
can.
help.
You don't have to.
Yeah.
You don't have to.
No,
Okay.
if you do, let me just
No,
just
let
a
me
second.
clarify because I've been trying to clarify and you keep dragging the conversation down the street. I'm wanting you to stop and wait for a moment, okay? Whenever I
Yeah.
said they gave me a radius value, right? The
Mm,
method I to verify that radius value to be true is to
mm,
take the claim that's being said, which is objects in the distance disappear bottom up due to the geometric shape, right? This would be where the horizon is, where the earth and the sky appear to meet. Okay. So that's why I said the horizon is the thing that I'm looking for, and I use an object to identify the distance to the horizon. Okay. Now, I've noticed where the horizon was beyond where the geometric claim should be. Okay. Now, I know that the earth is flat because I watch the horizon change distance. Okay.
how?
So when the
How?
horizon, listen, no, hang on.
Mm,
Because the horizon changes distance, I then either have to choose one of two. You could maybe make your own third option. The Earth is expanding and contracting because the distance to the horizon is changing. Or I'm looking over a flat surface and watching the horizon, which is an apparent thing, change distance due to different reasons, not due to the shape of the ground.
And what about the observation errors? Like the horizon test is the main test to check if the Earth is flat or round.
This is the
And
means in which to do that. This is a direct measurement. This is not me looking at something and making a correlation and assuming. Okay. Apparently, I see the ground and the sky meet into the distance, right? That would be the horizon. By definition, that's the horizon. Okay. Now, sometimes we see things disappear bottom up. Sometimes we just see things become too small and we stop seeing them altogether. Sometimes weather causes them to disappear into the distance. What I'm verifying is when the object disappears bottom up, that's the horizon. Is that due to the shape of the ground, or is there another reason that would explain what's happening?
What's the reason?
I assume that that is going to be due to the shape of the ground. Now, I need to verify the distance to the horizon so that I can make sure that the math is accurate, right? That is why you pick an object in the distance of known distance, and then you reference the horizon to that object, that distance.
You gotta fill it up then. Take the thing off. Take the no. I'm gonna teach you how
Josh,
to.
hot mic. Josh, hot mic. Does that make sense, AJ?
No, no,
No,
really, it doesn't.
You understand that there'd be a consequence, necessary consequence of the Earth being a sphere with a radius value of 3,959 miles, right? There'd be a necessary consequence of that figure regarding the
what is the
horizon and the
consequence?
distance to the horizon would be a necessary consequence, specific
Yeah.
distance,
hmm
right? Well, Tactical Droid here is pointing out that he's observed the horizon distance not conforming to that claimed geometry, and in fact it changes.
Yeah,
So
and I'll say
if
observational.
it changes, how do you know that it's the exact radius number? So how do you just say that? Like it's because it seems like we are
It's a
assuming it.
That's why they're testing it.
Yeah.
Okay,
we don't live
let's
on
try
a
another
globe.
one.
He's not
If I
getting
tell
it.
you, AJ, that my table is 6 foot wide, how do you test that?
It's because, let's say you have table. If
Yep.
there's a table,
It's right there.
we can just see the whole table, with your eyes. You can just see that.
But how do you test that? The claim on the table, AJ, the claim put forward is 6 foot. How do we test that? It's the 6 foot we're testing.
Okay.
How do we test that 6 foot claim? It's like at
Okay.
school. They've given you a number, and what we're doing is
Yeah, because
testing
it's
that number. How are we going to do that?
because it is used by a thing called as an absolute metric, where you have been using the
V.
foot as a metric.
Hey, V,
Yeah.
your name is not AJ. AJ was
Oh,
answering this, not V. Thank you.
So
So AJ,
Go ahead.
number on the table is 6 foot. How are we going to test that?
let's say two things. Before answering these questions, I have to tell you two things. So to know exactly, I have to, let's say, go and see the table and do the measurement. Then I know it. The other thing,
No, I'm not worried about seeing it or knowing it. I'm asking, how are you going to test it? And you've already said the word. You're going to do what?
Yeah, I'm going to see the table. If there's a table, I would go there
And seeing
and
it,
do them.
how does seeing it verify that
No,
it's
no.
6 foot?
I would obviously I do have a measurement, tools,
You
toolkit
have to
for sure.
measure it. Excellent.
Yeah,
That's all I wanted you to say. In order to validate or verify a numerical claim, and that's what's on the table, a claim,
yeah.
you measure it. Excellent. And that's what these guys have done with the ground. If there's a claimed radius, there would be drop over distance. So, for example, a tangent to a curve or a tangent to a circle. From that tangent, as you get further and further along, the gap between the straight edge and the curve gets bigger and bigger. And that's what they're measuring, that gap over distance.
Okay. So let me ask you a question. So the thing I told you, it's a table. You mentioned it's a table actually. So I told
Yeah.
you I'm gonna go there. I see the table
And measure it.
in front
We're
of
not
my
worried about
eyes.
you seeing it. It was the measuring it.
Yeah,
That's all we were worried about, my friend.
yeah. I'm measuring it with measuring tools for sure. So I
Tape measure.
know
Done.
exactly it's 6 feet, like 6 foot, like whatever. I can see that. I can, I can see the information in front of my eyes. When you climb, you measure the globe, like measure the earth. You just say, you just take an object and you try to, based on the object, you try to measure the earth, the distance, like the distance to the horizon. So it's just like, let me ask you, can you see the whole earth by your eyes? Can you just see it?
I don't see the relevance of that.
No, it's
No, you
because
cannot
if
see the majority of
you
the
cannot
earth with
see
This has got
the
nothing to do with measuring the ground.
yeah that it has to do with it
No, it does
because like
not.
In this situation, the whole table is the horizon. That's the end of the end of the table, the horizon.
it's just like I'm not assuming it. I'm not taking an object and doing the measurement or calculation. I'm just going in front of the table. I'm having a measurement tool. I'm measuring it. So when
That's it.
you
So
are
you're
trying
measuring
to
it. What that story was about, AJ, I'll make it nice and simple. That story, that analogy, right, was about you measuring something. Somebody puts forward a claim. So my claim was 6 foot table.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
So somebody puts forward a claim, and then how you're going to test that claim. And you said you were going to measure it. That's correct.
Exactly.
That's how
Yeah.
you test claims that are put forward. So at school, the claim put forward was we live on a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles. So how do we test that claim? We go and measure it. And that's what these people in this room have done. They've gone out and measured it. They're expecting to find the ball. They're expecting to find the curve. They're expecting to find that we live on a globe. All of a sudden, they do the measurements and it's not working. Why is it not testing like a ball? Why is it different? What went wrong? And then they find out there's no curvature at all. So if there's no curvature at all, we can't be living on a globe. We can't be living on a sphere. Not possible. That's why they're testing this.
So let's say Matrix tells you that he has a table that is oval shaped and it's 6 feet long. And you go over and you look at his table and you measure it and you see that it has, it's actually 7 feet long and it has 4 square corners. So by necessity, it must be either a square or a rectangle. And it is also not the size that he claimed it to be. So you've debunked both of his claims just by measuring and making an observation. So the globe has given us a claim size, a radius value, and we went and checked to see if that was correct. And guess what? It is not the size that they claim. It's totally bogus, right? So we have went ahead and debunked the claim that the Earth is a globe. The size of the Earth, we make no claims. We're talking about the surface and the description of the surface being flat, horizontal, level.
So the radius you got, 3,959 miles, was it was it true or false? Like, it's because you guys had tested it.
False. False.
Okay, so then what's the right answer?
Not a
The
sphere.
right answer is it's not a sphere. It cannot be a sphere.
No.
In fact, the horizon is not even the curvature of the Earth. We've also debunked that claim.
Okay. If you was in class and they asked you the question, which is the what is the radius value of Earth? And then they gave you multiple choice, 3,959 miles, 10,000 miles, 264,000 miles, or 5 miles, which is the correct answer. If you choose 3,959 miles, then you would answer that question correctly. If you go out and you check for that radius value by taking measurements, you do not find that radius value in your observation. Therefore, it's false. If you're checking the radius value according to the claim, then it is correct according to the claim. If you're checking it to observable reality, it is not correct. So, which form of is it correct are you referring to?
Let's say, to figure it out, have you done a hypothesis testing?
Okay. I need you to open up your Google or whatever search engine you like to use and ask it for an equation to the distance to the horizon. Or you can ask it, is 1.2 times the square root of the observation height in feet a valid equation for identifying the distance to the horizon?
So do you think, let's say, do you know
Do
it's a
it.
valid distance,
Yes.
valid equation?
Ask the search engine if the equation is valid. 1.2 times the square root of the observation height in feet equals the distance to the horizon in miles. Ask if that equation is valid. Let me know what it says. Because I've asked and I've taken a screenshot. And if you need me to
Yeah.
post the screen.
Yeah, let me take a look at it. Just a second. So the formula, it's x is equal to r minus r cos.
Okay, you're assuming R already. We're trying to validate R. Okay. This is what we're
Radius,
doing.
yeah,
We're
yeah, for sure, yeah, yeah.
validating R.
We are trying to find, radius, yeah.
So I can't use an equation that already has R.
You can just, reconfigure it. Let's say if you just take the formula the other
Can
other
somebody
side
ask,
and
because I can't post images and I'm home.
so let me ask you, do you think the formula you just sent is it you or someone else? Let's see. Uh, it was sent by Matrix. So can you see? Can you see the last picture he has sent?
So what are you asking? Us to validate the claim that we're given in school? That is what
No,
we're doing, my friend.
no,
Like
no.
AJ, just let me I just want to just let you know, like all the people who argue for a globe, they don't deny the math that the guys are giving you right now. They accept it. They say that is the math for the globe that we live on, and that is the size of the globe we live on. Are you arguing against that? Nobody denies it.
No, no. Mm, I can get that. Everyone has a different. They
No, they
think
don't.
they
That's
know
what they
that.
don't have a different. That's what I'm saying. There's no different.
You know, uh, the people I see here, they think they know exactly. Let's say, like exactly, the distance, the equation. They have it. That's what they are trying to say. So I'm trying to find out. I'm trying to find out the thing they are saying. They know that whether you know they know that by themselves, it was given by someone else. Let's say uh if they are talking about any equation, they're just trying to think if they get any value from the equation, they think that's true. They think they know that's the right answer. So I'm trying to find out whether you know whether they are trying to say is it true or not. That's what I'm trying to figure it out.
Yeah, but the distance to the horizon for a globe isn't a flat Earth thing. That's something that has to be there on a globe
Okay,
with the size
okay,
that they give
okay,
us.
okay, okay. If you know the Earth is flat, tell me why. But
It's measured
if you
flat.
just talk about if you talk about calculations, for sure you must have
Measurements.
equation.
AJ,
Yeah,
measurements, not
yeah.
calculation. Measurement, different.
Okay, measurements.
Okay, so for
If,
your formula and equation, you have numbers. Those numbers come from somewhere. Where do
yeah,
those numbers
I,
come from?
yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
excellent. So
exactly.
we
That's
agree.
what I'm.
We agree 100%. So when they tell us radius 3,959 miles, that means someone has measured from the middle of the earth to the outside. Do you
Nobody
believe
measured
that?
that. No, I
Excellent.
don't.
Yes. Now we're starting to get it. Nobody's measured
Because
that. That's right.
it, I,
Nobody.
I can say I can believe in it, but I cannot say I know that. The difference. That's what I mean. I can believe in it,
Excellent.
but
In the
but
in the side
I don't know
chat,
the answer.
AJ, let's go back to the side chat. See the one that you wanted everyone to look at with the big sphere on it? You can see that? The tube up above that. White images that say laser, deviation, one says curvature, one says no curvature. At 47 minutes past the hour. That's when they were
What
posted.
are you, what are you referring to? I can see lots of informations in the chat.
Okay. This idiot here can go away. Get off. Go right to the bottom. Now we're going to scroll
Okay.
up, scroll up. One of them has a sphere with a chart next to it. Then above that, there's two images side by side. White. Timestamp, 47 past the hour.
Okay, 47. Could you just resend it if it's
Guys, it
possible?
won't be the same for everyone. Everyone has different time.
Yeah, my time is quite different.
Use the last two numbers.
47 past the hour. Unless you happen to live in there's a certain spot in the middle of the United States that has an offset, half-hour offset. You're probably going to be the only ones that are not going to get this right.
Just try to get the let's say get the post and resend it again.
Okay, AJ, let's just do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 posts from the bottom.
Okay.
Exactly.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Has has anybody accepted?
No, I'm not asking if you're accepting it. I'm asking if you can see the images inside chat. We just want you to get there first.
I can see some YouTube videos there.
Okay, you've gone too far if you're looking at YouTube videos. So underneath the YouTube videos, two white images, side by side.
Yeah.
You may be on your mobile phone.
I can see that. I can see.
Excellent.
Curvature.
On the
deviation.
That's the one. That's the one. Excellent. So see how on the left-hand image it shows laser, deviation, curvature.
Yeah.
And on the right-hand image, laser, deviation, no curvature.
Yeah, I can see both.
Right.
Yeah.
So on the left-hand one, when the guys go out and do the laser tests, that is what they are expecting to find. Now, the measurement is the deviation. That's the bit that gets measured from the laser to the ground. Now, what happens when they do the laser test? The second one, the second image, the right-hand side. That is what they find when they do the laser test. Now, if you want the laser test, scroll up a little bit more. That's the YouTube videos that people have filmed themselves doing the laser tests.
Did you just say, let me ask you one thing. Did you just say deviation means measurement?
No, deviation does not mean measurement. The deviation was the bit that is getting measured. That is what they are measuring for.
Let me watch the YouTube video then.
Yeah, there's quite a few. And there's plenty more if you wish to see them. And it's not just one video, there's a whole string of them there, my friend. Welcome, Cyclone. Nice of you to sneak in the back door there.
Yeah, what's up, guys? How you doing?
Not too shabby. Our little friend here is just having a bit of trouble understanding.
Nothing new.
We've also got V in the chat. V,
Yeah.
you piped up earlier. you can ask your question now while our friend is looking at the videos.
Yeah,
There you
I'll
go.
say that if you are trying to do the horizon test on land, then you're already wrong. Horizon test is supposed to be done at the sea or the ocean, because if you're calculating the what was that route to RH, so it depends on the height. That's why the sea level is taken as the basis for this test, horizon test.
Yep, that's correct. That's what we do. We use a sea
Yep.
horizon. Good
Yeah,
job.
pretty switched on. So I take it you're a flat earther, V.
Nope, I'm not.
Oh, why not?
Because like I have been to the sea and I've calculated, because I did that in my
Oh,
physics major, and
you
the
calculated.
calculation.
Say again. You calculated.
Yeah, what we did was we calculated the distance to the horizon, and then we calculated the deviation from it for the laser.
That's weird. You guys
So
are in a physics class looking at the
Yeah, yeah.
horizon of the Earth.
No, no, no. It was a project that we did just to prove that and actually the shape of the Earth is not exactly a sphere, it's a spheroid.
okay, so let me get this straight.
Mhm.
Used a laser, or you were told about this? You actually went out and did this, or you just told a cool story?
We were given like obviously we didn't have that much of a strong laser, but like what we used was already this value of the horizon, and we used
So
the
you
laser. Yeah.
calculated the distance to the horizon, so based off of your height. So, for example,
Mhm.
1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, 6 foot
Mhm.
tall. What's that?
Mhm.
3 miles?
Mhm. Something like that. Yeah.
So, something like that. Yeah.
Mhm. But it was correct that
So,
time.
how did you validate that distance? That's the bit that I'm interested in. You've done the calculation. This is where the horizon should be. Now,
Mhm.
what did you do to prove that the horizon was in the spot that it should be?
Oh yeah, this is called as a parallax method, in which you can get a rough estimate of the horizon.
A rough estimate? No, 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 no. We don't want a
Mhm.
rough estimate. We want a guarantee that it is where it is claimed to be. We don't want rough
Like,
estimates.
yeah, you can be off by a meter or so, but it won't make a difference
Oh,
exactly in
that's
the
awesome.
calculation.
Hey,
Oh, that's good then.
Matrix.
1 meter? Yeah, that's good. 1 meter, that's mad.
Matrix. Yeah, Matrix. I
Yeah.
was going to say 1 meter. That's pretty good. So what
Yeah.
they did was they calculated where that horizon is. They calculated. You heard him tell you that, and then they
Yeah.
all sat in a class because they didn't go anywhere. They just sat in a classroom and calculated this, and that's how they figured out the Earth is a ball. They didn't go out and measure. They don't measure things because it's
Yeah,
physics
only you
class. They
guys
don't
did.
measure anything. They don't
Only you
measure
guys
anything
did.
in physics, do they?
Because obviously people measure things in physics.
That sounds
Mhm.
interesting.
Did you
Yeah.
Well,
verify your
we better run
then you
another physics
verified
class.
yeah, you verified your calculations then, right? Like a real scientist?
Yep.
So
So
who went out to the horizon line? You or the other
Nobody
person?
did. Nobody did, because you don't need to
Okay,
go
so
to the
that was the
horizon
end of
line
it.
to get that.
That's the end.
Yeah.
So it was
The
not
end.
verified.
So
So that's what you're
like
saying,
to
V, is because no
so
one's
basic.
gone there to validate that or to prove that what you have calculated. So you have done the calculations. That's awesome. But what you've got to do now is go and prove that the calculations are correct. And this is, from what you've said so far, this has not been done.
Okay,
Did you have a
so
distance marker to validate the distance?
do you believe in Pythagoras theorem?
B. Did you
Like, do
have a
you believe
distance marker to validate the distance? Since nobody
what?
went out to the distance?
Like, why
Well,
would you want to like actually verify the distance? It's simple
So
maths.
you know your
To see if it's
calculations are correct.
yeah.
true. To
Yeah,
see if it's
it's
How
true.
did you
Because
know?
what if?
Okay,
Because
V,
yeah,
let's say
exactly.
you messed up
What if
your
it wasn't there?
calculations. Let's say you made a mistake with your calculation. How do you then test and see if there was a mistake?
I'm curious, V, why did you say, why would you want to verify your calculations? You know,
Like
what
obviously,
I do for a
obviously,
living, if we don't verify our calculations where I work, people will
if
die. So we have to
no, no,
verify our
no, no,
calculations.
no, no, you're over exaggerating. If my
Mm,
reason
no.
for the research is to calculate the deviation of the laser, I don't need to verify the distance to the horizon.
Well, we were talking
Well,
about the
that's what you
horizon,
were
and you were
verifying.
saying you were
Yeah,
calculating
we
the
were
horizon,
calculating the
and then
deviation of the laser came out
you had a
right.
you had a question asked to clarify what you were saying. Did somebody go
Ex-
out to the horizon and validate? Hey, this is where the horizon is. And you said no.
Okay, so like
So then I
you
asked
guys,
again, was there like a marker or an object in the distance that y'all used as like, you know,
so
verifying the distance that you're looking?
okay, so like
And then you're saying
you
I
guys
don't
have
need to
seen.
validate the distance. Then what? All you're doing is putting a laser across a flat level a flat level surface of water, and then watching the laser travel across that horizontally. And then you're saying, okay, well, I'm allowed to have a meter of deviation. All right, well, how far away was the other end in order for you to say, yeah, this was actually deviating a meter? And was it like 10 miles, 20 miles? Were you 13 miles? Were you a mile away and you had the meter
Hey,
of deviation? What was it?
Jimmy, it sounds like what he did was prove the earth was flat because he shot a laser over a flat surface, he said. Thank you, V. Congratulations.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
So then tell me how far away the other end of the laser was from the laser, and you had your 1 meter of variance.
I I think it was around 4 kilometers, something like that.
What kind of
Okay,
laser
so
did you use? What color was it?
What color was it?
Hang on.
yeah, the frequency matters.
Hmm. I don't recall the color.
Nobody
But
Red,
did
like,
a
green,
laser
blue.
test.
Yeah.
yeah, sure. Sure.
Or V,
So why don't you come
maybe you
and
could
try to lie
just
to us,
run us
bro?
through the formula.
Yeah, like
V,
I
do you
don't
remember
remember
what
the
the
test I
formula
did
was
2 years
that you used
ago,
to
obviously.
calculate this?
All I remember was the test was right. I don't need to remember the
How did you
specifics of
verify
it.
it was right? Who went and verified your calculations? Nobody?
You don't have to reach the ends of
You
the
do have to
uh,
verify things or people can die in real life.
yeah, like that's why GPS system works in this world, right?
There it
Because
is.
Earth is flat. Mm,
Hold on, brother. So
Air
here's the
is
thing: who
spinning.
was at the other end of the laser measuring between the surface of the water and the laser beam? Who did that?
Sorry, can you repeat?
In your laser test, who was at 4
Mhm.
kilometers measuring the deviation between the beam and the surface of the water?
It was someone of the staff, maybe. I don't know.
You don't even know? So somebody was there and they how did the
Yeah, this
deviation
was two
between
years
the laser
ago.
and the
Obviously, I don't
surface?
know.
Okay,
Yeah,
so how did they do that?
Shit, I remember the color of paint from machines 2 years ago.
yeah, but I don't because I don't work in that field.
Oh, okay. So how about this? How about since instead of you giving us nothing but hearsay, can you provide us
Hmm.
the documentation of what you did?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I think I can. I
Okay,
think I
just
can.
go
Give
ahead
me a
and
sec.
post that. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It was only 2 years ago. I'm sure you still have it.
Yeah, yeah. I think I have it.
I have a
Give
question. Is that
me.
right? Would you take it in the chat?
Sorry?
I have a question. I just wrote that down. The things you mentioned. So far, is it right? To my understanding, I'm just wondering.
Yeah, we've measured with lasers. We've also just measured with distance demarcations.
Okay. When you say distance, did you measure the Earth from one end to the other? From one,
Sorry,
one
dude, why are you doing this? Are you trying to troll us at this point? Did I
No,
tell
no,
you that
I'm
we
not.
measured the entirety? Okay,
I'm
so
not
if I
trying
didn't
to.
tell you, okay, so why are you asking me a question about something I didn't say? Are you not listening to me?
Maybe I missed your point. I couldn't. Maybe.
Yeah. We measured distances between points. I at no point said that we measured the entire Earth.
Yeah, that's my questions. Did you measure the entire Earth?
Why
What
would
the
we do
hell,
that?
dude? He just said he didn't do that, and then you said, "Well, let me ask you a question.
Okay.
Did you measure the
Okay.
entire Earth?"
Okay.
Exactly.
If
We're not
they,
trying
okay.
to measure the
Okay.
dimensions,
So
size.
you have never done that. You have never measured the
Neither
entire
have
Earth.
you. You didn't even verify your
It's not necessary.
calculations.
I haven't. Yeah, I haven't done that.
It's not
That's what I'm
necessary.
trying to
It's
say.
not. Hey, relax. Hey, relax, man. It's not necessary. We don't have to in order to know that the surface quality is horizontal.
I can just say it's not necessary. I can just say that the Earth is
No,
globe.
I'm not just saying it, bro. It's not a necessary thing that we need to do. It's not
Why
a
would we need to
requirement.
measure the size of the Earth when we are only dealing with the surface description, flatness, usually described between two parallel planes? So I'll tell you what, I think the tallest mountain in the world is somewhere around 7.5 to 8 miles high. The deepest trench in the ocean is somewhere around 8 miles deep, as far as we can measure. So the Earth rests between those two parallel points. 8 miles above mean sea level, 8 miles beneath mean sea level. It is a horizontal plane. It is flat.
But if you have, let's say you just measured something underneath, under the ocean, right?
Yes, from a horizontal datum, yes, called mean sea level.
Okay.
We've measured the depth.
Okay. It just because you measure up to that point. What if you have like more than that? Let's say if you have how much kilometers or miles it was, like when you got the data you measured underneath.
What's the question?
So you say you measure the tallest mountain.
AJ, you're
You,
super confused right now.
no, I'm not confused. Like
Yeah, you are.
I'm getting.
This is
I'm
where the
trying to
physical
find out.
One sec, bro. This is one sec. Relax. This is where the physical properties of water comes into it. Okay. All right. So we can understand that the nature of the surface of water when it's at rest is horizontal. There's no deviation from horizontal. All right. It's actually a reference to horizontal. You can use liquid at rest to establish a horizontal plane of reference. That means that in building and in construction, right, in engineering, you can use water to establish that two things are at the same elevation in a straight line. Okay. That means that the surface of the water is not curving, it's flat, it's level, it's
Yeah,
horizontal.
that's
Okay.
not
Now
my question.
if we can establish that over a short range and then a larger range yet again, it's okay to then infer that the rest of it is going to conform to that as well. Especially when we've measured over large bodies of water, such as like 20 miles, where there's no deviation from horizontal. Right, over large lakes where you
It's
can
not
just see
my
straight
question.
across to the other side from shoreline to shoreline and shine a laser directly across its surface and hit a target on the other side.
It's not my question.
Okay. Try again, then I guess.
Oh, someone just mentioned we human measure the tallest mountain,
Okay,
and
AJ, you got it confused. What he said was, because we don't have to use mountains and valleys in the ocean to get mean sea level.
Mm.
All he said was, there's a tall mountain and there's a deep ocean, and in between there is
Yeah.
about where mean sea level is. That's it.
Mm.
That's all. Yeah. We can just average it out. We can go paint a line on the side of a rock that's in the water and call that mean sea level. And then the next day the tide changes and then there's another one and it's slower. You can paint one there. And then the next day it's higher than both of those. Paint one there. And then what you do is you count the distance between them and average them out. And you'll get the mean sea level. If you keep measuring that over and over, you'll get it closer and closer to the actual number 0 of mean sea level. Of course, you can never
Get
hit
an
0,
average.
but you'll be close enough.
Get an
But
average. And did you know that mean sea
you can never be
level
accurate.
doesn't matter. Mean sea level is actually a horizontal plane of reference.
Yeah,
So
you're
that
accurate within a meter, like your buddy said, within a meter. He's like, within a meter, you're golden. You can fly to Mars. So we're way within a meter.
yeah, extending hundreds of miles inland. We're gauging the elevation change of the land mass in relation to that horizontal plane of reference from sea level. So when you go 100 miles inland and someone says that mountain there is 1,000 feet above sea level, that means that the base of it, from the base of that mountain in a straight line out to the sea, that's its height.
I fear we may have just confused him.
No. I'm just like nobody answered the question I asked. I was just asking.
Ask it again. Maybe we misunderstood you. Go ahead and.
Yeah, it's because you were trying to say about measurements, everything. I get it. I get the point. But when it comes to, let's say, measuring, you say you haven't measured the entire Earth
No.
so far. Yeah.
No.
So, yeah, if you haven't done that, it's like an assumption. You can just say you're just doing calculation. You are taking an object and trying to measure it.
Okay, stop for a second. Listen to this. Okay, if the Earth is a globe, okay, they tell us the size of the globe. If the Earth is a globe and we have 20 miles of water, okay, a section of 20 miles, we can calculate how much curvature there should be over that 20 miles.
I'm not saying the Earth is globe right now. I'm just trying to find out.
We're not claiming to know the size of the
He's
Earth.
not saying you. Just listen
We're
to DJ for a minute. Please
not
don't interrupt him.
claiming-
Just listen.
We're not claiming to know the size of the Earth. We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. The globe earthers are claiming to know both of those things. When we test it, it doesn't match reality. Okay? So there is no globe. The Earth, right, is a flat stationary topographical plane. That's what we
Yeah.
experience, and that's what when we test it, that's what the results
That's
show
what
every
I'm.
single time.
The thing I'm trying to say, there's no flat Earth.
What are you talking about?
It's because you say you measured it. When
No,
I
we're not
asked you how.
claiming to. What did we measure? What do you think we measured?
Yeah, you say you've done laser measurement.
Yeah, over like 40 kilometers and
Yeah.
similar
Yeah.
distances.
Based on that, you've done some calculations, and
No,
you're just saying.
measurements.
Measurements. You've done
Yeah, no
measurements.
curvature. There's no
Hey,
curvature.
DJ, he's confused. DJ, he's confused. He thinks measurements are calculations. You can tell by the way he said, yeah. He thinks they're the same thing.
How do you measure? Let's say you said it's measurements, it's not calculations. Okay, I get it. So when you
We're
say
not
measurements,
saying we measured the whole Earth. We're not
yeah,
saying that.
that's my point. If you
You don't
haven't
need
done
to.
that,
There was
You don't
no
need to. You don't
AJ.
need
Wait a
to.
second. AJ, the globe was never measured at all, so it's not a globe, correct?
It's just like
Uh-oh.
that's why in the beginning I told you.
AJ,
I I,
answer my
bel-
question.
I
Is the Earth a
believe in it.
ball or is the Earth a ball?
I believe in it. That's why I
So,
told you.
so you're just
I
allowed to believe, and it's not a ball. You know why? Because your beliefs don't count. So there, you have to measure the surface to be curving, and then you can do some calculations to figure out if it's a ball or not. You don't say it's a ball. Let me go measure, and that's the calculation. That's weird shit when you do that, don't you think?
You don't need to measure the whole thing.
Yeah, the thing about spheres is that they are curving away from you in every direction from the point that you're standing. So we can measure a small section over water, by the way, not land, over the sea, and see that that section is completely flat. Well, guess what? If it's completely flat, then the ball is already debunked. It's over because it's not curving. It's very simple. And this is not just one area. It's not like we're measuring one flat spot, because even with one flat spot, it still wouldn't be a sphere. This has been done everywhere, over lakes, over the ocean, everywhere it's flat.
Exactly. And the surface of one body of water, like one lake, is not going to have a different quality to another lake. It's going to behave the same. The water is going to abide by its physics, okay? By the physics, which it dictates that its surface is horizontal. Right? If you can show through measurement that the surface of a body of water is curving at a rate which conforms to the Earth being a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then you've got something to work with. But you don't. Nobody's ever measured that, and all attempts to measure that show that it doesn't deviate from horizontal. Therefore, measuring the entire Earth is not necessary. We're not saying that we measured flat Earth. We measured it
so
to be flat. It has that property of being a horizontal plane. Let me put it to you this way, okay? You've got a pool table. Do you know what a pool table is? A snooker table?
yeah.
Okay, all right. You don't want it to be tilted, do you?
You
You
mean
you you don't want it to
when
be
playing the game?
sloped. You don't want it to
Yeah,
be
no,
uneven.
no,
Right. You
no.
want it to be level, right?
Yeah.
Right. I can get a level and put it like a spirit level, and I can place it all around on the table, and then adjust the legs accordingly until at each point that I place the spirit level on the top of the table, that bubble is in between the two guidelines, right? That establishes that the table is as close to level as I can get it. Okay. Do I need to know the dimensions of the table to do that? Do I need to know how
I
big
like
the
this.
table is? I
It's a good
don't, do
analogy.
I do not need to know how big that pool table is in order to establish that its surface is level.
You mean
Thank you very much. I'll be here all week.
like what do you mean? For instance, like if it's tilted or not. So you say to find out you don't need measurement. Is that what you say?
Do you need to know what the size of the table? No, it's not level.
No, I
Okay,
don't.
there you go. So if we can see that the Earth is not curving, then it's not a ball, and it doesn't matter how big the Earth is.
Okay, still you guys are coming to the same point. I get it.
Yes, the Earth is flat. That's the point. We keep coming. That's what happened. That's how we all got here. We kept
Yeah,
doing this over and over, and we finally kept coming to the same conclusion: the Earth is flat, and here we are.
Yeah. That's what you're trying to say. But when I ask you the questions, like, don't talk about globe. Don't ever talk about globe. Just talk about flat Earth. It's because that's what my question is. But whenever I ask you questions, you're trying to say Earth Earth is not globe. It's flat. That's what I'm getting. I'm not
Yeah.
getting the answers from you. For instance, when you say it's flat, let's say when you say it's flat, you told me that. So when I
Yep.
asked you how, you said we've done measurements. When I asked you,
Yeah.
when I asked you how did you do the measurements, you said we were using lasers. Let's say 40
Yes.
kilometers. So
Yes.
based on that, you're trying to figure it out the entire, let's say, the entire
No.
Earth's distance. Am I right?
No,
Like, just to
no,
clarify. Just to clarify.
no.
Okay. So
Not
explain that.
distance. Not
Explain
the
that. Yeah.
distance. Not the distance. Just
Okay. so-
for flatness. So when we measure for flatness, we find that
Okay.
it's flat. Is there any
Okay.
place that we should be looking that we haven't checked where it would be curving?
Okay. So let's say we don't need to go back, to the first place. So you said when you do the laser test, it's not for measuring, it's for flatness, like to figure it out whether it's flat or curvature. Am I right?
Yep. So we
Okay.
measure for flatness. We find it's very flat.
Okay. So
Yeah.
up to 40 kilometers, you say it's flat. It's not
Yeah.
curving at all. Am I right?
No. Correct.
So the data you got just 40 kilometers. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So when you just see let's say we have different countries. One country has, across the globe, like across the earth, let's say. So sometimes we know the distance. Let's say 5,000 kilometers. Let's say 6,000 kilometers. You just measured 40 kilometers.
I know.
40 kilometers, and you're just
So
saying
are you saying that it's curving somewhere between 40 kilometers and 5,000?
no, it's not 5,000. Let's say, what if like 10,000, 15,000, 20,000?
Okay. Do you have any evidence that it's curving between 40 kilometers and 10,000 kilometers?
Do you have evidence?
I'm asking you. Is it apparently to
No,
you, 40 kilometers is not
it's
enough.
because
But
it's
within the
because
40
I'm not trying
kilometers, holy cow. In 40 kilometers, you will have hundreds of feet of deviation between horizontal and the curvature of the earth, right? Hundreds of feet. We found none. So the point is that if you're claiming between 40 kilometers and 10,000 it's curving, I would need to see the evidence of that.
Okay, the thing you are saying, let me give you an example. Okay, I have a foot. Let's say I have a football. When I
Is the earth a football now?
no, it's an example. Like, that's what.
Well, why
When
don't you
I'm
use an
trying to get.
example using the earth? Because the earth is claimed to be a sphere.
Checked.
So when you have some data to validate it, you have to have enough data to justify it. Just
Okay.
having
What
40,
do we
just
need?
having.
We have 11.
data-
Yeah, we have 1,100 verified data now. 1,100. How many do we need?
No,
1,105 or
no,
1,200?
no. When you just said 40 kilometers, you've done 40 kilometers, just 40 kilometers.
No. Yeah, 40 kilometers, 1,100 times.
He's saying that it's flat.
you can do
where in
1100 times. Let's say
bro,
let's say
you're
20,000
starting to
times.
really upset me at this point because it almost seems like you're trying not to understand. How much is the Earth supposed to be curving in 40 kilometers? Are you just going to go ahead and say because we haven't measured the entire span to see if it's curving or not, that it cannot be flat? Is that what you're saying? Is it all of a sudden going to become a ball because after 40 kilometers there might be some curve somewhere?
No, what I'm trying to say, the data you have 40 kilometer, sometimes it's an outlier. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Okay, so this outlier would have to fall between a range, right, of margin of error. We're talking about hundreds of feet. There were
Well, hold on a
essentially
second as well,
no
'cause
feet.
how can you say
No.
it's an outlier when
No,
you don't have
when
any
you have
measurements to the
when
contrary?
could you speak?
Good question.
Could you speak louder?
You're a little quiet,
Sorry.
Cyclone.
Hold on.
I'm saying, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, it's good.
Yeah, I'm saying, how could you say that that's an outlier when you don't have any measurements to the contrary that show any curvature? Measurements of flat is the standard. There's no, it's not an outlier because you would have to have loads of measurements of curvature for the flat one to be an outlier. The flat is all we have.
Okay.
Understand?
Let me give you an example.
Dude, wait. If you understand the football example, do you understand that the football is round? It's a ball, right? You only have to measure a section of it.
It's not a sphere.
If that section is curving, if the section you measure on the ball is flat, then you can safely assume that it's not a ball anymore. Do you understand? You only have to measure a section of it. You don't have to measure the whole thing if it's a ball.
Yeah,
Now, when
let's
we do measure a small section, let's say 10 miles, and it's not curving, then we know it's not a ball. Why can't you understand that? It's so easy.
Okay.
Think about it.
So let me give you an example. So let's say to figure out something, when we have some, like, when you talk about measurements, like having 40 kilometers, I get it. To get the right conclusion, you have to have the proper data. What I mean by proper data, let's say sometimes what people do, they take sample sizes. What I mean by sample sizes, let me give you an example.
You
The
don't have
globe.
to. We're not retarded.
Yep. How about
We
this?
know what you're
Every
saying.
day.
It just doesn't work. Just doesn't work. 40 kilometers flat debunks the globe. That's it. You maybe don't understand that yet, but that is the situation.
So does 20. So does 60.
Yeah, because
So
it's
does
not just about
100. So does
the
5.
kilometer. It's about the nature of water, right? If the nature of water is as they've told us, then over 40 kilometers it must curve. If over 40 kilometers the water is not curving, then it shows us that the nature of water is not to curve, and therefore not to be a ball.
Who told you it has to curve?
Well, if you believe the Earth is a ball, then it has to curve.
Mathematics.
It's a geometric consequence of a sphere, man. I told
Indian space
on a
agents.
sphere, the Earth should be curving, or in this case, the Earth should be curving away from you in every direction.
So that's a good question.
Okay.
That's a good question.
Let's say
Who told you that the
let's
water
say
must curve?
so
Hold on. Who told you that the water must curve?
Maybe you both sides are wrong. Let's say the people who believe in
Holy
globe,
cow.
the people who
No,
believe in
it's not a question of
He
being wrong.
just,
We're just
he did. Hey,
measuring.
listen, guys. Listen. Hold on. I got to tell the audience. Listen. He doesn't want the Earth to be flat, no matter what. He's even willing to throw the globe out now, as long as they're both wrong. Just Earth can't be flat.
Yeah. That's not going to work, AJ. It's measured flat. It's not measured curved. You're going to need something for a globe to even start the question of a globe. If you don't have it, it's just flat. It is what it is. We're sorry. We know it's annoying. You know, we know you don't want it to be flat. That's inconvenient, but it is what it is.
No, it's not. What I want.
It is
It's
what you
just
want
like
because we're telling you
ah,
it's measuring flat. You've got nothing to the contrary except flat, and you're saying, well, we just don't know what it is. No, we do. It's flat. You're even agreeing it's measured flat over 40 kilometers, which debunks the globe model, but you're still saying, we don't know. No, we do know. You maybe don't know, but we all do know.
okay, all right.
Okay?
It's just like
But
my
hey, listen, don't give up. Try and find that curve. Maybe you can find some curve measurements somewhere. We've been looking for like 10 years. Maybe you'll find them. Do you think you could do that?
it's to do like you're just saying I could find something.
Yeah, like curvature. You'd have
what
to
I
find
what
curvature.
I think, and the questions I'm asking to you, like you guys are not answering.
Yeah, we've
So
answered.
Yeah,
no,
we've answered it.
I heard them answer it 10 times over. You keep saying, you keep pretending like it's just a small section. No, mathematically, this is a sufficient section to debunk the globe. You don't
yeah.
understand that.
How do you
That's fine.
believe the mathematics? How
Fine.
do you believe the mathematics? That's my point. How do you believe it?
We test. We don't believe the mathematics. We test mathematics, and we find them to be false.
How do you know that the mathematics are right?
We test the math that NASA and the space agencies are telling us is true about the Earth. That's it.
Space agency. You just said like
Yeah, we test their story. We test their story. Their story is the one you believe, right? We test that story.
No. That's my whole point. That's my whole point. Right now, you just mentioned it. When I asked you, how do you measure it? You said using laser. You said 40 kilometers. So when I asked you the 40 kilometers,
yeah, that's
you said
AJ, just wait, AJ. I think you don't understand. We're measuring the drop over the distance of 40 kilometers, and that comes to 91 meters if you're 2.75 meters tall. 91 meters of drop, which isn't there. That's what we're measuring, and it happens everywhere.
Okay, the mathematics. Let's talk about the mathematics.
No,
He
you
said
said you can't. You don't like math before.
from agency. He said like some
Hey, well,
space
listen,
agency.
AJ, if you don't like the mathematics, if you don't trust the mathematics, welcome to the club. They're not real, but that is what they're claiming.
Oh,
He's
yeah,
about to throw mathematics under the bus.
yeah. That's my whole point. It's because when you believe in something like mathematics, it's because you never know that's my
No,
whole
that's
point.
incoherent, AJ. You're now making no sense. You're not making any sense.
You never know anything. He's turning into that already.
Listen, AJ, it's not that we believe it, it's they are making the positive claim. They're saying that the earth is this size and this shape. They're the ones that's saying it. They're supposed to be the experts telling us that this is the size it is. We're just taking that information. We're not believing it. We're taking the information they've given us as experts, and we're going out and checking to see if the drop over distance exists in reality, and we found it doesn't. That's all there is to it. There's no drop over distance.
Okay, like what I thought, and the mathematics you have, it's from people who believe flat Earth. I never thought
No. It's globe mathematics.
Hey, hold on, AJ. You understand that they give us a size of the sphere, of the globe?
A claim.
Do you know what that size is?
A number.
What size? What size is it? What size is it?
They have some numbers like
Okay,
I get.
What is the number? Give us
I
a
have
number.
to check that. I'm not too
check
exact.
it.
I have to check
Because this is the problem. You don't know it, right? And you're projecting your ignorance of it onto us. We do know it. That's what we're testing. I don't know how you're not understanding this.
So what's the question? Say it so I can search it.
What is the size of the globe that they claim?
The radius.
The radius it's 3,959. I believe
Okay,
that's
the claim we're
what they
testing.
are trying.
Okay, that's the claim we're testing. Do you understand?
Yeah.
That's it. So when you're saying where are you getting the mass from, it comes from a
Oh,
sphere
yeah,
with a
yeah.
radius of
I get it.
3,959 miles.
Yeah. So
Okay, so you understand. There should be curvature over a certain distance based on that radius, and it doesn't exist. Do you understand that?
oh yeah, yeah. You're just trying. Yeah, based on that, it doesn't match up. I get it. Like
Okay, there
the
you go. So
calculation
that
doesn't.
means okay.
The
So stop
calculation.
there,
Yeah,
AJ.
yeah,
That's the whole point. That's the whole point. Don't skip
yeah,
over that. That's the whole
yeah.
point. So that means that the globe that they've shown you in school, on TV, the solar system, all of that,
Mm,
it's untrue. That's what that means.
okay, I
Okay.
get it. I get you. I get your whole point. But
Thank you.
since you believe yeah, they may be wrong. Let's say.
Measured
It's not.
flat.
We tested the belief. It's not a question of us having a belief. We
Yeah,
tested the belief, found it's untrue.
yeah, it's untrue. But how do you prove it's flat? That's my question. Like if
Well, that's it, because that's what we
Wow.
experience by default. So there's no curvature. There's only flat. So that's it.
no, what you're trying to say,
Is Earth is
the
flat.
radius, the radius they gave, it's wrong. Like I get it. I get the whole
No,
point. The
there is
radius,
no radius. There's no radius at all. There's no curve at all.
Yeah, there's no curve for there to be a ball that's ever been detected, right? No one's ever measured any. So why would we assume any?
Yep, the surface of water is level, like the pool table.
It would make no logical sense for us to assume curvature if it's not measured anywhere. You understand?
I mean, the people that survey that do this every day, they're measuring it to be flat every day, everywhere. The people that make your topography maps, so it's not just 40 kilometers, and their firsthand experience and measurement is of a flat Earth. Everyone, even you.
so why, like you know, I get it. So are you just rejecting the people who are going to space? Let's say the
No
radius
one's going
wrong.
to space.
Let's
Yeah,
say the
no one's
radius
going to
wrong.
space. Yeah, the whole
Are you
story.
just
The whole
are you
story.
just saying no one's been to space
Yeah,
yet?
listen. If the radius claim is untrue, all the rest of the story is based on that, right? Space, the planets, the size of them, the story that they tell us about this solar system, the galaxy, and all that. It's disproven with the radius of a globe.
No,
It's all
how do
tied to
you
that.
just let's say we cannot just measure accurately everything. Sometimes yeah, it's accurate 80%. Sometimes it's accurate 90%. You know the probability, right? When it
Right, but
comes to the probability,
that doesn't change our situation.
you cannot get 100% probability. If you know,
That
like
doesn't
when we
matter.
talk
That
about
doesn't matter.
probability,
We know. I mean, there's no chance that there's curvature, or it would have been measured by now.
so you're just saying 0% probabilities, like zero probability.
Of there being a globe, as they tell us, yes, because the
Yeah.
claim has been tested directly. They
So
give us the numbers.
when you talk about probability, you're just saying there's
We're not talking
zero.
about probability. We're talking about a measurement that tests a claim, and the claim is proven to be false by direct measurement. That's not a question of probability. It's like
AJ,
saying my table, I think my table is, I don't know, 2 meters long, right? And then you measure it and it's 1.5 meters. You now know it's 1.5 meters because you measured it. It's not a question of probability of it being 2 meters. No. You now know it's 1.5 meters.
AJ, you gotta understand, NASA came out, they gave us pictures of a ball from space, right? We took this picture of Earth. This is what it looks like. This is how big it is. What we did, we was like, okay, let's see if that's the case, and that's why we measure it down here. And when we find flat water over long distances, we know it's not a ball. So that takes I mean, we can grant you the pictures initially, and you say, hey, let's go check it then. Fine, it's a ball. Let's measure it. And then we find some flat surfaces, and all of a sudden it can't be a ball anymore. Did you get that? And then we can
So
throw those
yeah,
pictures out of the window. They don't mean anything because we can't confirm them. We tried.
Yeah, they're provably false.
So if you're going to appeal to a probability, number one, that's not going to work in this particular topic. But let's just play around with this for a second. Let's say that there's been many measurements of Earth curve, and maybe a few places were out of whack, right? Maybe we're mistaken. Well, here's the problem.
yeah.
There are no measurements of curvature, zero. So the probability of there being Earth curve measurements is 100% no Earth curve measurements.
A few dubious calculations that can't be reproduced and don't match
Okay.
measurements.
Okay. Let
That would
me.
make it even worse. That's like negative percentage.
Okay. You know the straight line, right? Like you know the straight line. Is it right? Like you know the straight line.
We know what a straight line is.
Horizontal, you mean?
Do you know circle? Like let's talk about circle. Okay. Let's talk
Okay.
about
Why?
let's talk about the circle. When you look at the circle, let's say, like you're just trying to zoom in, like you're trying to zoom in the circle. Like when you go really like deep in it, you just see the point, the dot. Okay.
Yeah, but that's not the claim. That's not the globe's
Okay.
claim. That's not the globe's claim.
Let me tell you.
Dots, dude. Lines are not dots. The Earth is not pixelated. Mathematics does not operate on pixels. Points don't even have any dimension.
So the thing you're trying to say, it basically it says like you're just trying to figure out 40 kilometers. So 40 kilometers, it's just like a point. That's what I think.
No,
This
it's
makes
a
no
stretch
sense.
of it's a stretch of curved line according to the globe.
Yeah, you need a measurement of an arc.
Yeah, exactly. It's an arc over 40 kilometers according to the globe belief. When it's measured, it's flat. Now you
So
keep
that's
saying you
the
get it,
reason I
then you
was
say
talking
things
about
that
probability.
no. It doesn't. That's not a question of probability. We just told you it directly measures flat, not curved. So there's no probability of it being curved when it measures flat.
So when you look at a straight line, like it's straight. Like when you look at a circle, when
No, it's
you
not.
look at the
That's not comparable. We're not looking at a circle. We're testing line of sight over a surface. How far we can see. If it was to go below the curve like they claim it should, it would affect what we see. We're not detecting that. It would detect how far the laser can be received. We're not detecting that. So no, the whole zoom into a circle and it looks flat thing doesn't work. That's exactly what we're testing with the math. We're not just eyeballing a flat horizon and being like, oh, there we go.
AJ, if everyone, including yourself, when they measure the surface of the Earth and they find out that it is flat, what is the probability that the whole Earth is flat?
Okay, let me summarize there. You just say, the people who are trying to find out all the people just got let's say the mathematics or something like the Earth is flat. Is that what you're trying to say?
No, I'm telling you that everybody in every industry measures the Earth as flat. Everywhere across the Earth, they're measuring the Earth flat, horizontal. What is the probability that the Earth is flat if every industry and everyone's firsthand experience is that the Earth is flat? What do you think the probability would be? Could you give me a number? Maybe a percentage?
So, how? So I can ask you a question before that, before answering it. Okay.
Holy cow.
So it's because you just assume, like it's an assumption. Like when you assume it, everyone does it.
No, that's not
No,
an
you're
assumption.
too
I don't
homophobe.
like being accused of assuming this. If you ask a planar surveyor how they measure the Earth, they level their tool and they measure angles to points along the surface in reference to or in respect to that horizontal datum of the tool. So everyone is measuring sections of the Earth within reason, right? Because these tools you can't see forever or measure forever. But in the sections that they're measuring, everyone, not just the flat earthers, everybody is measuring the Earth flat. It's not an assumption. It's what's being done. So what is the probability that the Earth is flat if everybody measures it that way?
So you mean everybody means you know, the whole population?
No, just
Or
anyone
just
measuring it. Anyone measuring it.
you know, everyone who does that. Like I mean, like we have more than 8 billion people. You mean
Yeah,
if
and you couldn't find one that's measuring curvature. So what does that tell you?
okay, you mean curvature just for 40 kilometers? You mean?
For over any distance
Sure.
conforming to the globe.
What if they can find curvature? Let's say 20,000 kilometers, not
They
just like
can't.
40.
They can't.
Like 15,000 kilometers,
They can't.
20,000 kilometers.
They can't.
How would they do
Nobody's done it.
Yeah. So
Okay,
to
who did?
figure it out, they cannot do that with a laser. You know,
They can't do that
cannot do.
anyway.
It's because they don't have the equipment, right? Equipment to measure it.
No, it's
That's
because
my.
it doesn't exist.
You can
can't
use
measure something that doesn't exist.
you can use laser up to 40 kilometers, but you cannot use laser up to 30,000 kilometers. You cannot use laser up to 20,000 kilometers.
Yeah, okay, so you're
You
saying
sound
no
like a
one's
flat earther
measured.
now.
Yeah, so you're saying no one's measured curvature over 20,000 kilometers. Yeah, we agree.
No. So, like, if when you have long distance, it's because we don't have the right equipment to do that.
Okay.
Right. So
This is why I asked you about you. That's why I asked you about the probability. So if everybody is, what is the probability that the Earth is flat?
100.
Well, I don't know why you won't answer this. It's like you're avoiding the question. What is the probability?
Okay, so nobody has a tool to measure it. If we
Why
don't
are you
have
answering his question,
yeah,
dude?
nobody has a tool to measure it. But when it comes
No.
to
No. Why are you being? You're being rude now. I'm asking a very simple question.
I'm not.
You
I'm
won't
not.
answer it. You refuse to answer it now.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm not trying to disrespect anyone. I don't want to do that. Yeah, go ahead.
What is the probability that the Earth is flat if everyone measures it that way?
When
100.
it comes to probability, if you talk about probability theory, there's no 100% chance. There's
Right.
no 100% chance. So when
Give
it
me
comes to
one. Give me a number.
probability,
Yeah, what is it?
you could be, let's say you could be 90% wrong, 90% right. Sometimes you could be 95% right, but you cannot
Right, but
be
he's asking in the
100% right.
instance, but he's saying in the instance where everyone who measures the Earth is measuring it to be flat, what is the probability that it is flat? That's what he's asking you.
It's when you okay, before talking about probability, just go and
Come on,
search
dude.
about probability
Been long enough.
theory.
Been long
Just
enough.
go.
You brought the probability into this conversation. You're the one that brought this in here, and now you don't want to talk
I did.
about it. I asked you what
I
the probability was. You will not answer my question. That tells me that you actually don't want to have an honest conversation with us, because I'm asking you if it's not going to be 100%, then do you think 90 is close? Do you think 90% probability that the Earth is flat if everyone's measuring?
okay. So when we measure a table, we know that we have the right
Oh my
equipment to
gosh,
measure it.
dude.
We
Could you just give us
so
the
we
number?
can. So when we have that, like we know it. But when you
All
talk
right.
about long distance, we don't have the right
Yeah,
equipment
yeah,
to
yeah.
measure it.
Okay, but that's not what he asked
Yeah.
you. He asked you if everyone who measures, regardless of the distance they're measuring, what is the probability that the Earth itself is in fact flat?
Okay, okay. When someone does that, it's just like, then the probability theory is wrong. Okay.
Right. So now you're
Oh,
throwing out
now he's
probability
throwing math.
instead of answering the question.
Yeah. If let's say when you talk about
Wow.
probability theory, it
But you were the
shouldn't
one
be
that brought up
100%.
probability, and now he's
It
asked you
shouldn't
that.
be.
You're saying you want to throw away probability as a
Yeah,
thing.
he's arguing with
No,
himself.
I'm not trying to throw it out.
Well,
If
then just
someone
give us
like
your
if
give us
you
your
just say
opinion. We know
if
this
you
is a
just say
subjective
100%,
number.
if
We're just asking
if
you to
you
give us your personal opinion, what the probability is that it's flat if everyone's measuring it to be flat. Is it 1%? Is it 50%? Is it 90%?
my
Is it 100%?
my thing when you talk about it cannot be 100%. That's what
Okay, so it can't be 100%. We've ruled that out. So what might it be?
it could
50%?
be. It could be 50, 60, 90, 95, but it cannot,
Well, what would you
according
say?
to
What would you say?
probability
That's a pretty
theory, it
wide
cannot
range.
be.
What would you say?
I would say 50. It's because like we don't have the
50%. So you're saying if
yeah.
everyone measures the Earth flat, it's 50% potentially true that it's flat. It's 50% that it's curved if everyone's measuring it flat. Wouldn't that tip more? You're saying that's like 50-50, but surely it would tip more in the side of flat at least if all
How
the
do
measurements are only flat.
how do you know everyone's gonna measure it?
Well, but how could it be 50-50 if everyone who's
Yeah.
measuring it is measuring it flat? How could it be 50% chance that it's curved if everyone's measuring it flat? Surely it would at least be 51%
So the probability is
flat.
much higher. I get it. Like if probability is much higher, but
Okay, so what do you think it would be then? Not 100, not 50. Somewhere between there?
just like you're assuming, everyone's gonna do that.
Well, that's all we have
It's
evidence for at the
assumption.
moment.
It's
If you
like
have
when it
evidence
comes to,
to
I
the
can just say,
contrary, feel
I
free.
can say 60, 70. As
60,
it's my assumption.
70%. Okay, so we're at 60, 70% flat Earth. That's not bad for a first time in the channel. I'm assuming it's your first time.
No,
60, 70%.
no,
What's
it's an
not your
assumption.
first
I
time?
told you it's an assumption. I'm not saying
That's
I
okay.
know it.
I know you're just
I,
saying 60,
yeah.
70% likely that it's flat if it's being measured flat everywhere. So now you have to go and figure out, is it being measured flat or is it being measured curved? That's what you need to do. Also, I think you're almost getting a bit hung up on the term flat, right? Us saying that it's flat really doesn't, it's not much of a claim to everything. We're not claiming to know the size of the place, the shape of the place, or where it is. We're simply pointing out that the surface nature is not curved, right? It's just flat. I mean, that definitely rules out the globe and all of that, but that doesn't mean we know what it is, right? So don't be sitting there thinking that we're trying to say we know all about reality and what the universe is and all this. We're not saying that at all. We're making a much more humble claim than the globe side, who do claim to know what the luminaries, the sun, moon, and stars are, how they got there, how old this place is, how it got here, where it's going. They make all those claims. We don't make any of those claims. We simply talk about what we can observe, measure, test, repeat in reality, right? Empirically. So that's a logical basis to pursue the truth. And that's what we're doing here. So don't get too hung up on the fact that we're saying it's flat, not
No,
curved.
no,
That's not making
no,
like
no. It's not. It's just
actual
like I
claim.
get it. Yeah, I get it. Based on the data, or else like whatever you're trying to be logical based on the information you have. You're trying to say it's flat. I get it completely. Like it.
Yeah, you 60 to 70%
Ba-
get it. That's good.
So based on the information I have, I just say the globe is like it's globe. It's not like it's based on the
But
data
you
you
don't have
have.
any information that proves it's a globe, though. You've just got images that you've been shown.
Just
like
a quick question,
I can
AJ. Just
yeah,
a
go
quick
ahead.
question for you, my friend. I just want to just ask about this probability thing again, really quickly. Okay, just say I have a nice flat floor in my house, okay, and I measure all these different little sections of the floor, across all of these sections, and I've confirmed that the floor is flat. Okay, what's the probability that my floor is flat and not a globe?
You could be, let's say, you could be.
What's the percentage?
You could be 99% right, but 1% wrong.
So there's a 1% chance my floor could be a globe.
Yeah, or else like no,
Okay.
you maybe
Thank you. All right.
99.
Yeah. All
Yeah.
right, bro. All good.
All
Thank
right,
you
we're
for
up
your
to
honesty.
99% flat. Good going, DJ. Bumps him up a good
So
15,
it's not like
20%.
it's a mathematics. When you talk about probability, it's just mathematics. So I'm not just saying it. Like I'm
We just keep
talking to you
chipping away till we
based.
get
Okay,
right at that
let me tell you.
99.999.
I'm saying based on the mathematics. Like when it comes to probability, it cannot be 100%. That's what
Okay,
I'm
AJ,
trying
AJ,
to.
that's fine. That's fine. You don't believe anything for 100%. Fine.
AJ,
So now you
what was it
understand
60%?
on the curvature side. Sorry, before we go on, I was just going to suggest now that we've done the curvature side and he gets it to 60, 70, 90%, what about the motion? You want to do the motion? You think the Earth's in motion, AJ?
Motion. Like what do you mean?
Like, is the ground spinning around?
You mean the Earth, whether it's orbiting around the universe on like orbiting
Well, yeah,
around the universe?
and
Like, what do you
well,
mean?
yeah, and spinning in itself. So it's a ball. It's a ball that's spinning, and that ball is spinning around a bunch of other balls. So, is that what you think? Is that what it seems like when you go outside?
I haven't I
He's
haven't
never thought
tried
about
it.
it.
I
You
haven't
ever?
tried it. Let me tell you.
You haven't tried it.
When
Well,
we
it's just as simple as going
okay
outside, AJ. I bet you've tried it a million times.
when you don't have let's say why people say some things are complicated.
What's complicated? You go outside. Does it seem like the ground is moving?
So do you ever think some things are complicated in
Yes,
your life?
some things are complicated.
Me personally,
What?
no, not
Could you
really.
tell-
Is going
could
outside
you- yeah,
complicated and experiencing
yeah.
what you're experiencing? That's not complicated.
If you think complicated, could you tell me any examples? Like, why do you think it's
Well, let's
complicated? Like,
well, we can get to what's complicated generally in life later on, maybe. But for the moment, could we focus on what we experience on the Earth? So when you're outside in reality, doing your thing, does it seem like the ground is in motion in any way?
when you cannot just take
It's just a simple.
take yourself. You cannot just take yourself and assume the whole thing.
Yeah, no, I'm just asking you what you experienced, right? So
When you talk about
you feel like the ground is
so it's
moving
like
around?
it's called representative bias. The thing you're trying to say, it's called representative bias. Like, what
Well,
does it?
how do you know what I'm trying to say? Because you're not really responding to what I'm saying. You're just saying other things.
Okay, so the thing you're trying to find, let's say,
Just try it. Just
that
try like a yes or no, like really simply. So if I say, "Do you experience the ground moving?" Yes or no?
It's not a hard one.
If I just like look at the
Oh my
scientific data,
God.
they, like, not scientific, like when
No, just like in reality,
report
when you
space,
go
obvious.
outside, when you're living your
reputed
life.
space agencies, like when they
No, no,
say
no,
No,
not
that,
no, no,
space.
no, bro. No. You're making too much of it. You're making things more complicated than they need to be. When you go outside and you're looking around at the world, is it obvious to you? Is it immediately apparent that the ground is moving?
that's the reason. Like, do you know
Just
about
answer yes or no. Is it?
do
Is
you,
it obvious to you? Is it obvious to you?
to answer it? Do you know about representative bias?
Oh my God. Use your mouth to answer it.
So
Come on,
let me
AJ.
tell you.
Maybe,
Let me tell you what
maybe
does
it's too
representative bias.
hypothetical. AJ,
Before answering,
maybe,
before
Hey,
answering it,
okay,
AJ, is this what
dude.
you do when the teacher asks you a question? You can't do this in school, right?
And you definitely can't do this in the workplace because you would be fired next week when we have our meeting. You won't be in the meeting.
but
Yeah, you
Let's
just
you
see
have to
if
have
he
to
like.
can
you
answer
have
even very
you
simple
have to
questions. AJ,
you have
are you on the
you have
earth right now?
you have to consider all aspects.
All right.
You cannot
Well,
just
Oh my.
2 secs, 2 secs. Well, while AJ's trying to figure out reality, I'm gonna say peace out. So have a good night, guys. Good chat. And
See you,
I'll listen
Cyclone.
on mute for a bit.
Good night.
Bye.
See ya.
AJ, are you on the earth right now?
yeah, I am.
Are you 100% sure?
Okay.
AJ, are you 100% sure?
No.
Okay, so there's no
Oh,
way you can deal with this guy. He's not even sure if he's alive.
So
Do you have
it,
hands, AJ?
AJ, do you have hands?
I can. Yeah, I do have hands. Yeah, for sure.
Wow. So you
So
have hands for
I,
sure.
so are you trying to say whether you believe you have hands 100%? Like 100,
Yes. Do
like
you believe 100% that you have hands?
um,
Holy crap.
it should not take this long. It really shouldn't.
Just say yes, AJ.
oh,
Please
okay,
say yes.
Have fun.
okay,
I'm
Please
going
say
to
okay.
yes.
listen
Let
for a
let
bit.
me let me
He
let me
might
tell you
not
two
have
things.
hands, you guys.
No, he
Let
said he
me tell you
does.
two things. I can
Oh,
say
shit. Sorry,
I
dude.
can
We didn't realize you actually didn't have hands. You should have said, no, actually, I don't have any hands. I'm sitting here talking with my tongue, pressing buttons on the keyboard.
I can give you two answers. I can give you two answers. Let's say if I talk
No,
about
you can't.
probable.
It's only one answer. It's a yes or no. Do you have hands?
No, you cannot just ask open-ended questions
Who
just
told
like that.
you that? Who told you that? Was it your physics teacher or was it your math teacher?
Nobody told me. I know it's because like I'm trying to figure it out. I'm trying to figure it out by myself.
Oh, okay. Well, that ain't gonna work. Obviously, you need our help.
AJ, we're not trying to trick you, bro. We're asking you just a very closed-ended question. Do you know whether or not you have hands 100%?
We're just trying to get you to say yes or no one time to a question. Just a starting point for us, not 99.99999% sure. That's retarded.
Not a trick question. Very simple. But since you did answer the question earlier, whether or not you were 100% sure you were on Earth, that kind of ends the conversation that we can have with you. Because if you're not sure, this could all be an illusion in your mind. And so there's no real basis or foundation for any knowledge.
Um,
Where did our
the
physics professor go that was in here before? Or is that you, AJ? Are you the guy who Took
No,
physics.
he gave
Ah.
up. I asked him to, show his receipts, and he bounced.
Oh yeah, that usually happens when people claim they're physicists and stuff like that. They usually just quietly disappear from chat as soon as they can't come up with any proof for us. Except we always have proof for everybody else. We have to always present proof to these people. We ask them for one thing, and now they're not 90. They're only 99% sure.
We do have a math professor in here. I mean, I bet even Matthew would say that you can measure a section of a ball, and if that section is flat, you can no longer call it a ball. Am I right, Matthew?
Right. I'm just
Well,
like,
there you
is he
go.
100%
Okay.
sure he's not a woman?
I think there's some properly basic beliefs like the fact that I have hands, the fact that I live on Earth. Those I'm 100% sure.
What about are you a man?
Yes.
AJ, are you?
What?
Uh-oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Can I?
All right, floor's open. You've given up. That's congratulations.
No.
Yeah, it's wide open for
No.
everybody now.
No.
Oh, you didn't give up? All right.
No.
Oh
So
well.
can I
keep going.
ask you a question?
Yep.
Do you believe in God?
Nope.
Are you 100% sure you can ask that question?
Oh, you
I
don't
believe
believe
in
in
God. I believe in God.
Yeah, Matthew does. He believes in things. I don't believe in things. I know things are actual facts, but
Okay.
I don't believe in them.
I believe in God and I know God exists. Both
So
are true.
I know already, but Matthew just believes. He's hoping. He's
Not just
hoping in
believes.
a way because he's going to get slapped on his hand for being in here telling lies to other people.
It's
I
because
don't tell
I
lies.
don't believe in God. So the thing is, some people believe in
Maybe that's
God.
what's wrong with you.
It's opinion. Okay, it's my opinion. I don't personally believe in God, but some
No,
people.
this isn't a religion room. Yeah, nothing to do with God in here. It's measured flat. God has nothing to do with measuring things. So there you
So
go.
so
You're not even
so you're
100%
just
sure of your beliefs, so why would we entertain them?
so it seems like nobody's sure. Like the thing you're saying,
Sure,
you
we're
can.
100% sure. We are sure. You're not sure at all. That's what you keep telling us. You said you're not sure at all. We say we are 100% sure. You say you are not sure at all. There's a difference.
It's just like you think you're 100. Yeah, like it's your belief, or like you know that
No, it's
you're
a measurement. It's not a belief. You don't believe in measurements. You just go and do them and write them down.
AJ, a majority of the flat earthers in here have done our own tests, okay? I did it over a 6-mile wide lake. It was flat. Other people has done it over 10 miles. We have 20 miles. We have 40 miles. If there is a flat surface on your ball, it can no longer be a ball. Why can't you get that? Your ball has to curve everywhere. It doesn't. It's not a
AJ,
ball.
maybe this will be easier for you, AJ. Ready? This should be easy for you. AJ, are you there?
yeah, I'm listening. Yeah, I'm all ears.
This should be easier for you to understand flat earth. Ready? Earth is flat and stationary, and space is fake. You can't go to outer space ever. You can't fly to the moon. Mars is made up. Things flying around in outer space vacuums is all made up. So you can forget about that. Now you can start focusing on flat Earth because I took all that away from you. Is that okay?
So when you just say that,
Space is
it's an
fake.
assumption.
Yeah,
It's an assumption. It's
I
an
own a
assumption.
vacuum. I own a vacuum chamber, and I debunked outer space. So we got that out of the way. I got that out of the way.
It's
It's
an
not like
assumption.
dealing with gravity. It's not like dealing
It's
with
an
gravity.
assumption.
It's something. It's not. It's something I can actually do. It's
It's an,
not an assumption.
it,
I don't assume I have a vacuum chamber. It's right behind me.
no, it's an assumption. How could you just say that? Like you can just say it, but it's your assumption.
What's the assumption part?
You just say space is fake. There's no object flying around. You can just say like, you have only flat Earth. The other things are fake. It's an assumption. I can just say that.
I didn't say
I
the
can
lights
just
are
say
fakes.
that.
I said your outer space vacuum is fake. You can't have gas balls and water balls in a vacuum chamber. I have a vacuum chamber. I can prove it. Can't do it. You can't have a floating earth ball with water and air around it in a vacuum of outer space. So I debunked the vacuum of outer space with the vacuum chamber. What do you think of that? What's your opinion on that one?
It's just like we keep on assuming things, but nobody's giving the exact thing. Like we keep on assuming it.
Okay, AJ, ask anybody else in here where I assumed vacuum chamber at. I'm going with what NASA said about the sky, and I own a vacuum chamber. What did I assume?
You assume?
It's a great conversation. I feel like I'm hungry. I have to go and have my dinner. I think I have to eat something.
That one usually
And
knocks him out when you tell him space is fake. He's getting hangry.
no, it's not about angry. It's a great conversation. It's because
Hangry, H-A-N-G, not
it takes
angry.
me to the
I didn't say
foundation.
angry. Yeah, I didn't call you angry. I said hangry,
It,
H-A-N-G-R-Y. From
it takes me to the foundational level. The topic we are talking about. It's it's like it's a debatable topic for sure.
Well, it's actually not a debatable topic because you don't have anything to prove globe. We only have flat Earth, so there's no debating it. You know what I mean?
AJ, you should go eat and think about this a little bit. We've given you a method, so you can go out and test this yourself as well. Maybe after you eat, then you can process it. So have a nice day.
So okay, let me ask you the final thing. So not right now. When we started talking, I think Jim, he told me go and find something on Google. Okay, is that right? The
Yes,
information,
I had
yeah,
asked you to
the
ask a
pictures,
search engine, and then I said you could pick Google, you could pick whatever you want. Ask it this question:
yeah.
Is 1.2 times the square root of the observation height in feet a valid equation for identifying the distance to the horizon? and then I'll post my screenshot of what I got when I asked that question. And I purposely misspelled height so that my question can be seen in the screenshot. Because typically the search bar on a phone doesn't show everything
Okay.
that you asked.
The pictures, did you take the picture from Google?
Yes.
Okay, you took the picture from Google, and the definitions you got, did you take it from Google?
Here, let me show
O-
you what I took a
Okay.
screenshot of.
So if you take it from Google, like let's say if you take it from Google, if you ask Google, the Earth is flat or round, it will say it's round.
I know.
So
And then there was
yeah.
also a point in time where you could ask Google if men could get pregnant or if men could give birth, and then it would say yes. So what's your point?
Yeah, Google
So
is a search engine. It's not an authority. So when
yeah.
you
So
search Google,
so
you find links to actual different sites. So Google
so you
isn't
cannot.
telling you
So
anything.
the data you share over here, like when you say you don't believe in it, like you cannot get data from there.
No,
It's
your
because to
problem
be
is you have an
accurate.
all or nothing fallacy. Like, just because something on Google says one thing, it doesn't mean that that's true just because we also use Google for
So
other
right
things.
now, right, what you're trying to say, Google says two things, like the Earth is round, but
AJ,
based
stop,
on the
please. Stop for a second. Okay. Look, this is Google saying that the Earth is round and that the horizon would be a certain distance away because the Earth is round. We're going and testing that in reality and proving Google wrong and proving you wrong and proving everyone that claims that the Earth is a globe with that radius wrong. Okay? Go eat
so
your food.
but you believe the data you took it from Google, like
No,
you're
no, no,
just
no.
saying,
We don't
right?
believe it. We
Oh,
don't believe it.
we went and measured it. It's not a Google belief.
Google is wrong, right? But Google's parroting the globe mathematics. Then when we test the globe mathematics in the real world, it doesn't match reality. That's the problem. This is based off a globe, right? The horizon would be at a certain distance away, right? You can use that formula, and it's a globe formula based off the globe. And then we go test that, and it doesn't match reality. So it can't be a globe.
Yeah, I posted another screenshot of combined screenshots. Is the Earth flat? Google says no. Earth is roughly a sphere. Ask it again. Can men get pregnant? Yes, it's possible for men to become pregnant and give birth to children of their own. Now,
All
the
right, so I can't
reason,
use Google anymore. I can't use it anymore
yeah,
now.
well, the reason Google said that men can get pregnant is because at the time it was a hot topic and people were Googling this thing. And this specific search result was a popular result for people to click on to support the claim. And so Google was offering this as a first response because it was the most popular according to the algorithm.
Yeah, algorithm. Yeah, that's right.
Right.
What?
So just because it says Earth is sphere doesn't mean it's actually a sphere. You would have to test that in reality. Just because it says men can get pregnant doesn't mean that it's the thing. And then
Yeah.
you can test it in reality.
AJ, I don't want you to get hung up on this idea because you've mentioned it multiple times. You know, Google gives us a claim made by somebody else. Your elementary school teacher gives you a claim made by somebody else.
Yeah.
We don't believe them. We don't even accept them. We take the claim and we test it. It's not a matter of believing or disbelieving. It's about testing claims. So, okay, you say that. I'll take what you say, and I'm going to go put it into a situation where I can test it in reality. and see if there's any validity to that particular statement or claim. And when we test it in reality, it's found to be false through measurement, observation, testing.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to
That's why.
understand your perspective. Yeah, I'm trying to understand, people who believe in flat Earth, their perspective, their point of view. Yeah, I'm trying to understand it.
Okay, well, here's a synopsis. I use my senses to experience the world around me. I trust my senses to give me the truth of reality around me.
So when you say trust, what does it mean, trust? You're just
I accept
trusting
it.
it. You're not
Yeah,
100%
I
sure.
accept it as it is, right? Like, I know how tall I am because
You're
I can
trusting it.
see that there's a unit of
You're
measurement
tr-
that was made.
you're
No,
you're
listen,
trusting
you
it,
asked
right?
me a question and you want to walk all over me while I'm talking and giving you the answer.
You have an
Am I saying the
answer.
wrong thing?
No, when you just said trusting it, so
Yeah,
why did you say
I
trusting it?
accept it. I accept it.
So when you mean you trust something,
Is there
it
another
mean-
definition of trust that you want? When I say I accept it as an answer to your question, what do you mean by trust? Do you want another answer?
when you
Find your
say
own
trust,
definition.
it's not 100% sure.
This is your issue because you don't trust your senses and the world around you. You have the trust issue. I do not.
Basis for empiricism, friend. First, you observe or experience something directly, first hand, through your senses.
Your mic's not working properly, T-Dub.
Oh, crud. Sorry.
Yeah, there's some crackling. Yeah. So my senses tell me whether the environment I'm in is hot or cold. My eyeballs tell me whether there is light or darkness surrounding me. I can look at an object and identify it. I trust my eyes that there's a couch in front of me.
Mm.
I trust my vestibular system that my house isn't moving right now. When there's an earthquake, then I trust my vestibular system that the earth is moving, my house is moving.
Yeah,
I can
you're
also use my
trusting.
eyes to validate the
Yeah,
motion that's being sensed by my vestibular system by watching the pictures swing, by watching the water in the glass that I have slosh back and forth. The dogs around me are freaking out also, so I'm hearing them freak out, I'm watching them freak out. I'm trusting my senses through the whole experience of an earthquake.
But still, aren't there some things that we can't sense?
What would you like to throw in
Unicorns.
the gears?
Like
Unicorns.
Wi-Fi.
I can't sense
Wi-Fi.
unicorns.
Yeah,
No, we're
unicorns
not
is a good
talking.
example.
Yeah, we're not talking about Wi-Fi, are we?
We discover those things that are immediately apparent through the use of our senses. Maybe with a tool, like a thermometer or something similar. But we learn about their existence, like infrared light, through our senses.
We
Right.
used to
No,
have a
I think
gentleman who
T-Dub
would
is
come
right.
in chat. Hang on. We used to have a gentleman who would come in chat and make this particular argument all the time, and I was always wondering why he would make this claim, right? He would say it simply, you stand up, you're vertical, okay? If you lean forward, you feel yourself leaning forward, you're no longer vertical. And when you walk forward, you're walking horizontally and perpendicular to vertical, okay? And you can tell when the floor or the ground underneath you starts to increase or incline in height, and then you would begin to feel yourself come up, or whenever you're going down a decline or going downstairs, you're now traveling in a different direction from horizontal, from perpendicular, from vertical. And I wondered why he would make this, and it was because he was blind. So the blind man is recognizing he's standing vertical, he's straight up. When he walks forward, he's walking horizontally. He knows when the ground underneath his feet is level or not. It's based on his senses. He never experienced the earth as a sphere, and he would never argue, the distance to the horizon or angles of shadows from the sun, because that wasn't part of his experience. His walking and his experience around him was his proof of flat earth, because it went with his senses.
Okay, AJ, you're up. What's going on?
Yeah.
I thought he was going to go eat.
No, I know I'm hungry. Literally, like it's been. I had my food at noon. I haven't eaten anything, and so yeah, I will
Go ahead,
just
go
talk
ahead.
about this. I'm gonna talk about this later for sure. But right now, I feel like I have to go and get some food.
All right, we'll chew on the topic.
Go eat and come back. Okay, it's gonna recharge your brain a little bit. It's fine. Just
Yeah,
go eat.
but yeah, for sure. But I'm not
Yeah.
satisfied. The Earth is flat.
All right,
That's
good.
for sure.
Go eat.
That's fine.
Yeah. So, but it was a great talk, and yeah, it was a respectful conversation for sure. And yeah, I'll be back maybe. I'm not sure today. And yeah, later for sure I'll be back.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Enjoy
Thank
your
you.
walk. Thank you.
Have a good day, man. I appreciate
Yeah.
the cordial conversation.
Yeah. Bye-bye. Have a nice day.
You too.
Peace.
I'm here.
Hello.
What's your experience of the world around you, bud?
I don't know. I mean, it's a flat world, flat Earth. What do you
Is
think?
that something?
I like when they
believe?
come in and take the safe answer.
Is that something you know, or something you believe, or?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen enough of this world to know that it's flat. I mean, when you just look at the look outside, and you'll see that everything is flat. There is no curve, right?
Well, when I look outside, I see curvature of the earth. What are you going
Really?
to tell me? Yeah.
Where? Can you take a picture?
Well,
I can see.
yeah, here. I'm going to just search up a random GIF, because it'll support my claim.
Yeah, I don't think just looking outside is a sufficient answer to determine that the Earth is flat or a globe. I look outside, I have forests and mountains, valleys, all kinds of stuff.
The best way is just hop in an airplane and look out the window. It's
Yeah,
definitely
still it's
flat.
flat. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, but if it was a globe, would it not look flat from the height of an airplane?
Yeah.
Well, that's what Neil deGrasse Tyson says.
No, that's what the geometry says, bud.
Yeah, that too. Sometimes the people like Tyson are actually telling the truth.
Right on. Yeah, Matthew does that sometimes as well. Like a globe will say something that's completely false about the globe, and Matthew will call them out and say, "Hey, it's not right." Yeah, they do it sometimes.
Maybe I'm not using the right words, but it is really difficult for me to find a boat on the horizon in the GIF search.
So guys, is it flat or not? I need
Oh yeah.
your answer.
I mean,
Oh my god. Can we just vote? So it will be easier. Who votes for flat Earth?
Definitely
Come
flat.
on, guys. Go ahead, I want to hear.
well, if Amer says it's flat, then it's flat, right?
I don't know, I'm just looking for the answer. I need you guys to tell me if it's flat or not.
Well, you said it was flat, dude. So I'm gonna just take you at your word right now.
Do you think
Well,
it's
why
flat?
find someone else to vote? How would that person?
I mean, what was your opinion before you met me? You thought it was flat, or?
I don't think it's flat. I know it's flat.
And William, what do you think? Think about what? Is it flat? What? I don't know. I don't know. Tell me,
You don't
please.
know? Why don't
Tell
you
me.
know, Boot? Why don't you know?
Like,
I
there are
don't
three
have
people in
knowledge
here
like
and no
you,
one
bro.
knows.
Sorry. آخ ربي مستحيل.
Well, okay. Let's think of it this way. Do you know how tall you are, or do you think you know how tall you are, or do you believe how tall you are?
Oh my god. Oh my god, this room make me laugh.
How tall are you?
Sorry.
You don't need to open your mic every time you want to giggle. You can do it yourself quietly.
William, are you on like magic mushrooms or something? Like, what's the deal?
No.
William, did you saw the photos from International Space Station without fisheye, without fish fins? It looks kind of flat to me. What's your opinion on this one?
What is my opinion on photos from the ISS?
Yes, without fish lens, because without fish lens, photos looks kind of like the Earth is flat. What's your opinion?
Right.
Basically,
Well,
all the photos from the space that they giving us that Earth looks like kind of globe. This is basically just like a GoPro lens, fish lens.
Right.
So yeah.
Well, it's true that with a radius of 3,959 miles at the altitude of 250 miles, the horizon from that observer would be flat. They are seeing 3% or less of the Earth from that height. So even on the heliocentric globe Earth, the ISS sees a flat horizon. So if the ISS sees a flat horizon, how is it that anybody has ever seen the Earth as a sphere?
Well, there are about 24 people who claim to have gone higher than the ISS, and they claim to have seen the Earth as a sphere, or at least circular.
Correct. So then the entire modern population is trusting how many people?
24 Apollo astronauts.
Okay. So everyone's trusting 24 Apollo astronauts when they say, yeah, I saw the Earth as a sphere. Everybody else has not seen the Earth as a sphere.
That's right.
They've seen flat horizons.
Right. I mean, it's not hard to trust those 24 because it fits within the paradigm that we already believe to be true. So, it's not a stretch.
Right. Well, now you've got the dilemma of globe believers denying that they actually went to the moon. And
Yeah,
there's
some
some
globe
supporting
believers do
evidence that
deny
goes
that.
along with it.
And I saw some guy was going for these astronauts, for these guys who went to moon and asked them to give the God as something on the Bible, put their hand on the Bible and say that yes, the Earth is not flat, something like this. And most of them just say fuck you or no, or was very angry about this.
Violent.
No, they weren't asked if the Earth was flat. They was asked, did you go to the moon? Did you walk on the moon? And they wouldn't do it.
Oh yes.
So not even the guys, the 24 that are claiming to have gone to the moon, will put their hand on the Bible and swear to the God they believe in, allegedly, that they walked on the moon. They would rather punch the individual rather than do the thing that would be the easiest. Right? So
Oh, yeah. Like that's what Buzz Aldrin did once.
He should have asked them to swear on a square and compass.
Matthew, did you see the recent interview with the Russian astronaut?
No, what did he say? I don't speak Russian, but what was it about?
It was translated, yeah. He was saying if anyone tells you they've been to space, they're lying. I'll see if I can find the clip.
I thought that clip was a Polish astronaut from like 20 years ago.
No. This is a different one, a different astronaut.
Something more recent?
Yeah.
Has any Russian speaker verified what's being said? Because I don't speak Russian either. I'd like to see it anyway.
Ask
I speak Russian.
ChatGPT to translate it for you.
I speak
That's
Russian.
right. These days,
Yeah,
AI is pretty good.
You guys use ChatGPT for everything else.
His name's Igor Volk. I'm not sure about the exact date that interview was conducted. It was some foreign TV station.
Did you call me you guys?
I don't know.
Yeah,
Do you accept
yeah,
the
yeah.
views guys?
You guys, Globers.
Yeah, that's okay. I don't normally talk here, but I've been on for a couple of years now, pretty consistently. You probably haven't noticed, but that's fine. I've been a flat earther since 2017.
What convinced you?
Oh, I'd been hearing about it for a couple of years, and eventually I thought I'd have a good laugh and listen to a debate. And I don't know who it was, but it was with Stéphane Molyneux. He's a Canadian philosopher, and he's very good at debating philosophical ideas. And he debated a flat earther and completely got wiped out by him. He was, arguing from an emotional point of view. And so I looked into it further from there, looked at Eric Dubay, Math Powerland. But I started looking into it hardcore. Didn't take long to realize.
Nice. I think, yeah, that was when I got into it as well, 2017. Hearing Eddie Bravo talk about it on Rogan's podcast.
Just look into it, man. Just look into it.
It was easier to find information than you could actually do a search and find something.
Getting back to that now, if you go on YouTube and search something up, it comes up now. It's changing. Also, a lot of people have been telling me that they get recommended like flat Earth content from channels that they're not subscribed to, which is another good sign. But yeah, like if you would, like a few years ago, if you would type in the specific name of a video, for example, Eric Dubay, the history of flat Earth, right? It wouldn't come up at all. You would have to scroll through pages and pages and pages of the propaganda playlist that they put up, and then you would go and find Eric Dubay's channel, and then go into his video section, and then do a specific search in there. Type the exact title in, still wouldn't come up. You'd have to scroll and scroll and scroll to eventually find it. But now, if you type in Eric Dubay, Lost History of Flat Earth, or whatever it's called, it comes up with that, and it comes up with all his videos if you type his name in, or any other like Taboo Conspiracy or anything. So definitely the algorithms just changed recently for the better.
Yeah, that's good. I haven't done any searching for a while. I just have them subscribed, but that's good for new people for sure.
I always hated it when my subscription list would reset and then I'd have to find everybody again.
Yeah, or when they just get banned or deleted. I think Discord, though, this is actually the most informative of all the flat Earth material there is. Of course, you have to sit through a lot of difficult conversations sometimes with Globers, but a lot of knowledgeable people here.
Well, I looked into flat Earth around the same time, 2017 or so. Maybe a little bit on Twitter before that. In the end, though, I decided that I think the globe model still has the best explanation for the observations we see.
Yeah, yeah, like all that flat water everywhere. Yeah, the globe explains that the best for sure.
Now, the flat Earth explains the flat water better, but the globe Earth explains like the stars and astronomy stuff better.
Well, that's where the globe Earth would kind of came from, wasn't it? It was people like Pythagoras and those that follow him that inverted the celestial sphere into a terrestrial sphere, right? Not by going out and actually doing any empirical tests, right? Just through philosophical reasoning and things. So yeah, of course, it's based off the sky. That's what the globe is. It's like so it's a sky coordinate system, essentially.
Like, well, how do you know the Earth's globe? Well, because of the sky. Well, how do you know what the sky's doing? Well, because of the globe. Globe because sky, sky because globe.
Yeah, like even Atlas, like even before, like way before anyone even suggested that the Earth was a globe, right? They had the celestial sphere, and you've got like the sculptures of like Atlas and things like that, and he's carrying the globe on his shoulders. But that's people have changed that in more recent times. Like the original sculptures, like what he was actually carrying is the celestial sphere, right? Or even these flat Earth cultures, right? They had celestial spheres. Like they I forget what the word is for it, but they loved celestial spheres. It was like very like a symbolic thing, and and then that turned into a coordinate system and whatnot. And then eventually they, like Pythagoras was kind of like a crazy person. Okay, and him and his cult, they kind of allegedly, right? They thought spheres are the perfect shape, and because of the celestial sphere, that therefore the Earth must also be divine, like the celestial sphere, and also be a sphere. He also thought crazy things like that the universe was a musical instrument, and the planets uh, gave out music and things like that, right? And then there was another Earth called Counter Earth. All sorts of crazy stuff. Crazy model. Crazy
Yeah,
person had all sorts of.
right. The music of the spheres.
Yeah. But then I listened to some interviews with some historians from Cambridge and stuff like that. And they're like, basically everything that you get told in school about Pythagoras is just nonsense. They're like, we can barely find any proof that he existed at all. He's like the things that he was claimed to have came up with, right? Like the Pythagorean theorem and whatnot. Is like that he couldn't have even come up with that. They had a completely different numerical system, and I'll post the video in the side chat if anyone wants to have a look. It's not a long video. It's interesting though.
Yeah, that's the problem with ancient history. It's hard to find primary sources, and we just sort of have hints about what happened that long ago.
Yeah. Seems the Greeks love to make up these like mystical figures, like Eratosthenes, and the historian, he says like it is likely like that this Pythagoras guy did actually exist, but whether he actually did anything or said anything that they claimed, right? They have no idea, and whether he even suggested that the Earth could be a globe, right? There's no proof of that whatsoever. started an event. Hopefully, some people come.
Welcome, Harsha. What brings you in here today? Goodbye, Harsha.
Guys, there's nothing to discuss about it. Earth is round. Fuck you all.
Pussy.
Yeah, that was a pussy flex. Yeah, he's like, he comes in, I can beat you in an arm wrestle, and then just leaves. my mic still crackly?
No, it sounds better now, T-Dog.
Ah, cheers, mate.
Yo, hello.
Hey, hello.
What's up, Matthew?
Not much. How are you doing?
Aren't you like a professor? Why are you here, dude?
Oh, I'm just grading some math homework and just listening in to see what's there.
Wait, you're grading math homework? I thought you were a professor. Like what?
I'm a professor. I'm grading. I'm part-time professor, and I'm grading some of the homework because it's finals week.
Oh shit. Nice. Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, I like talking about the mathematics of this question of the shape of the Earth. I think it's interesting.
Really? I
Yep.
think a lot of the go. Oh.
Oh yeah, I just said really, it's interesting.
I mean, I think a lot of the people who come here to this channel and to many others are mostly interested in like debate. That's what they really want to do, is like they want to have an argument.
Yeah, that could be.
No, not well. Not that might be true for some cases, right? I don't think that's true for everyone. Most of us like to just share information with people, you know, and have a good faith conversation and answer people's questions that want to learn about the topic.
Maybe a better way to put it would be like they want to engage in like this dialectic, this back and forth, as it were, this exchange.
Yeah, some people for sure. Yeah, no, I agree.
Maybe debate is a little.
Well, some people love, you know, some people are here to debate for sure. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I think a lot of energy gets wrapped up into it that I don't like. It starts to feel a little silly after reflecting on it. But that's just me.
Well, yeah, it depends on the tone of the conversation at the time.
I know, but like, I think a lot of the time it's like, well, I'm right. And the other person is basically just like, no, I'm right. And we're gonna argue about random nonsense until one of us leaves. And that doesn't really do anything, you know? I think it's like, you know, it's just like jerking yourself off, to be honest. But I don't know, that's just my like meta discursive theory about Discord debates.
Yeah, in general, there's different tones of debates. Sometimes they can be kind of contentious. Sometimes they can be like a interesting conversation about the evidence or the way that we think through things, how we know things, why we believe things. So I think it can be interesting if people are engaging in good faith, not just yelling.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think that's the wrong starting ground, to be honest. Like, you know, you got to go full, like full postmodern, you know, with it. To be honest, like, you know, there is no truth. Forget about that. There, you know, any kind of rational communicating subject is gone. Like, don't even worry about that, because the people you're gonna be arguing with are not concerned with things like that.
Well, some people are. I would say most people are do believe in objective truth, um, functionally anyway. And postmodernism has been shown philosophically to be irrational. So we're not postmodernists around here.
What do you mean it's been shown to be irrational? This has me giggling a little bit. You're gonna.
The statement "there is no such things as absolute truth" is
Oh no,
itself
that's not a
a
real thing that postmodernists would have believed. That's just like the kind of like kind of 5-second summarization or something. No, that's an effect of postmodern discourse. Like that's not something like philosophically postmodern.
I mean, you gonna let him like explain it, or you just gonna tell him what it is? Because many people came in here and said that exact thing. Now you saying it's something
So
different.
so philosophical postmodernism has nothing to do with the idea that there is no objective truth or anything like that. But
So
that
there
is an
is.
effect. But that
So
kind
there
of
is.
thinking that there is no objective truth is
So,
an objective
so
kind
is
of
there?
result of
Great.
the
We heard
condition
that.
of postmodernity.
We heard you, bro. You seem like you just like to talk. So is there or is it not objective truth, bro?
What do you mean by objective?
What?
True for everybody.
Hold on, Matthew. In far as your theory or whatever you want to say, philosophy, whatever you want to claim, in the philosophy of your worldview or whatever you claim to be true or not true, is there or is it not objective truth in it? Because we had plenty of people who came in here with that idea that there is not no objective truth.
Whenever people say objective truth, what they really mean is like, this is a fact. And, yeah, sure, there are facts.
Okay, so
But that's,
within it,
yeah, go ahead.
yeah, so we need to like record you. So the next time someone come in here and they say like, well, how do you know that is true? How do you know that I'm real? There is no objective truth. You cannot prove anything to be objective. Or there is no
No, I
such
just
thing.
said there are facts. There are certainly facts. No one denies that, really.
So facts are true.
Well, yeah, of course, they're facts.
It's indisputable. It's no perspective.
So something rational, like 7 plus 5 equals 12, is most certainly true for everyone. I mean, I think most people agree to that sort of thing.
Yeah, so
Sky is
that would
blue.
be that would be like a logical concept though. But I
Well, it's
think
just
more so
mathematically
in
true.
your philosophy, if you see 7 things, like say you see 7 tree branches there, in your philosophy, some people would say, well, no, that's not really 7 tree branches. That's just based on my perspective. It may not be there. It may be my interaction with those 7 tree branches. It may be there. Stuff like that.
Well, we'll take the example of the tree branches. Okay, you have 7 branches on a tree, let's say. Is the tree one object or is it 7?
But a tree will be one object if you're just talking about the tree.
But it has 7 other objects attached to it that are branches?
Got you. Trees and branches, right? Based on your thing, right? Based on what people have came in here and told us. Based on what they came in here and told us, they basically said that the tree isn't there. It's only because we're interacting with it. It may or may not be there. Say like a video game. A video game is just basically like numbers, right? Like basically code. It's not until the character interact with the things within the video game that's what's make it real. So because no humans, when the humans is not interacting with the tree, that tree objectively is not there.
Yeah, that's called subjective idealism. That's certainly like that's one perspective.
Right. So, but you're saying something different because right now you're trying to ask me questions about whether or not the tree is there as one tree versus 7 tree branches. We broke off the tree. Right. I'm
I
one
was
human being.
yeah,
Wait,
I was
hold on.
asking something different.
Yeah. So I'm one human being. Yeah, you was asking something about math. I'm one human being, all in all, with hands, feet, and everything, interacting with the world as one human being, as a whole. But of course, if my arm was to break off into 7 pieces, my arm broke off as one arm away from me. I'm still a human, but I'm just lacking an arm. And if you see that arm alone with 7 being cut up in 7 pieces, then you will be looking at that arm on the ground or whatever in 7 pieces. That's just math logic.
Yeah, so the question is one of mereology. It's the relationship between parts and wholes. So what I'm trying to get at is the distinction between the two. Like you're one person, right? We agree for that. You're one person, but
Which you explain.
you have many body parts, right?
Got
So what is
you.
the relationship between those parts and the whole?
The relationship between the parts and the whole is when all of the parts are together and interacting as one being. That's the whole. And yeah, I mean, I know you guys like to make these words I know a lot of philosophers makes up these words, but you're just basically talking about fractions, bro. Mathematical logic. Fractions. Whenever you have the pie as one pie, until that pie get cut up in several pieces and be split up and be divided up
Does
amongst
it
others.
become 7 different parts?
Hold on, let me finish. Until that pie get divided up, that pie act as one whole. But if that pie gets divided, was to ever get divided, then that pie would be divided. It would be separate. It would no
Doesn't it
longer
have
be whole.
thousands of crumbs?
Yes, but if those thousands of crumbs is connected in that one pie, far as mathematics, it will be one whole, right?
Until you divide it.
Until you divide it. So it's the same with a human being. Until that
Okay.
human being is divided, right? Even though the human being has cells, it have millions and millions of cells, that have blood vessels, that have arms, legs, fingers, nervous system, vertebrae, right? But it's one
Yeah.
human being that you're interacting with.
So let's take the pie example. Like you have a pie, it's sitting there. You divide it into 8 different pieces, and then
Right.
you take one of the pieces and eat it. Now there's
Right.
7 pieces. When you
hmm
when you lift the piece of pie off the table, does the table contain less objects than it did before?
When you lift the pie off the table after you ate the 7
Like
pieces,
when you
yeah.
separate them, when you separate the pie from the table, does it then become different or does it stay the same?
No, it's still pie.
Well,
You
yeah, of
just cut.
course it's still the same as it is.
Yeah, it's still pie, but it's no longer one whole pie. It's fractions.
Right.
Yeah, piece of
It's
pie.
it's
Yeah,
a
piece of
But
pie.
mathematical.
now I'm
It's a
asking about the
mathematical reality.
relationship
If
between
you
2 different things.
but the thing is, a lot of you guys come in the room and say that that pie isn't real until they interact with it. I had a guy actually said I was a part of his imagination in here.
Well, I mean there may be ways of defending that. I don't know. I don't know what his reasoning was.
What? What do you mean? A guy told me that
Um
me and him is not. I'm not having this experience with him. I'm part of his imagination. And then he asked me, "How do I know that he's not part of my imagination?"
right. Right.
You see?
So, like for example, you're listening to me talk
Right.
right now, right? But
Right.
if I were to go away, then what would I be to you?
Right. That nothing. Right.
Right.
But do that mean that you cease to exist?
Some people might say so. For
Yeah.
you, I would. Well, for you, do cease to exist, right? As soon as I leave this Discord call, for all intents and purposes, like, no, I don't really disappear, but I do cease to exist for you.
Well, not really. You just gone somewhere else where I can't see you.
Right, but you're not perceiving me anymore. That's the key, is
Yeah.
like you don't see me anymore.
Yeah, but in reality, you still there.
Yeah. Of course, of course. I don't disagree with you.
Right.
But
But you have some people.
some people might come up with like weird arguments for why the perception is key there.
So to be honest, it's trolling, is it?
They may have their own reasons for doing it. They may be trolling.
I mean, to be honest, I'm not even saying for them because I mean, they really believe in it. They really believe in it. But
Oh yeah, some people do. Some people really believe that.
yeah, some people. I mean, but I think it's like more like narcissists though. Like whoever came up with it, they literally had to believe like they the only thing real in this realm or world or whatever, and
Yeah,
everything else
some
is
people believe that.
built for them.
And I think that kind of positioning has, um it has its place. Some people are gonna, they're gonna take that kind of approach with you.
Yes, so yeah, so it's trolling because they gaslighting you into believing that you just an NPC, right?
I mean, essentially, yeah. I don't disagree with you.
But
We
technically,
agree.
you're not an NPC because I mean, in a video game, once the NPC stop being around the main character, that NPC turns back into like digital numbers or whatever.
Let me
But
ask you
you're
something. What if there were good reasons to believe that you weren't aware of? I don't know what they would be. I'm just saying hypothetically, what if there were good reasons to believe that?
with that guy that I was just talking to, I wouldn't even be having this conversation with you right now because I wouldn't even be able to be in existence until he come around.
Well, the idea is that like to exist is to be perceived by something else. And if you're not being perceived, then you don't really exist. So like imagine you're totally in space or something. Like you're just no one can see you, no one can hear you. You're kind of isolated. Like then you don't the argument would be that you don't exist in any meaningful sense because no one's around to like be there with you.
But no, I exist. I'm there. I'm in space. There's just no one around me.
Right, but their argument would be that like nothing is there to it's like the classic question like if a tree falls and no one's around to hear it, does it make a sound? They would say no, it doesn't make a sound because no one's around to perceive that sound.
Yeah, but sound isn't you hearing it. Sound is a vibration.
What I'm trying to ask is what if there were good reasons to believe them that you weren't aware of?
I just told you there. I mean, I just told you if there was a good reason to believe them, if there was a chance that that was true, I wouldn't be able to talk to you right now because that guy just told me I was a part of his imagination. Unless he's in here now.
Yeah, I guess I kind of
Yeah.
agree with that.
Yeah, dude, if I may add, like this type of argumentation, it sounds like it's like it sounds like it's teetering on like a sort of semantic argument. Like when you talk about the tree falling, does it make a sound? What's your definition of a sound? The perception of a vibration in the air by an individual, like an animal or a person or whatnot, or is it the actual physical
Like
vibration itself?
wavelength. Yeah, like the actual wave. I mean, their argument would be that
Right.
it's the perception. I'm not saying it's
Okay.
right. I'm just saying that's their
Well, there
argument.
you go. Well, there you go. So it boils down to a semantic definition thing, right?
Yeah.
Deaf
In some
people
Right.
way.
will perceive that sound in some vibration, as some vibration in their body.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
even then, right? And then furthermore, if it is just a sound, just a matter of an individual, like a person hearing it, well, what about the fucking animals and insects and shit? Don't they hear stuff too? You know what I mean? But even if there weren't any insects or animals or whatever, then you're boiled down to the vibration aspect of it. Is that the sound, right? You know what I mean? So you can get hairy, and that's why it needs to be parsed out. Same thing with the term existence, right? Just because you don't perceive someone directly, right? You may be influenced by the ripple effects of their actions at a distance, right? You might not
Sure.
perceive them, but to say that they don't exist just because you don't see them, well, you're in direct contact with the very manifestations of their actions, right? If they weren't doing the things that they're doing, you might not witness certain things. So it's naive to say that it's naive to hold that position that they actually explicitly have to be in front of you or on the phone or something like that. You don't, you know, so the existence aspect of it is really, a physical thing. Do they or do they not occupy physical space, whether you're aware of it or not? It boils down to that in the end.
Yeah, exactly. You're not even aware if that air that you are breathing was just already exhaled by that person that you're assuming that doesn't exist.
Well, I think we can go farther with that kind of semantic or linguistic framing of it. I mean, we could say that like nothing exists. We can form sentences exist ultimately, even if we perceive it, even if we think we perceive it, that there really are no entities at all. And some people do argue that kind of thing. I'm not saying it's true or whatever. They really, they'll argue with you about it.
It's a total mind fuck. Because anything, right, is only is by definition only in relation to no thing. Right? There's a thing or there's not a thing. So there can't just be only no things or only things. Right? So existing is in contrast with non-existent. So there can't be just no pure no existent, because it has to contrast with something that does exist. Otherwise, there's no meaning to the term.
Right. That's what they would say is beneficial for them. So because there are no entities, no objects, they have a cleaner ontology than you. They don't have any They don't have any metaphysical commitments. Like they're not making any kind of claims. They're just saying that nothing exists.
Nothing exists, and that idea that they are talking about already exists. It's an idea that they are talking about. It's something that exists. Ideas are something that exists.
Can you prove that they exist?
But they are talking about it. They are proving it. They are talking about it. They are talking about existence. It's an idea.
So the idea exists in the mind, right? So there's the individual perception of the idea, the actual idea from within, right? You're getting this thing in your head and you're like, oh shit, So you experience that. And then there are also outwardly manifestations of that idea, either through action, right? Or if you really want to get into the nitty gritty of it, you can put the guy under an MRI and scan his brain while he's coming up with this idea. And you'll get little flickerings, and activity in the brain, magnetic and electric activity while he's thinking of that idea. Right? So it depends on how you want to parse it. Yeah. You could argue that it's a real thing. It really exists. It might not have a physical form per se. Like I couldn't pick up an idea with my hand.
Yeah, I mean,
it's all a linguistic fucking circle jerk, dude.
I guess so, but I think it's deeper than that.
How?
Because it's predicated of appearances. It seems to you that things exist. But there's no real content there. You're just saying that things exist. There could be factors in this equation that are not taken into consideration.
What equation?
I just mean that in a metaphorical sense. There could be things that you're not aware of that would entail things not existing in the way that you think.
Like what?
So, well, any number of things, a multiplicity of things. It could be anything from information to conceptual frameworks to even just evidence.
Okay, so it's an argument from ignorance then. Oh, there's so many things that we just don't know, so we can't have a stand on anything.
Yeah.
Okay. The hell's the point of that?
Well, the point
does
is
that
that
imply?
you may not be aware of what you think you're aware of. It seems like things exist to you. This table, this chair.
Or well, rather, how about this, right? How about it's framed like, okay, here's a thing. I know X, Y, Z about this thing. I acknowledge that there also may A, B, C, D, E, F, G that I don't know, right? but I still acknowledge X, Y, Z because here are the parameters. Here's what I've measured. Here's what I've experienced, et cetera. Not to discount that those may not be derivatives of other things that I'm unaware of, right? But they, in and of themselves, I can witness. So as such, just X, Y, Z alone, okay, here it is. If there's more, you tell me. But
Right.
right? So
there
are
could
you
be
going to
things that are
discount it?
unknown to you that are so
Yeah.
unknown that they are themselves unknown.
Well, fine.
Wow. What?
So profound, dude. Big fucking deal. I've got the XYZ here. Now what? Are you going to tell me the XYZ doesn't exist because we don't know if there's also A, B, C, and D? Or are you going to take XYZ and maybe scrutinize X might also, have A and B component, that we may figure out later, but still acknowledge X. And then also Y and then Z. What are you going to do? Are you going to just handle never mind, forget it until you prove to me that there's not an A, B, C, or D also. Your XYZ doesn't exist. It's like, bro, I got it right here.
Yeah,
You know
I
what
mean,
I
you can make all of the metaphysical commitments that you want.
What metaphysical commitments?
Well, the metaphysical commitment is that things exist.
Okay, look, I got an apple. Okay.
It seems that you have an apple.
No. It's not. It
doesn't bit into it, dude. It bit into it, right? It tasted sweet, and my belly's full.
Yeah,
what
all
more
of
do
those
you want?
things are. I mean, all of those things are appearances.
Bullshit. No.
Appearances. No, those are experiences.
In dream world and hallucination.
Your experience is itself an appearance.
In hallucinations
It's an appearance to what?
Yeah.
To yourself.
So yourself. There is an entity then.
Yeah.
Not necessarily.
There is.
Does that entity persist over time?
Listen, you're stuck in a complete paradox here, because if you're saying, and I'm not saying that you are, but you mentioned that there's people that don't think anything exists, just them having the thought that nothing exists proves their existence.
Yeah, they're having the
I
thought.
guess there's sort of some like cogito ergo sum type argument, like the fact that they can doubt their existence proves that they exist or something.
No,
maybe
even if there's a doubt, even if there's a doubt, that's a thought. A doubt is a thought in their head of an entity,
right?
An observer.
Yeah, a doubt or not.
There's a certain logic to that, I suppose.
On a flat Earth,
like just 20 Cups said earlier, with the example of the apple, in dream world, hallucinations, illusions, you don't touch, you don't taste, you don't smell. Those things don't exist in the dream world and hallucinations. At best, in dream world and hallucinations and illusions, you use just what you expect that you see and things that you expect that you hear. So those things are created by your brain, but you never touch. That's why the first thing that people do to see if they are dreaming or not, you pick yourself, you touch yourself, you see if you will feel yourself. Touch doesn't exist in dream world, in hallucinations, in also simulations. If you create a simulation, you can't make touch, you can't create with it smell and also taste.
On a
only
flat
if you
Earth.
make it physical.
But the argument's more than that, dude. Think about this. Okay. If the argument is we don't exist, we're in a simulation. Fuck, we're in
nothing exists.
The mind
Not just
we're in the
we.
mind of
Nothing.
God, we're in a dream world. Nothing really exists. This is just, some sort of, make-believe thing. Okay. In one of those contexts, pick your favorite. Who the fuck cares? Okay, because it's no real way to prove any which one of them. That's like having a computer program character inside the computer program try to divine the thoughts of the programmer. It doesn't matter. It can't do that. Okay. But within the program, however which way you want to call it, this is the context in which we can argue all these points, because all these points exist within that context. Spirit world, or the
so ontology presupposes existence.
or the simulation, or whatever you want to call it. Creation of God, and we're all spiritual entities in a whatever creation, whatever. Okay, not everyone's got like different belief sets on that thing. Okay, but within that context itself, this is where we argue these points, because these things exist within that context.
Yeah, you're making an argument for nihilism right now, because any kind of ontology is going to presuppose existence to argue for existence.
I'm not arguing that, dude. What I'm saying is the context, because the argument is kind of like, oh well, nothing really exists. But what does that mean? Like, we're in a context, we're in this embedded space, 3 dimensions, whatever. Whether that's a creation of God or it's a simulation or whatever, okay? This chair is here with me in this quote unquote experience, whether it be, again, simulation or whatever.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the chair within that thing. It exists in this thing, in this experience. Here it is. Right?
Yeah, but that claim already assumes what it seeks to prove.
No, it doesn't.
So does the
No, it
claim
doesn't.
exist? Do they have a claim? If they have a claim, we have to see if the claim exists. If they have a claim, we have to also see if their proof for their claim exists. If they don't have any proof, and the claim is that nothing exists, so they don't even have proof for their claim, for the words that have been spoken, that we can see that it exists, the words that your brain are analyzing now, so those exist. So everything in the debate shows that those things are ideas, and ideas prove that existence.
Well, where are ideas? Where are they located?
Sorry?
They're located.
You keep bringing back ideas, but ideas do not exist.
They're located on flat Earth.
Yeah.
Where are ideas? Can you hold them? Can you examine them?
Yeah, these conversations are endless and they go nowhere and they're boring to listen to. If you guys could maybe get it back
then
to
don't
flat Earth,
listen
that would
to
be
it.
awesome.
No, Mark.
I could fix that, bro. Yeah, I could fix that.
Yeah, Mark,
You wouldn't
good
like the
luck,
way I
Mark.
fixed it either.
Hey, DJ, I mean, I really don't understand on why this conversation is even still continuing, honestly, because Mark already conceded that he really don't even believe it. And I already got Mark pretty much to concede that anybody that has this philosophy in mind, most likely either a narcissist or a trinity.
Yeah, it's always these like super atheist soy boys that freaking have like a hate boner for flat Earth, right? The more degenerate people are, the more they hate flat Earth, and it seems to fit in with these same people that they don't want to talk about the subject. They want to have endless conversations about how we don't know anything 100%.
You don't. You can't.
Yeah, I think that's the bottom line.
He's done that before, right?
You can't just go past that. He doesn't exist. That's what they claim. So they don't exist. At least we exist. They can't prove the opposite, that we don't exist, because they don't exist.
No, he just gonna keep changing the argument because he literally told me that I was a part of his imagination.
You can't tell
So
that
he
something that
basically
doesn't
said,
exist have an argument. It
well,
doesn't
he's
exist.
literally, I mean, according to some of them, you could be part of their imagination whenever they perceive of you. How do they know? How do they know that you're not just a part of their imagination and they
Yeah,
don't know?
that's extremely narcissistic. Totally.
Exactly. So, but I say either you're trolling or you're just an extreme narcissist.
At least his imagination is schooling him about reality. You, the one that is just part of his imagination, you are schooling him about reality. Nice.
There might be a motive, and the motive that came to mind for me when I was listening is they want to come in here and say that nothing exists, so the globe doesn't exist and flat Earth doesn't exist either. So they have their cake and eat it too. So like, oh, nothing exists. So then Earth can't be flat because it doesn't exist. Neither does the globe. Like, it's just ridiculous.
It's just a way to get out of the argument. Like, oh, it doesn't matter anyway because the globe or the flat earth don't exist. It's only a figure of my imagination. So I'm like, well, according to me, based on my perspective, the earth can just be flat. How do you know that my worldview exists? Since you could have a perspective of whatever you believe to exist be real in your imagination, what about if in my imagination? This is how ridiculous it's getting. It is rather reality is objectively true or it's not.
It's just that excuse, that escape door that they have. It's not the same claim that they make every time. So someone will just claim that you can't acquire knowledge, so you can't know something for 100%. So just an escape door to run away from the globe. Some other people will just say that they are agnostic about the shape of the earth. That stupid claim. Yeah, those just to run away from the claim.
Information. So what is you acquire information every day. So even if they want to say like, well, you can't know for absolute sure. Well, you definitely can know objective truth for absolute sure because it's observed. Now you may not know everything about it, but you definitely can observe it with your senses. Now, if you want to say that you cannot trust your senses, then after your senses is dead and gone, that thing would still hold to be true in everyone else's senses.
And that's another stupid thing. So your senses will never fool you. Only if your eyes are not well, so you have to go to the doctor, optician. But your senses will never fool you. If you are fooled, that will be the fault of your brain. If you're hallucinating, it's not your eyes picking up some light that is not there and transmitting it to your brain and your brain giving you a picture of something that doesn't exist. No. Everything was created and made just inside your brain. Your eyes will pick up the same exact things that a camera will pick up.
Yeah,
Your ears will pick up the same exact thing as a microphone will do.
Yeah, but the nature of light proves that those items exist because the nature of light have to interact with nature in itself in order for you to perceive of it. In order for your brain to transmit anything that the light is basically reflecting or refracting on or bending to, it must be there. Or else the
Yeah.
light won't perceive or lights won't transmit it back to you. So it's just,
And that's
it's
why
not your
you will
brain
even
making up things. Yeah. It's not your brain making things up on its own. Your brain is interacting with lights. Period.
You're correct. And that's why you don't have just eyes and ears. You have five
Yeah, they just
senses.
don't understand physics. That's what it is, bro. That's
Yeah.
literally what it is. And they think if you're talking to someone else who don't understand physics, they easily can be fooled.
You want to verify the physicality of the thing that you are seeing to see if it is real or not. You touch it, then you know. You know for sure that thing is real.
And you know what else is hilarious about the whole situation is that the guy that they get this from is his name is like what, Dr. Blitz or whatever. So he claimed he went to school for like mathematical physics. Okay. I mean, if that's even like a real thing, but from what I'm understanding about mathematical physics, it's just basically math logic in physics, which means it's just basically you are explaining this logic in the physical natural world. So you're putting this concept into the physical natural world. That explanation in that class alone explains to you what is going on in the physical natural world and understanding the mathematical logic to it. So if you have a PhD in that class alone, you should have the basic understanding that things exist. or else you just lying.
It's really so these conversations that we're having, a lot of times I think that we need to kind of agree on terms. And usually that's where everything's going to fall apart because we have to agree on this idea of what physical is, right? Physical existence, physical realm. We are all put in this physical realm. And so we have to agree that what we talk about as far as what is physical is the things that we can touch, the things that we can feel, right? So
Yeah.
if you end up speaking to somebody that is going to essentially go, well, there's a possibility that the physical experience I have is actually conceptual because I'm a brain in a jar, then there's no reason to continue a conversation. If we don't agree that physical is about what we can feel, what we can taste, what we can smell, you know, the textile, tangible nature of the place that
Yeah.
we've been put. If we don't agree on that, just forget it. Because now you're a brain in a jar. But by the way, is that brain and that jar, are they physical? And then we're right back. It's like an infinite regress. So
Right.
there's no point to speaking to these people.
Like I told him earlier, you don't dream about touching things, about tasting things, about smelling things. Those belong only to the physical realm. Doesn't believe in illusions, hallucinations, dream, and simulations. If you are brain jar, you will live like in a dream. If you feel pain, that means that you are not dreaming. You're awake.
I would hate to think that we would have to start every conversation with somebody that enters the room. Do you agree that there is such a thing as the physical? If we have to start doing that, which now I feel like we may actually have to because there is a concerted effort by people in university to teach people through philosophy that there is a possibility that your experience in the physical realm is actually not happening. It's actually purely conceptual. That's a bad time to be alive.
I can't believe that they teaching this in universities. Didn't that guy just say he got that from a university?
They all do. I mean, that's where they teach it.
Also, in dream world, nothing is measurable. You don't measure things because things doesn't have any specific tangible shape. They are not physical. They are just something created by your mind, so they can change shape or placement or color anytime, every time.
Right. And it just like I said before, just like I said before, I think it may be a globe to you in your brain, in your physical jar that you in some matrix in. But what if in my physical jar it's flat to me? You see how ridiculous that sounds?
Yep.
What if all the information that I'm perceiving is all the information that my brain created? Like,
Yeah.
like this is how ridiculous it's getting.
Prove that it's possible. You have to prove that it's possible, that brain can create those feelings, the ones that you don't have in dreams: touch, smell, and taste. No one can show you that. I
I
can
know
make
that.
a dream. I can
I know
just
that what's that guy, Sam Harris, whatever that guy is. I think I know he said something about that too. He was talking about that. How do we know that we hear? Like I hope it's not coming to the point where we're gonna have to start asking these guys, hey, do you believe that you on the physical and you in the physical realm, or do you believe that you in the jar or a simulation, or you believe that I don't exist? I'm just part of your imagination. Do you believe that I'm real and you talking to a human being right now? Like seriously, we probably gonna have to start asking these guys these type of questions now.
I can help you see by doing different experiences, like just at least one DMT experience or DMT trip, and I can help you see things and hear things they are not real or are not physical. That, if you can say, but no one can show you things that you can feel. No one can help you have an experience that is not physical, but you can feel and you can taste and you can smell inside your experience, things that are not physical.
Whoa. A lot of guys here.
Welcome.
Hi there. How are you?
Hi. Good. How are you doing?
Great, thank you. Oh,
So you've wandered into a flat Earth server. Do you have an opinion or a view about the topic?
Do you
of
know you
flat
here?
Earth.
Yeah, do you know you here? Do
I
you
know
know
I
Yeah.
you?
exist. Listen, I think so. I exist.
Oh
About
God.
flat Earth, I think that, well, I don't know enough to have an opinion about that.
Okay.
It's not like I dedicated my life to know the answer or something. So
That's okay. So let's make the question a little bit more simple. Based on what you've been exposed to over the course of your life and the things that you've seen, are you under the impression or the belief that you live on a spherical Earth?
um, listen, it looks flat,
It does look flat.
but the sky, yeah, but the sky looks like rounded a little bit.
What do you mean? The sky looks round.
The Earth looks flat, but the sky does not. Okay, so
Okay. Well, we're talking about the Earth only. The sky is its
the
own thing.
Earth. I mean, based on my experiences in life, I don't, I don't actually, I don't believe what I see. There's some stuff they look like something, but they're actually something else. So
Give me an example. So you see something, but it's not what you perceive it to be. What's an
yes,
example of that?
exactly. An ex. ex- All right, I'm gonna give you an example. There is a lot of things that we don't see actually. That's an example. There is some stuff that other animals see and we cannot see it. It doesn't mean that it's not there.
Okay. Well, let's get back to the original statement. There are things that I can see that look like one thing, but they're actually another. Do you have an example of that?
Yeah, I just I just told you. Let's just say some
You just
animals
said that the
see
animal.
heat
I
here.
mean, to
You
be
don't see the
honest,
heat.
the only thing that you said was you said that it's things that you don't see. You just said that there may be animals there that you can't see.
There's some stuff out there that I can't see, but stuff exists. So
Sure. There's
and
a very subtle difference in what you're saying. So let's say that
uh-huh,
animals and their eyeballs can see different frequencies that we cannot perceive. Well, we're not
uh-huh.
talking about the animals. I'm talking about you. So I think a magician or an illusionist would be a good example of this. So you go to a magic show and you see a magician show you that he's pulling a rabbit out of a hat, even though moments before he showed you the hat and the bottom of it, right? And he says you can see that there is no rabbit in there. And then he pulls one out, right? So
Right.
sometimes it can seem like there's no rabbit in the hat, and yet he pulls one out. Now, you and I
Mm-hmm.
both know that he didn't pull a rabbit out of nothing. There is probably a trap door inside the hat where the rabbit is placed, and he pulls that out. So it's a magic trick. But
It's a magic.
as far as so as far as your eyes are concerned, you didn't see a rabbit in the hat at first, and then you saw a rabbit come out of the hat second. So your eyes perceive no rabbit, and then there is a rabbit. Well, that's a trick, right?
Right.
So instead of being deceived, most of the time, I would say our eyes and our textile abilities or our tensile abilities, where we can feel things, we can smell things, we can hear things. Those are pretty accurate. In fact, we rely on them to survive. If we lose our balance, that's a vestibular system type problem where if there's an acceleration, if our body is off center or whatever, everything starts to try and correct so that we don't fall. So our sensory perceptions are pretty good, pretty accurate. We do fairly well with them. They're good survival mechanisms. So if we can see, detect, especially with our vestibular system, that we are seeing a flat earth, our balance in our vestibular system within our inner ear is detecting that we are level and horizontal and we're not falling and we're not spinning, because that's another thing that your inner ear will detect as an acceleration if we're not spinning or moving. I would say most of those things are pretty accurate. So if we see flat and we feel no motion, I think that's fairly accurate.
It could be not.
Well, what would we do to make sure that our senses are correct? How would we go beyond what we can actually feel as far as our senses and know that the earth is stationary?
I mean, listen. This is a hard thing to talk about. Listen. You should dedicate your life to it. It's not like an argument will give you the answer. So it's not about rabbits, so it's not about our sensors or something. It's like I don't know.
Well, I think it's fairly
It's
important.
complicated, yeah.
If someone's telling me, an authority or a perceived authority, let's say a big corporation like the United States, okay, big company, kind of like a giant McDonald's or a Walmart, but the United States corporation, issues law, so it'd be more like a Lawmart. So Lawmart says that I live on a spinning ball. And then I should be afraid that this spinning ball is out in the vacuum of outer space and we could be hit by an asteroid at any point. I feel like I should probably make sure that what they're telling me is correct so I don't waste time worrying about whether or not I'm going to be hit by an asteroid. You think that's a good idea?
To explain the Earth is flat.
Well, there's really no explanation. I mean, you and I both experience firsthand that the Earth is both flat and stationary. So the explanation doesn't really come. It's just an observation and a description.
Yeah, I see. There's this guy here in the chat. He said he thinks we should dedicate our lives to flat Earth. Yeah, there's a lot of people who does that already, and you should look them up because they dedicated their life